The rival clan brought over 1,000,000 soldiers and cavalry to go on a punitive expedition. But facing that sea of troops, this young master went alone and confidently declared that he alone had surrounded the entire legion. Not long ago, he was just an ordinary young master in the T-1 Lin Su clan. But this clan had endured for generations, and no one could summon the T-1 Bin anymore. The declining clan was attacked by the rival clan. The patriarch was taken up for judgment, and they made this young master a spectacle for amusement, cutting that rope with their own hands. After that day, an emotionless young master was born. He didn't care about the clan's contest for the patriarchal seat, and left. While researching how to revive the clan, he was drawn into the Black Book and met the demon of old, who presented the first patriarchal plan to claim the top position of the clan. But the more one desires, the higher the price to pay. Unlike the first patriarch, he even sacrificed himself and offered up his clan members, undergoing harsh training of his abilities for a long time, and rooting out all hidden spies within his clan. Now he once again leads the clan's army to punish those of the past, with the T-1 Lin army having no upper limits on the ancient battlefield, and with the ability to disguise and impersonate others without leaving a trace. The T-1 Lin Su clan returned, forcing others to bow their heads and not dare to look twice. About 3 meters above, a sharp sword blade gleamed with menace, casting a shadow over the black hair below, the darkest, most terrifying shadow, as if it covered the person's soul. While the son stood dazed there, the father lay beneath the guillotine awaiting execution. The spectators below whispered and gossiped. How did it come to this? What did His Majesty do to deserve this humiliation? SHH, keep your mouth shut, otherwise you'll be next up there. Remember my words, haven't you seen enough to know how cruel they are? The man's implication made the girl unconsciously look up at the one high above, savoring his cup of tea. I know. But the man continued, we can only stay silent and keep away from them. Now war has broken out across the continent. Lowly people like us have no choice but to hold our breath like dead mice. Because this is an era of war and chaos, when the flame of slaughter devours the east. And that fire spreads uncontrollably, impossible to extinguish. And then the noble Marba's clan became the next victim of this hellfire. Their fate sealed. The strong do as they please, while the weak can only sneak and scramble to survive. Unlike the strong, the weak must fight for their lives every day. Unlike the strong, the weak ultimately have only one path, to dance with death. The gates of hell, where the weak can only wait for final release. That is the dark prospect this continent has become. The man above enjoying this spectacle was Count Alan de Sylvester, Lord of House Sylvester, and a rival of House Marbas. He shouted for the show to begin, and the people gathered below immediately surged and clamored in chaos, while the son stood there coldly, like a statue. Seeing this, Alan raised an eyebrow and barked, "What is this? Are you not following my orders?" As soon as he finished speaking, the son moved and took up the small knife, moving stiffly like a puppet, and gradually approached the guillotine. Alan watched his every step with a bloodthirsty smile. "What are you waiting for? Cut the rope, kid." Obeying the command, the son trudged step by step toward the rope. Then he raised his arm and decisively swung down in a single stroke. To the stunned and speechless horror of the crowd below, and to the utterly perverse gaze of Alan above, the sound of that slice was indeed like a cleaver striking a chopping block. Dark red drops of blood spattered the pale face of the child. They stained that tragic scene with the metallic stench of iron that could not be escaped. Cruel fate, a burden unimaginable placed on a boy's shoulders. It was not just the execution of Rune von Marbas that severed every tie between the father and this world. That son was Leon von Marbas, the son of the late Lord Rune von Marbas, and the one who had personally executed his own father. The clan head is the lord of a noble family. True to that title, the head is not only a noble but the central pillar of an entire nation. As some play once wrote, the higher the crown, the greater the unease. And power should only be given to those strong enough to bear it. The new lord of House Marbas stepped into the light, Leon. The lesson for those who lead the clan began with the appearance of the young Lord Leon. A middle-aged man slammed the table and shouted, "House Sylvester is expanding its power. They may even send forces to seize Marba's territory." Others joined in. "My lord, you must strengthen our defenses immediately. Lord, please make a decision." "Indeed, my lord, it is time for you to give us a clear answer." Faced with pressure from his elders, Leon calmly said, "Enough. I ask you to be patient a little longer. I still need time to consider." Seeing their lord seemingly unconcerned, everyone grew anxious. "But my lord, this is urgent." Still, this signaled ill omens for once mighty House Marbas. "With the death of my father, Rune von Marbas." Leon ascended to the headship of House Marbas at just 14 years old. A Marbas house that once terrified the world with the title of the Reaper Mage family. But that famous renown had long since become part of a distant history. Leon entered the large room, stood before the portrait of his parents, and thought to himself, "What would my parents want me to do? I know my pleas will never be answered. The dead cannot speak, and my parents cannot guide me from the other side. Yet now more than ever, I need a path, a guiding light, to restore glory and prosperity to the family." He took a few more steps, stopped, and looked up at the oldest painting in the room, depicting a man with jet-black hair in the Marbas family's signature black robes. That was Welland von Marbas, the progenitor who founded the Marbas line. He was also the only Reaper Mage of his era. Legend says House Marbas rose from the blood and fire of war, when the first ancestor used his dark magic to carve his name into history. But since that glorious age, the Marbas bloodline could not produce another true Reaper Mage, leading inevitably to the clan's decline. And in the end, I had to personally end my father's life. He exhaled a weary sigh. Leon opened the door to another room. He walked to the desk, on which sat a thick book with a cover patterned by a blood-red eye. The Chronicle of House Marbas. Ancestor Welland von Marbas was a living legend, who with a single wave swept away enemies like a deadly storm, summoning legions of the undead that marched unceasingly, flattening all in their path. Just 2 months after he launched the Eastern Campaign, that vast region lay beneath his heel. People whispered that Welland von Marbas had made a pact with the demon Marbas, thereby unlocking one of the continent's greatest secrets. Seizing the dark knowledge of Reaper arts through the Necronomicon, the most fearsome grimoire ever known. With that power, our ancestor became lord of the entire continent. Leon looked at the book with a thoughtful gaze. This priceless treasure was passed down from my very ancestors. It forged House Marbas' glory, making us the only family on the continent capable of summoning the T-letter 1 Lin. As he lifted the book, a voice unexpectedly echoed within his mind. "Listen to me, young new lord." Leon was startled by the voice, telepathic words in the lord's study. Strange, the room was clearly shielded by an anti-magic barrier. He asked aloud, "Who is there?" "Who are you?" Seeing his wariness, the other soothed him. "Do not be afraid, child. I am not your enemy nor your clan's. But why should Leon trust you? How can I believe you?" As soon as the sentence ended, he was immediately pulled into a strange formation. When he opened his eyes, Before him stood a giant lion with a sharp horn, its gaze fixed intently on him. Leon asked, "Where is this place?" The lion, slightly surprised, pointed to itself. "Huh, did your predecessor never tell you of my existence?" Leon asked again skeptically. "Your predecessor? You mean my father, Rune von Marbas?" The giant lion nodded its massive head in confirmation. "Yes, he bore that name. I sensed the mana bond between him and me had been severed." Then it growled in anger. "Damn, I long feared his nature was too merciful to rule a dark house. I should have realized his end would come sooner than expected. But anyway, tell me, who was the one that struck the blow to finish your father?" Leon was unafraid. He lifted his head and replied, "If you ask who killed my father, it was I, Leon, his biological son." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful surge of energy radiated from the lion, forcing Leon violently backward. Its voice thundered, "I will ask again, are you truly the one who slaughtered my contract master?" Confronted with its furious onslaught, Leon emphasized once more, "Yes, I killed my father." The lion roared with rage, "I will ask again, are you truly the one who murdered my contract master?" Leon showed no fear. Everyone can glare, so he glared back and confirmed once again, "Yes, I killed my father." The lion seemed to hear something of the heavens. It howled loudly. At the same time, it reviewed Leon's memories before it. Everything that appeared made it realize one thing. "So your reason has been stolen, poor child. The hand that cut the rope was indeed yours, but that does not mean you are the one who killed your father." Leon didn't bother to argue. That's not the truth and you know it. Looking at the immature child before it, the lion sighed and thought, setting aside his despair, "What I truly cannot understand is the dark aura enveloping him and the shadow within, always ready to devour. What has this child become? How can one so young possess such terrifying mana through his divine eye?" The lion recognized Leon's immense mana and clicked its tongue. How ridiculous! It might even surpass its own ancestor. After pondering, it cleared its throat and spoke, "Ahem, I will introduce myself. I am Marbas, one of the 72 infernal demon lords. I turned my back on the demon realm to live among humans. A lifelong companion of Wellen von Marbas, and the origin of the family's unique forbidden art of summoning the dead." Hearing the familiar name, Leon continued, "I know of you from the legends. When my ancestor founded House Marbas, you were the one who taught him the forbidden art of summoning the dead." Marbas replied, "Yes, it was I, though now bound to the Black Book. I was once one of the most fearsome demons." Leon's gaze suddenly turned cold. "Marbas, Dark Sorcerer King, our ancestors said the art of summoning the dead runs in our blood. But why did you abandon us in the end?" Marbas looked puzzled at the small human beneath him. "Abandon you? What made you think that?" Leon said, "Since the legendary Wellen, House Marbas has never produced a necromancer of his caliber. If that isn't proof you abandoned us, what is?" Feeling misunderstood and annoyed, Marbas had to stand up to explain himself. "So let me make one thing clear. The reason you and your line cannot wield the true power of death summoning is because you are too weak to offer a worthy vessel." Leon asked in confusion, "A worthy vessel?" Marbas explained, "Exactly. None of you can compare to Wellen's talent. This is merely an omen of the decline of your bloodline." After pondering for a few seconds, Leon replied calmly, "I will take your words to heart." That nod earned Marbas's slight approval. Leon answered nonchalantly, "Of course. The weak being defeated in wartime is an immutable law of this world." Marbas probed, "Is that also how you accept your father's death?" Leon said, "What's so important about that? Frankly, his death was nothing special. However, if you have not completely turned your back on our house, Marbas, then I have a request for you. Marbas spoke mockingly. A request? No, I don't think so. A request is an act of goodwill in which one side must give something up, right? Any bargain with a demon is not a request but a pact or an agreement. Leon didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Fine, then I'll make a pact to gain the power to summon the dead. Seeing Marbas's surprised look, Leon continued, can you grant me that power? Feeling doubted, Marbas pouted like a great cat, turning away and saying, a child like you has no right to doubt my ability. Besides, what have I seen in you that would make me grant you power? Do you truly believe you deserve it? Leon, confident in himself, replied, I believe so, for if I were worthless with no talent, I would not be standing here conversing with a noble demon like you. People say that merely speaking with a demon will drain a mortal's mana and plunge them into illusion. And then they lose their lives as soon as the conversation ends. Yet I still stand here. That can only mean one thing. I have the qualifications to walk this path. Observing so far, Marbas had been taken from one surprise to another by Leon. This child was indeed not ordinary. He had not only talent but also resolute will. So he said, as I told you, any request of a demon must be treated as a pact. Remember that. Leon hurried to add, and I do not think it foolish to believe you have something to trade. Seeing Leon's demeanor and his words, Marbas suddenly burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, marvelous. Then a pact shall be formed, young descendant of the death-summoning bloodline. Leon asked carefully, what price must I pay, my lord? Marbas's eyes burned with flame as he stated the condition, your entire existence. Hearing this, Leon smiled for the first time. Then it's a relief, for I am willing to offer everything of myself. This unsurprisingly surprised Marbas and made him view the boy differently. At the same time, in the family's meeting hall, the heads of the branches gathered without the appearance of Lord Leon. Leon's uncle stroked his white beard and spoke, as you all know. Gentlemen, our current head, I am referring to Lord Leon, almost lacks the authority to make weighty decisions affecting the entire house. No one answered him in agreement, so he continued, therefore, as the granduncle and the closest relative to the current head. I intend to temporarily take charge of all affairs of the house in the near future. Now, I will allow you to express your opinions on my becoming the steward of this house. One among them immediately stood and supported it. It would be foolish to oppose the choice. After all, he's just a brat not yet of age. We cannot entrust the fate of the house to a child unfit for it. I believe none is more suitable than Sir Kirchar, Lord Leon's uncle, to manage the house. At that moment, another man with a benevolent face spoke awkwardly. Yet Lord Leon is the sole direct descendant of the late head. There has never been a precedent in our house for choosing a successor outside the direct bloodline. The other's gaze turned cold as he retorted, what use is precedent when our bloodline risks extinction? The army of the Sylvester Raiders has marched to the border. I do not blame you for worrying about the inheritance. But remember that following an immature youngster means choosing death, and I will look after my own survival first. The benevolent man couldn't help but slam the table in protest. You have gone too far, sir. Each of you seated here owes your position to the late head. Your duty is to fight to your last breath, not bicker like vultures over a carcass. He thought to himself, though the current lord has not yet built his own faction, I will not stand idly by while that brazen old coward seizes the throne. Show me the way, Lord Rune. How can you leave us in the hands of that shameless vulture? Kirchar stood and said, a bold but intriguing view. Indeed, Lord Leon, the current head, still possesses at least one loyal follower. The man snapped irritably, speak plainly, sir. What do you mean? Kirchar said coldly, "What use is loyalty? If you are not wise enough to see the inevitable outcome, Pullen, my venerable friend, accept this sincere counsel in the spirit in which it is offered. Do you truly think I summoned you all here today to listen to your opinions?" Under the pressure of the mana in Kirchar's hand, Pullen realized everything. "So it was all part of your plan, Kirchar." He gently warned, "Weigh your words carefully for your house's sake, if for nothing else. We are all gathered here for a single purpose: to make a bitter choice that is the least tragic for the house. You need not stand in our way, friend. All I ask is that my judgment guide this fate." Pullen replied bitterly, "So I was merely a pawn in his game from the start. Forgive me, Lord Rune. Have mercy on this wretched servant who failed to protect your legacy." Contrasting the tension in that meeting room, Leon remained calm here, facing Marbaz's gaze. After observing long enough, Marbaz concluded that everything was fine, except for one thing. "With the change in the Pact's terms, my true power has been significantly limited. Your father, Rune, though too weak and naive, as the signatory of the Pact possessed far more mana than you do now. Your father, Rune, though too weak and naive, as the signatory of the Pact possessed far more mana than you do now. So what am I to do?" Marbaz replied, "There's nothing you can do, but at least we should limit your mana usage for now." So he lightly snapped his fingers and vanished. Then a little black fluff appeared before Leon's eyes, so cute to look at. "This form will help lighten the burden." He curiously looked at the black puff and said, "I suppose that's reasonable. You look so cute you could be mistaken for a pet." Marbaz's pride, deeply wounded, bristled all over in threat. "Dare call me cute again, Pact Maker, and look after your own life. I'll turn your face into a labyrinth of bites and scratches." "You understand." Clearly Leon was not the least bit intimidated. He tilted his head to study the fluff and replied in a soothing tone, "That doesn't seem right at all." Seeing this person had pierced the ruse, Marbaz turned and left. "Good. If we understand each other, then let's be off." Leon, surprised, asked, "Off where?" "Where are we going?" Marbaz asked again. "You wished for power equal to your ancestor, didn't you? If you truly want to achieve his stature, what better way than to walk the very path he walked?" Leon pondered and said, "That sounds reasonable." Hearing this, Marbaz was quite pleased. "Good, then we will journey to your ancestor's mysterious shrine. But remember, this path may cost you your life. Even so, will you still choose to follow me?" Leon tilted his head in bewilderment. "Why do you keep doubting my resolve?" Marbaz paid him no mind and strode ahead. "I will lead the way. If you think you can keep up, then stick close behind, young Pact Maker," Leon politely said, "after you." After a short time, the two stopped deep within the forest. Leon was somewhat surprised. The mysterious forest of the Marbaz family. Marbaz said, "This is it. This forest can be a baffling maze to anyone not of your bloodline." Leon recalled his father had said only the legitimate head could set foot in the secret shrine. "But one thing puzzled me. If this place is truly the source of the corpse summoning power, then why?" Marbaz immediately understood Leon's question. No one had ever passed the trials. I suppose they all lacked the most essential element. Leon feigned learning. Lacking. Marbaz explained, "Only those who possess the purest black hue of the abyssal element can open the path to the shrine. To date, none have met this primary condition to pierce the bone veil." Staring at the mana vortex before him, Leon said, "I understand. That seems fairly clear." Marbaz raised his feline paw, opened the door ahead, and urged, "Do not hesitate. I advise you to begin the trial at once." After standing before a flight of steps, that voice echoed again, "You may enter, my descendant." Marbaz warned, "Be careful, Pact Maker. From now on I will not intervene." Leon paid little mind. "Very well, you said this is a test of mettle after all." Marbaz kindly added, Yet I still have one piece of advice for you. Follow all the instructions of the Black Book. It will guide you to the final reward, the power to summon the undead. The two went deeper inside. The path was stained with the dust of ages. Fortunately, torches along the walls still burned, lighting the way. When something caught Leon's eye, there was a narrow passage along the wall, and as Leon stepped beside it, a series of strange green torches flared to life. Before him was the sight of a group of goblins standing there. They were holding a girl on the ground. Suddenly, the Black Book lunged into Leon's hand and flared with light. It opened on its own and presented the first instruction. So I will leave behind instructions to help you fully exploit the holy relic, the Black Book. The first is the secret art of resurrecting the dead. You must begin by taking the life of a living being. No sooner had the prophecy ended than the goblins went mad and lunged forward. Leon looked back at the prophecy. You must begin by taking the life of a living being. He closed the Black Book and coldly drew the dagger at his side. His gaze locked onto those before him, including the girl who was being blinded there, and the foul-mouthed goblins. Alone, he calculated swiftly and charged into the fight. When a goblin leapt in with sharp claws swooping down, Leon calmly leaned aside to dodge. Using the momentum, he drew the dagger from behind and decisively slashed straight at the spot behind its skull, ending it in an instant. One down. Back to childhood. At the Marba's family tomb, the father and son stood in remembrance. When they finished, the father said to Leon, "Listen closely, Leon. In the great Marba's line, what do you think we revere most?" The answer is simple. We worship death, because we are necromancer summoners, those who command death. We must revere death above all else. Leon, then perhaps only 5 or 6 years old, pondered his father's words seriously and asked, "But what does that mean? Father, how does one show respect for death? I thought necromancers had to take others' lives to increase their dark power, right?" The father looked proudly at his little son. "It seems you've studied the family's history well. Yes, we are dark mages feared across the continent. But that doesn't mean we must become cruel and heartless. So promise me one thing. If one day you face anyone on the battlefield, whenever you have the power to decide their fate, promise me you'll let them go in as peaceful a manner as possible." Those words engraved themselves in his mind after he asked, "Must I keep that promise with all my enemies, Father?" Back in the present, Leon was fighting these damned goblins. Surrounded by the goblins, he thought calmly, "I must aim precisely for their cervical vertebrae. There is no better way to end an enemy without causing too much pain." Observing closely while standing beside him, Marbas realized something. It seemed this child had never held a sword in real combat before. Yet he struck the cervical vertebra with absolute accuracy. Could that be mere luck or an innate talent? I'll find the answer soon enough. Regardless of Marbas's sly, villainous grin, Leon tried to calculate how to take down the rest. I defeated one, but that was more luck than skill. Goblins are sly and treacherous. The darkness makes it hard to judge height and distance. Not only that, my vision seemed to grow darker and darker. If I remember correctly, the torch went out when I killed the first goblin. I need to get used to the dark as soon as possible. And instead of hacking wildly at enemies, I should focus on precise thrusts and disarming them. So he moved like a blade to the back of a goblin. While it hadn't noticed, he stabbed it to death. As it screamed in pain, its kin immediately located Leon and rushed to attack. Luckily, he realized in time and leaned aside to dodge successfully, causing 2 goblins to turn on each other. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his blade and killed another goblin. At the same time, a nearby green torch suddenly went out. Leon wiped the sweat from his face and assessed the situation. My eyes are getting used to the dark now. I can see a bit more clearly. But unfortunately my dagger is degrading with each clash. Makes sense. It's only a sacrificial blade, not a real combat weapon. While thinking this, Leon suddenly heard footsteps beside him. A goblin had closed in on him and raised its weapon to strike him down. Leon hurriedly struck, causing it to take a slash across the cheek. Marbas beside him watched in puzzlement at this action. Did he throw away his weapon? After discarding the blade, Leon crouched low and slipped behind the goblin, making it miss a swing. He then quickly grabbed the sword on the ground. Just as the goblin turned back, Leon used his foot to spring up and stabbed from below, taking the enemy's life. After dealing with all the goblins, Leon slowly carried the sword over to the blinded girl. After he removed the gagged rope, the girl hurriedly thanked him. "Oh, thank you so much, you saved my life." "I am truly grateful," but her pupils twitched for a moment from pain radiating up from her throat. Leon drove the sword straight into her, with a gaze that could not be colder. After stabbing, he pulled the sword out and then explained the situation to her. His father's teaching echoed in his mind. He had spoken of creatures that can mimic humans, the ones encountered on continental journeys. As he spoke, he swung another cut, causing the monster to scream in pain. "Also, my father told me that deceivers who exploit others' trust do not deserve to die in peace." His words merged with his father's teachings. They must taste the terror and despair exactly as they inflicted on their victims. "So I think you need to be taught a lesson in pain, don't you?" Then, after letting the creature suffer enough, he delivered another cut, finally sending it to hell. The last green light in that room went out. At a certain mansion, where a ball was underway with beautiful dancers singing and dancing. Full goblets and cheerful words from the nobles. "Ha ha, at last my moment has come. Soon this damned family will be completely in my hands." The woman with her hand on his knee flattered him. "Of course, my lord. Who would want a baby-faced brat as head of the house when there's a distinguished, powerful gentleman like you?" The person beside her rushed in. "Unbelievable, Lord Kirchar. I never thought you could use scum to achieve your ends." The two of them took turns flattering Kirchar shamelessly. Indeed, making a deal with the enemy to climb to the top. Only a man of true courage would dare such a move. Kirchar laughed merrily. "Ha, you're too kind, miss. Though I fear we'll have to kowtow to those Sylvester trash for a while. But it's still 100 times better than letting that brat Leon remain and drag the entire Marbas line to the brink of ruin. There's truly no better choice than letting me take control. After all, who can deny that I played this game perfectly and won?" Watching Kirchar grin and flirt with the beauties, the man opposite probed, mentioning the young head. "How do you intend to deal with Leon, Lord Kirchar?" The people in this domain were absolutely loyal to his father, so removing the boy will probably be harder than you think. Kirchar cared little. "I see no reason to complicate matters. After all, his death will be justified once everything is over. But you all know the dead cannot open their mouths to reveal anything, nor can their sons." Seeing the malice on Kirchar's face, the other man chuckled in agreement and said, "Exactly right, Lord Kirchar. I think the last time anyone heard a voice from the dead was centuries ago, when the founding patriarch used the T-letter 1EED Lin summoning art." The two of them poured full glasses for each other and guffawed. "To our new and rightful patriarch, Lord Kirchar." Ha ha ha. And so the two arrogant men, thinking themselves masters of the world, sat joking and talking until late into the night. Far away at House Sylvester, Alan sat receiving reports from his subordinates. "I believe the plan to seize the Marbas family is progressing smoothly," one answered. "Of course, my lord. That sly old fox Kirchar von Marbas is essentially our pawn now. which means I only need the crown's formal approval to launch an all-out war. Receiving the answer he wanted, Alan smiled with ambition. Foolish dogs. How laughable that they think I would hesitate at a second war merely because little time has passed since the last clash. It's a convenient loophole for us, I must admit that. Another flatterer began. None of this would be possible without your keen strategic vision, my lord. Alan looked at the photograph presented. What's the name of that traitor, Kirchar? How ridiculous that the glorious centuries of House Marbas should end at the hands of a treacherous, short-sighted fool. Oh, tonight will be an interesting night. Hurry up with the preparations at once. Do you understand? The servants replied respectfully, yes, my lord. Alan, seeing victory as assured, couldn't help but grin smugly. From father to son, I can't wait to hear your pitiful wails. Back at the Marbas family's mysterious shrine, Leon had now completely dealt with all living creatures there, except for himself and Marbas. He realized darkness had enveloped the place, as all the torches had been extinguished. Has the last one finally been defeated? Then suddenly, all the torches that had gone out flared back to life. The light now was that of a normal flame, no longer the sickly green from when we first entered. Leon realized everything was settled, so he ran a hand through his messy hair and exhaled tiredly. Marbas beside him began to gape, his mouth moving continuously. Amazing. In all my life, I have never met a false pact as mad as you. Having said that, it lunged at Leon's head. Before he could understand what was happening, it succeeded in knocking Leon flat and Marbas off him with a soft, fleshy kick. Its mouth never stopping. I'm sure you have the guts to survive in an orc camp, as long as you keep your wits about you. Leon let Marbas wriggle over his face, his mouth babbling praise. Ha ha ha, no matter how well that monster disguises itself, its human form couldn't fool you. Yet you stabbed straight through it at first sight. Leon lay still and took it, waiting for Marbas to finish his frenzy before he wrapped his arms around it, dragged it out, and said, to be honest, I'd prefer to avoid confrontations with orcs if possible. I hear they hate humans more than any other race. But Marbas was hyped up, so he ignored whatever Leon said. It cut him off immediately, but that's not important. What made you suspect the final monster was connected to the others? Leon paused for a second or two before answering. Simple, when all the torches went out, one remained brightly lit. Marbas buted in. I understand, continue. Leon, not annoyed, continued slowly. When I first set foot in this place, I noticed the flames on the torches here had a color unlike any I'd seen. They were green. I knew that was the color of the T-letter 1ED Lin, and indeed, every time I felled a monster, the flames on the torches died out one by one. But then I noticed that even after all the goblins were slain, one torch had not been extinguished. That's how I deduced there was still one monster left, and I couldn't move forward while it remained. Then the two of them fell silent for a few seconds. Marbas's inner exclamation was chillingly cold. I didn't expect a 14-year-old brat to reason this far under such perilous circumstances. When life is threatened, even reading the situation is a challenge, let alone acting without hesitation. And yet Leon managed that in an instant, personally killing the last of the enemies. Perhaps what intrigues me is not only his enormous mana source, but also something even more special. How interesting. I'm eager to see what else he might reveal next. After smiling slyly for a while, it spoke to Leon. All right, Welland's first trial is complete. Let's move on to the next challenge. The Black Book continued to give instructions to Leon. First, you must begin by taking the life of a living being. Then you must call back the one who has fallen. Leon found it hard to believe, call back the fallen. He thought for a moment, then spoke doubtfully. Once the T-letter 1ED Lin confirmed his suspicion, he looked at the goblin sprawled on the ground with excited eyes and broke into a bloodthirsty grin typical of those itching for a fight. Marbaz immediately affirmed, "Exactly. Look closely at the goblins you felled. Then infuse your eyes with mana to enhance your vision. You will see a thin thread on each corpse linking it to somewhere you cannot clearly see." Leon immediately followed Marbaz's instruction and truly saw faint purple threads hovering in the air. Marbaz explained in the terms of T-letter 1ED Lin mages. That thread is called a death line. Leon read on. A strand that stretches across the boundary of life and death. That thread connects the soul of each creature from this world to the other side. Marbaz poked at the thread and said, "That's right. A T-letter 1ED Lin master will separate the wandering soul of the dead from their body. Then he implants a new life into the corpse by merging that soul with his own mana. From there he can command and order them like walking dead servants. Watch and I will demonstrate." Marbaz then immediately raised those goblins who had no breath left. A strange sigil appeared on each of their heads. No sooner had he finished speaking than those T-letter 1ED Lin surged toward Leon at breakneck speed. Yet the blade projecting from his hand halted right before Leon's face. Marbaz said, "This process is called seal engraving. Of course there are other ways to create T-letter 1ED Lin thralls, but this is the only method applicable to monsters. The rest I'll save for another time." Leon slowly stood and said, "I understand." Marbaz nodded, indicating that then you may try it yourself. But Leon did not hurry and asked, "Before doing that, may I ask you something?" After receiving Marbaz's answer of what you wish to ask, he spoke. "My senior once said that turning a human into a T-letter 1ED Lin is much harder than a monster. Do you think I have reached the level to do that?" Marbaz replied with interest, asking as if you already have a target in mind. Leon made no attempt to hide it. "Indeed I do." Marbaz squinted and asked, "Then who is the unlucky one?" Leon's face changed with hatred as he named the victim, Kirchar von Marbaz, my only uncle. At the moment that stupid noble still hadn't sensed death waving at him, and was still reveling in a victory that hadn't even happened. They kept joking and drinking from one glass to the next. When Kirchar suddenly spoke up, "That unfortunate householder is indeed a fool, yet since his death my life has become smoother than ever. Such is life. One who seizes opportunity will always benefit, don't you agree? That one seized the chance to flatter, of course. Now we only need to clear the last obstacle. You must feel somewhat relieved now, Lord Kirchar." Kirchar, feeling unimpeded, waved his hand indifferently. "Dealing with that brat is not a big deal. Now raise your glass and drain it. Enjoy this moment of glory." At that moment, a loud noise shook the entire building. A lamp's hanging cord snapped with a thunk, sending the chandelier crashing down onto the table. The delicate beauties, frightened out of their wits, screamed and fled. Kirchar looked puzzled. What the hell was that? The woman beside him was sweating profusely. This building is warded by protective magic. How could a gust of wind shake the whole place? Suddenly Kirchar noticed something and signaled for everyone to be silent. Then he turned toward that direction and called out, "Is anyone there? No one in the Marbaz domain dares oppose me anymore." A voice from behind made Kirchar jump. "What made you think that, uncle?" Leon stood imposingly behind him, looking at him with cold, dangerous eyes. Seeing Leon, Kirchar no longer paid much mind. "Oh, look who it is, the declined new head of House Marbaz." As he spoke, he waved his men forward. Leon narrowed his eyes at them, then said sarcastically, "Thank you for still recognizing me as the rightful heir of this house." Kirchar laughed confidently. "I see no reason for you to barging in here unannounced at this late hour. What do you want with me?" Leon answered in a superior tone. What an odd question. Does the master of a house need a reason to see his vassal? Must I announce my intentions just to suit you? Kerchar, his pride stung, retorted sharply. Any worthy head of house need not do such a thing. But both you and I know you're hardly worthy, aren't you? Are you afraid your seat as family head will be taken from you? Too late, brat. Your father is no longer here to protect you. Leon gently drew back the thin curtain to reveal his strikingly heroic face. No, I have learned that only I can protect myself. Kerchar laughed as if he'd heard the funniest joke of the year. Ha ha, and your newly enlightened wisdom tells you coming here alone was a good idea. You dare come to me as if you had spare lives to waste. Leon asked back, puzzled. Dare, sir, the daring here is yours, thinking I came alone. Kerchar tensed, alert. What are you talking about? No sooner had he finished than the ground beneath him trembled violently. He stared at the flow under his feet in alarm. This is wrong. It's not ordinary magic but abyssal magic. I know this sensation well, a darkness deeper than anyone can imagine. As if realizing something unbelievable, his pupils constricted at the sight. No way, T-letter 1ED Lin. To confirm it all, Leon replied to him. Yes, they are T-letter 1ED Lin. He seemed to tell the self-satisfied man. You've arrived at the place, and your number has come up. Kerchar could no longer laugh. He shouted, but how can this be? Even my brother in life couldn't summon them. Leon, as if bestowing charity upon the dying man, explained, don't you understand? The Marba's house has always been, and from now on will be, a family of masters of T-letter 1ED Lin summoning. Kerchar clenched his teeth and ordered. Soldiers, quickly cut down these disgusting monsters. The soldiers, obeying the command, sprang forward at once. Leon regarded the foolish men before him like a heap of trash, overestimating themselves. At that moment, a goblin leapt up and slashed down a vanguard. The man only realized it as he was dying. He tried to protest to the goblin like, hey, I have hands and feet, I'm not maimed, why wouldn't I fight back? And so the assassin was given a one-way ticket back to the earth because of his own carelessness. He collapsed as Kerchar's men looked on in stunned silence. The T-letter 1ED Lin, obeying Leon, continued to sweep through with no sign of stopping. Kerchar stammered as he watched the horrific scene. Monsters. Kerchar stared blankly at the blood-soaked sight before him. Something was wrong. This was completely beyond reason. If my eyes aren't deceiving me, that brat is using T-letter 1ED Lin summoning. But how could that be? Thinking this, he condensed a sphere of black mana in his palm. Gritting his teeth in fury as he glared at Leon and shouted, What have you done to profane the power of our founding ancestor? Leon replied coldly, Is it that strange for a head of House Marbas to command T-letter 1ED Lin? Kerchar bellowed in disbelief. Absurd. The art of summoning T-letter 1ED Lin is an ancient secret long lost, buried in the flow of history. Even your father couldn't use it when he was alive. You expect me to believe a worthless brat like you is any different. I won't accept your claim. Seeing him mouth off while dying, Leon indulged him. If you don't believe me, then I'll have to prove it. But let me warn you, that would not be a wise choice, uncle. Immediately, a horde of goblins was summoned to its feet. The lot of them surged forward at the target, without waiting for orders. Kerchar tossed the black mana orb in his hand and, gritting his teeth, risked a counterattack. Return to the abyss. The sphere struck straight into them. A few goblins. Their bodies immediately rotted and toppled backward. Seeing the attack work, Kerchar brightened noticeably. But the goblins, though their bodies had been corroded, still stiffly rose again. The aura grew stronger and stronger. Their eyes flashed red, and they madly charged to counterattack a second time. The sight terrified Kerchar. He lost his fighting confidence and frantically turned, shouting, "Can someone take down this monster?" But on closer look his eyes widened. All those who followed him had been struck down in a heap on the floor, with no support left. Kerchar forced himself to gather more black mana, continuously firing it toward the goblin horde. But this time the goblins were only delayed briefly, prompting him to curse in annoyance. "Damn, as much as I hate to admit it, my magical skill is only slightly above a novice. Moreover, I'm hindered by the effects of alcohol. I could truly be in danger and can't win by force." Kerchar changed tone to threaten, "There will be consequences for betrayal. Do you hear me? This is not something to take lightly." Before his words finished, a goblin lunged forward to attack. A sharp blade pierced through his chest. Pain burst from his chest, making Kerchar's eyes roll, gazing at Leon as he condensed a black sphere. But as his life drained away, the black sphere dissipated with it. Kerchar snarled a threat. "You dare betray your own bloodline, you will never be forgiven." Leon replied coldly, "I recall once reading a treatise on the continent's history with my father. On the battlefield there are only winners and losers, and over the flow of time, history's cold eye will decide who is who." Kerchar growled in anger, "You intend to lecture me?" Leon said indifferently, "Although I am apathetic, perhaps I have not fully internalized that. However, there is one thing I read in that book, which is that forgiveness is the privilege of the victor. You were once a victor too, weren't you? I suppose after you stabbed my father in the back to save your own skin, but alas, times have changed." Exposed, Kerchar gritted his teeth and barked, "Shut your mouth." Leon paid no mind. Issuing orders to the goblins, he said, "Uncle, no, Lord Kerchar von Marbas, I will not see you off. Rather, I hope you endure every moment on the road ahead. I will remember this day as the day you were defeated, and as a punishment, I will strip away your hope of seeing tomorrow's dawn." As the head of House Marbas finished speaking, the summoned horde charged fiercely. Kerchar's eyes widened as he saw the blade at his throat. A wail of agony rang out, fresh blood spurted, and Kerchar's body collapsed lifelessly. Watching this, Marbas licked the blood and observed, "Truly as mad as I suspected. Even my demon San would weep to witness this. A novice who can use T-letter 1ED Lin, summoning so deftly on the first try. One might think you've been commanding T-letter 1ED Lin for a decade." At Marbas's words, Leon looked down in silence. After a moment, he came up with something and exclaimed, "I've just had a rather interesting idea." Marbas forced a smile and mumbled, "Interesting or horrifying?" The next day, the meeting room, lacking its head, was opened again. An irritable voice spoke up, "Another council meeting. Does anyone know why Lord Kerchar summoned us this time?" Another man said, "Who knows? I'm as clueless as you. It seems his close aide on the council hasn't arrived yet. We'll have to wait patiently a bit longer." Baldy was sweating with tension. After all, an emergency council meeting isn't something to take lightly. What if there's news that House Sylvester plans to break the peace treaty and attack while we're in chaos? The long-haired man cut in, "Come on, don't be so suspicious. I don't think they'd dare break an agreement between two great houses. Besides, for war to resume it requires official approval from the superiors." The blonde agreed, "You're not wrong. Anyway, let's wait and see. All doubts will be clarified once Lord Kerchar officially assumes the headship." Just then, the meeting room door opened. Leon entered coldly. He said nothing, causing the people there not to dare speak to him, only whispering to each other, "What's going on? I thought this meeting was called by Lord Kerchar. So why is Leon here, if he intends to challenge Lord Kerchar's right of succession?" As if Kerchar cared about those formalities, which makes sense, but if not for that, what is Leon doing here? Hearing them, Leon cast a cold glance. pulled out the chief's chair, sat and said, "Did you expect to see him here instead of me? Unfortunately, we will not be attending this meeting. Or to be precise, we cannot attend." The long-haired man got straight to the point and asked, "Cannot? You mean, could you clarify?" Leon paid him no mind and said, "He's dead." That left them dumbfounded, dead. Leon confirmed, "He died by my hand. If that answer satisfies your questions, does anyone on the council have anything else to say?" Everyone present stared at him in astonishment. One of them angrily demanded, "If what you say is true, my lord, I demand a clearer explanation than a few offhand words. How do you intend to explain the death of the senior elder of House Marbas when we have not yet mourned your predecessor?" Faced with those words, Leon remained indifferent. Another, seeing him remain silent, chimed in, "Yes, you may be the head, but at least give us a satisfactory explanation." He shot them a dark glance, then declared in a low voice, "Kirchar von Marbas is a traitor to the house, not only turning his back on my father and revealing crucial information to the enemy house Sylvester. He even conspired to seize the rightful position I hold at the head of this house." The man who had questioned him just now could not hide his horror upon hearing these accusations. Despite the frightened glances directed at him, Leon turned to them again and asked, "What I find strange is that, although there are ample legitimate reasons to execute him immediately, you all still vigorously defend him with suspicious loyalty." The room fell silent at that remark. The man who had challenged him earlier now quietly reevaluated. This council summons was issued under Kirchar's name, yet he did not appear. That only bolsters the claim that he was killed. He was not the only one. Another prick-haired fellow wondered aloud, "How stupid would that old man have to be killed by someone as young as you?" But some immediately began calculating their own interests. This is not the time to worry about Kirchar. If this young Leon truly could assassinate Kirchar without help. He hurriedly stood to make his position clear. "My heavens, I knew nothing at all." He kept urging everyone in the room to denounce him. How dare he commit such a heinous crime, while inwardly fearing and speculating that perhaps Leon possessed some powerful magic. The blond man, hearing that, quickly grasped the situation before them and hastily defended himself. We are completely innocent. How could we have known that that old fox was plotting such abominable things?" He seemed impatient with them and ordered silence. Then calmly accused everyone present. "Your defenses may be valid, but that does not change the fact that you have all committed a grave crime, negligence. For failing to uncover the traitor within the house, the once astute man cursed inwardly, 'Damn it, this brat has outfoxed us all.' But the prickly-haired man still wouldn't yield and asked him again, 'Well said, my lord, but one issue remains unclear. If Kirchar truly is a traitor, is there any evidence to support this accusation? In fact, who can be sure you didn't kill an innocent by mistake?'" Leon seemed to ponder those words. Then he slowly rose and replied with disappointment, "You reacted exactly as someone wiser than I predicted." The man sitting nearest him asked, "Predicted? My lord, whom do you mean?" Marbas suddenly appeared on his shoulder, bowing his head as if signaling to Leon. And Leon nodded in response, then began to perform the undead summoning magic as he addressed them. "Very well, you want proof, do you? Then let me expose the betrayal of Kirchar von Marbas." The meeting room was instantly shrouded in a bleak aura full of deathly energy. Leon's cold voice rang out, "It is the true bloodline of House Marbas." Leon von Marbas summoned the spirit of a cursed soul still wandering this world. At his call, the undead seemed to crawl up from the earth. They had black, bloodthirsty eyes that stared hungrily at those in the room, and the spellbook in his hand exuded a dense miasma of death. The council members panicked as they recognized the incantation. That is undead summoning magic. How could he perform it? At that moment, Kirchar's rotted spirit burst forth from within the book. The pragmatic man from earlier almost couldn't believe it and stammered. Could he have rediscovered the lost magic of our house? Leon called out nonchalantly, Kirchar von Marbes. You will confess your crimes here with whatever sliver of reason you have left. In apparent response, Kirchar's spirit stirred with difficulty. The man watched this and asked shakily, Kirchar, how can this be? Leon glared coldly at him. I'm growing tired of hearing that question repeatedly. What is so astonishing? Isn't death magic the root craft of House Marbes? Those words were like a command. The evil spirits immediately howled and attacked. The blond man shouted in panic, Everyone run, damn it. The brown-haired man turned to flee, angrily yelling at the person blocking his way. What are you still standing there for? Move. But then he realized in horror that the figure before him was only a headless corpse. Before he could recover, a trembling voice sounded from behind. Help, glancing back. He saw the blond man from earlier crawling on the ground pleading for aid. His legs had been severed by something, leaving a long trail of blood across the floor. And he grew even more terrified when he noticed a shadowy figure blocking his path. Leon looked down from above with a murderous gaze. Forgive me, but this meeting is not over yet. You'd best listen to your lord until I have nothing more to say. At his command, Kirchar's spirit, driven by the deathly aura, approached the blond man. His body bent into a rigid crouch, opening his rotten mouth as if to answer Leon. Leon calmly posed his question. I will ask once more, Kirchar von Marbes. Is there anyone among those seated here who was completely unaware of your abominable crimes? The hoarse, broken voice of the spirit immediately answered his question. Those who once served the previous head of the house. All of them turned their backs on him to the very last man. There is no one here who did not know of my betrayal. That confession threw the room into crisis once more. Leon concluded nonchalantly, that is the answer. The blond man now screamed in panic, my lord, please forgive me. The brown-haired man hurriedly begged, I will confess my crimes. The prickly-haired man was no less urgent, plead with you. Give us a chance to prove our loyalty, my lord. But then he suddenly flinched, realizing death stood right behind him. In an instant the room was filled with desperate screams, until those sounds were completely silenced. Only then did Leon gently declare, the authority granted to me as head of the house. Leon von Marbes announced before the council. He closed the spellbook in his hand, ending the judgment. That the dark art of undead summoning has been officially restored in House Marbes. Leon stood in contemplative silence among the room full of corpses. After a moment he snorted lightly and asked the one who had been hiding behind the curtain. Where is Lord Pullen right now? The servant Leon summoned was so frightened he froze and stammered. He replied evasively, I fear he has been thrown into the dungeons below, accused of treason. Leon immediately ordered him, then you will lead the way. The man answered yes. But as he reached the door, he seemed to remember something. His voice like ice, heavy with threat. The rest of you may choose to flee if you wish. But remember that I will not be responsible for what happens next. The servants in the manor lay terrified on the floor. They stared at him in panic, receiving the menace in his words. For your own sake, I hope you make a wise choice. The door to the room closed with a dry, echoing thud. At the same time, in the Sylvester manor, the butler came in from outside, bearing a letter. My lord, a letter has just been delivered for you. Alan quickly took the letter from the man's hand and muttered, I see. He skimmed the contents of the letter, and satisfaction could not hide from his eyes. He said excitedly to the butler before him, Excellent. It seems even the crown has turned its back on House Marbes. The man cheerfully echoed his master's sentiment. Of course, my lord, aside from their founding ancestor, that house has never achieved anything worthy of its inflated reputation. What they possess in funds and manpower is laughable, if not pathetic. Alan agreed with him. Indeed, their resources are even scarcer than their manpower. He set the letter down and decided, in any case, we will proceed with the planned course. Then, seeming very pleased, he added, House Marbas will finally kneel in the upcoming noble conflict next month. Well, are you ready? The butler hastened to pledge his loyalty. Yes, my lord. Alan asked in a low voice, are we certain we will win? The butler affirmed confidently to him. Unless a true necromancer appears in House Marbas after centuries of decline, or the ancestor Wellen von Marbas rises from his grave, the possibility of our failure is almost nil. Alan smirked with satisfaction. Then this war is entirely ours. In the dungeons of House Marbas, a blunt voice rang out. Young Master Pullen fell to his knees on the ground, earnestly confessing to Leon, please forgive this foolish servant. I ignored Kirchar's dark ambitions and thus put you in imminent danger. He said contritely to him, I deserve to be executed. Leon watched the man before him in silence. Lord Pullen gazed at his kneeling, remorseful form and pondered without cease. He is one of the few loyal retainers left of House Marbas, and the only one who dared openly oppose my uncle. In any case, I must recruit him to my side. With that in mind, he quickly helped him to his feet. Stand up, Lord Pullen. Then he gently reassured him, there is still much to do and I need your service. Pullen, moved, asked him back, my service? Young master, he said, but what use is a failure like me to you? But before Leon could reply, a few flies buzzing around Pullen shattered the moment between them. Leon reluctantly ended the conversation. First, you should wash yourself. Then meet me in the family study, and we will discuss the details. Pullen, overjoyed to the point of tears, exclaimed, you are too generous, my lord. Then, unable to contain his emotion, he swore to Leon, Pullen vows absolute loyalty to you for all time. A while later, in his private chamber, Leon stood in quiet contemplation looking out when Marbas suddenly appeared beside him. As usual, he neatly hopped onto Leon's shoulder, comfortably licking his fur, and asked him, so what do you plan to do next? The choice is yours, O Sine. After a moment, Pullen exclaimed in astonishment, what? He seemed frightened, speechless by Leon's idea. But I can't think of anything more dangerous than contacting House Sylvester while impersonating Kirchar. But very quickly Pullen composed himself and analyzed the situation, wanting to play the role convincingly. He feared it would require an extraordinary performance. Amid his worry, Leon calmly cast a spell. Is this enough? A grotesque shadow answered his summon and appeared. Very quickly, it had taken the form of Kirchar. This left Pullen utterly stunned. What unholy wonder is this? He couldn't believe his eyes and wondered silently how the clan lord could remain so calm about this. Moreover, he had even turned his own uncle into an undead. He looked at Leon's cold, indifferent demeanor and fully trusted what he had been told. Other retainers had spoken of it, but seeing with one's own eyes was incomparable. Moved by the thought, Pullen asked him, so the rumors that you mastered the art of summoning the dead are true? Leon nodded calmly. I believe so, yes. At this, a resentment rose within Pullen. If in House Marbas's golden age with the power of a true soul summoner he could seize whatever he desired, why would fate be so cruel to our house? If in House Marbas's golden age with the power of a true soul summoner he could seize whatever he desired, why would fate be so cruel to our house? My lord, sooner or later, they will notice the flaws. He carefully reminded him, The undead cannot perfectly recreate a person's handwriting, gestures, or way of speaking. He completely agreed with him on this. That's true, if this were an undead revived from Kirchar's corpse, but presented as the Kirchar we just created to explain to him. But in fact, this is only the undead of a doppelganger I happened to find. It is a creature capable of copying the appearance, memories, and even part of the victim's abilities. While Pullen was astonished by the abilities of the fake Kirchar, Leon quietly recalled the circumstances in which he found the doppelganger before him. In the memory when he drew his bloodied sword out. Exhausted he panted and staggered backward in the dark temple of the clan, before a corpse that had just been felled before him. Leon asked curiously, "What is the name of this monster?" Marbas replied quickly. Doppler, he further explained. It can mimic part of a victim's appearance, memories, and skills. It is a fearsome creature that often disguises itself as lost or abandoned people. It had disguised itself as the girl following Leon, hiding to one side and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Marbas also warned him that it ultimately kills the original and can even devour the victim's companions. Leon fell silent for a moment. So what now about Dapur? Meanwhile, Marbas was inwardly very satisfied. As expected, life begets life in Wellen. At that moment, the corpse of the doppelganger began to pour out streams of deathly chi. It seemed to be controlled as it stirred and rose before Leon. While Marbas, pleased, finished his thought, "You were kind to leave your most precious pack to your beloved descendant." The girl's body that the doppelganger had become smiled with eyes flashing a cold light. With the oppressive deathly chi around the girl, the doppelganger had become soulless. Standing before him, Leon asked in puzzlement, "Should I feel pleased?" The Lord confirmed with satisfaction, "Certainly. Be careful, this creature can only transform into targets the necromancer has encountered before." As Marbas said these words, a strange form made of deathly chi began to take shape over the girl. He paid it little attention and continued explaining to Leon, "And any target possessing magical power far superior to the caster cannot be resurrected as a duplicate by any means." Marbas asked him in a low voice, "Do you accept these conditions?" "Signer, no matter how talented you are still inexperienced." He then pointed to the grimoire in Leon's hand as a reminder. "Even if you succeed in imprisoning your uncle's soul, it is meaningless if you have no way to maintain long-term control. Eventually, his soul will dissipate into nothingness." With that, Marbas made a suggestion to him. "I advise you to leave House Marbas for a time, at least until you find a solution to this situation." But before he finished, Leon cut him off firmly. "No way, I will not turn my back on my bloodline." For that stubbornness, he did not hesitate to explain as plainly as day. "If I am absent, what will happen? The innocents in the manor will be slaughtered or, at best, subjugated under the heavy boots of the invading Sylvesters." Marbas growled and asked back, "And yet you are willing to put your life on the scale for them?" Leon held his ground and resolutely affirmed, "I am willing to die for them." He could not fathom Leon's thinking and could only wonder inwardly, victory for blind loyalty to this house. To achieve what? But quickly Marbas pushed that question aside and turned back to the monster that had just manifested. "All right, perhaps there are more urgent matters to discuss." At this point, the girl's body had completely vanished, leaving behind a creature formed of inky death chi. He directed Leon toward the creature. "Then do as you wish. Make that thing your T-letter 1 EED Lin. I reckon you'll find it useful." He was slightly curious about the monster's origins and asked, "Do you know this creature?" Marbas replied nonchalantly, "Of course. It was once one of the T-letter 1 EED Lin under Welland's command. Given your current state, it may be a little difficult to control. Remember, its temperament is rather unpleasant." After receiving the clear answer, Leon brought the T-letter 1ED Lin matrix inside the black book toward the monster and recited the summoning incantation. Spirit of the departed, heed the summoning of the Marba's heir. Leon von Marbas calls you back to the realm of the living. Very quickly, the creature, which had been a mass of death chi, assumed a distinct human form, while it still stared at Leon with white-rolled eyes. Marbas from behind struck it hard on the head and shouted, "Wake up, black thing, stop sleeping away. For the first time in centuries, we have obtained a signee." The creature called Black Fruit flailed in confusion, as Marbas impatiently scolded the stupid being, "At least change your shape before you speak, otherwise nobody will understand you." Black Fruit accepted the admonition and considered it seriously, then came up with a new idea. He cast magic. Very quickly, from the stream of death chi emerged a cold-faced likeness of Leon, carrying taunts toward Marbas, arrogant words from a tattered stray cat. That remark successfully angered him. "What, are you tired of living?" Black Fruit had now assumed Leon's complete appearance and mocked Marbas. "I was already dead, you foolish cat." Yet Leon, facing a face identical to his own, remained utterly calm. That thought marked the end of his memory. Back in the present, Pullen seriously considered the plan before him. If there were a way to replicate even Kirchar's small habits from his memories, then it might be possible to fool the Sylvesters with his T-letter 1ED Lin. "My lord," he asserted to Leon with certainty, "I guarantee this plan will succeed. I, Pullen, swear I will carry it out at all costs." He replied with satisfaction, "That is the answer I hoped for, Lord Pullen." This time he asked carefully, "If I may, my lord, would you generously allow me to ask one final question?" Leon's silence was taken as consent. Pullen then voiced his concern. "The Sylvesters will surely receive royal support to attack House Marbas again. So, why are you determined to stay despite the obvious danger? Wouldn't fleeing offer a higher chance of survival?" The question reminded Leon of Marbas's earlier counsel. "I advise you to leave House Marbas for a while, at least to find a solution to this situation." As before, he replied resolutely, "Protecting the house is my duty." That stubbornness moved Pullen's heart. He carefully made his oath but couldn't help asking, "Then I, Pullen, pledge to serve you wholeheartedly. However, if I may be so bold, may I ask about your true motivation, my lord?" But this question seemed to trouble Leon. He fell silent for a moment before answering, "To be honest, I've wondered that for a long time." Pullen was surprised. "You mean your personal motivation?" Leon did not hide it and confirmed to him, "Yes, but I can't say I have some noble ideal in mind. I simply wonder how to become a worthy head of the house. And what does worthy even mean?" The answer was unclear, at least for now, and Pullen was left utterly stunned by those words. While Leon calmly related his thoughts, "Therefore I chose to buy time to search for the answer myself." He gave a slight smile, his voice turning cold for a moment. "For that purpose, I will stop anyone who seeks to take what belongs to us." He recalled past days and laid out plans and direction for the present. "As long as I do not repeat my father's mistakes and can protect what I have." Over and over, "One day perhaps I will find the answer to why I fight for this land. That's all I think about it. There's likely nothing loftier than that." He finished his words with a relieved smile. That night in the bedroom, Black Fruit again took his form to converse. "Who would have thought this house has fallen so low? You have a lot to do." The signee, sitting aside, angrily snapped, "Call me Master Black Fruit. How dare you speak arrogantly to our signee like that?" He casually retorted to Marbas, "Oh, but the head of House Marbas himself doesn't seem overly concerned with such formalities." Marbas had meant to bark back, but suddenly thought of something and turned to ask Leon, clearing his throat, "Signee, has anyone ever told you that you're very insensitive to social cues?" Leon, a little surprised, bowed his head. I think so, how did you know? He replied offhandedly, I just had that hunch, then went on to clarify Black Fruit's background to Leon. After all, Black Fruit was once Welland's contracted beast. In other words, he was passed down to you as part of an inherited legacy. The Black Fruit was once a loyal assassin serving your ancestors. Leon paused to ponder the newly received information and agreed. I see. The ability to transform into anyone would be very useful for an assassin. Receiving Leon's confirmation, he smugly teased. Marbas the Black is excellent at killing and will be very useful to the signee. Unlike some stray cat with an oversized ego, you shouted back in a fury, I'm not a cat. Do you want to be thrown back into the abyss for insolence? Meanwhile, Leon completely ignored their noisy squabble and said to him, seriously, I really need your talents. Lampfruit also ignored the brawl between them and asked seriously, can you disguise yourself as my late Uncle Kirchar? The Black Fruit immediately affirmed to him, of course, that's as easy as a piece of snake. As people often say. Marbas immediately caught the slip in his words and mocked. You fool! The saying is supposed to be as easy as eating cake, not as easy as eating snake. The Black Fruit didn't understand why one would waste taste on human cakes when delicious snake venom was at hand, right within reach. Leon went along and replied, each to their own tastes, I suppose. Marbas fell silent, then turned to warn him. Don't indulge this fool, signee. At that moment, someone knocked hard on the door. Someone. Pullen received his reply and hurriedly burst in from outside. It's me, Pullen, reporting to the clan leader. While presenting a letter before him. I just received a letter from House Sylvester and came here immediately to deliver it to you in person. He slowly read the contents of the letter. It was a denunciation and a declaration of war. More than a century has passed since House Marbas withdrew from ducal duties. As a reproach to the Marbas family, which still greedily enjoys the blood, sweat, and tears of its subjects. House Sylvester, under the rightful leadership of Count Alan de Sylvester, now challenges House Marbas to a war between noble houses. If House Marbas accepts surrender within the specified time, all-out war will be avoided, and your people will be received with open arms. However, if you refuse this condition, in 1 month's time, the forces of House Sylvester will march into the Marbas territory and raze everything in their path. In the name of the will and the clear death of His Majesty the Emperor, Countess Alan de Sylvester. Marbas finished reading the letter and remarked, so the storm is gradually approaching. Leon muttered to himself, we only have exactly 1 month left. He sneered and taunted him. What? Suddenly feeling scared. Then he jumped down from his shoulder and seriously offered a solution. It's true we don't have much time, but I think we can retreat, wait for a chance to counterattack, gather forces, and Leon casually cut him off. Sir, you've misunderstood my meaning. He looked at the dark magic in his palm and smiled with a low chuckle. What I mean is, I'm not sure I have the patience to wait that long. Marbas, hearing this, once again warned him seriously, you truly are a signee crazier than anyone can imagine. Their army will number in the hundreds. Don't naively underestimate them. This threat is entirely different from your uncle. Will you really face them? In response, he gave a cold look and a faint, confident smile. Oh, I think we'll manage. He raised his hand and summoned a stream of dark chi filled with wailing souls, the scent of death, answering Marbas. This time I won't bother with mercy. I'll simply sweep away every life before me. The next morning, in the crowded market, a few townspeople were chatting. Hey, have you heard about young Kirchar disappearing at noon last night? Another person replied, of course. So many bad things happening one after another, while the former clan leader only recently passed away. A middle-aged man said anxiously, that's right. I only hope the young master stays safe. He just lost his only relative shortly after his father died, another person added uneasily. I don't know if he has the strength to face the storms ahead. A young man nearby who had been eavesdropping joined in. You're talking about the Lord's son. Calm down, don't worry, I believe he'll be fine. The middle-aged man thought of the hostile army looming outside the city and grew fearful. True enough, it's not like the Sinvestors won't come to break down the gates again soon like last time. I hope you two are right. Another person added a comment, but an exclamation from behind quickly cut their conversation short. Pullen's face darkened as he warned the townspeople. Do I need to remind you that walls have ears? And following behind him was none other than Leon. The townspeople recognized them and hurriedly bowed, explaining Lord Pullen. We were only chatting idly in our spare time. They turned to Leon and added, and of course, please accept our deepest condolences to you and the clan leader. The loss of Marbas is truly tragic. Losing a loved one is already hard enough. I can't imagine how much suffering you're enduring, Sir Young Master. Leon calmly cut him off and announced, on the contrary, my uncle is still alive. He's merely bedridden from a sudden illness. If you must know, he thought privately, it's best to let the whole territory believe he's still alive for now. Then he politely reassured the townspeople, but that said, you needn't worry too much about him. With those few words he swiftly ended the conversation, turned away and thought to himself, to deceive the enemy, first deceive your allies. On the way, Leon quietly ordered Pullen. Pullen, you will be responsible for ensuring all surviving servants of the clan and any witnesses keep this matter secret. He hurriedly replied, at your command, my lord. Trust me, he then took the opportunity to probe Leon's purpose for this trip. By the way, do you have any objective in visiting the town center? Just give the order and I'll prepare whatever you need. He answered him briefly, but there's one thing I need to confirm myself. At that moment Marbas, sitting on Leon's shoulder, spoke up here. I sense a strong source of mana coming from the building ahead. They were now standing before a building with its doors tightly shut. He walked up alone, not forgetting to instruct Pullen. Pullen, you may wait here until I return. He called to him worriedly, clan leader. Are you sure you want to go in yourself? Leon answered calmly, yes, and I order you, Fong, to seal the door behind me. Do not let anyone enter or leave this place. Once I step inside, a chaotic scene struck his eyes. Ahead, a few people were busy cleaning up the mess. Leon approached a person with animal ears and asked Marbas, is it him? Marbas immediately confirmed, without a doubt. The one they were talking about was a beastkin youth with a body covered in scars and a vacant look in his eyes. Marbas looked at him and clicked his tongue in regret. What a pity to let such a rare talent wither away. No wonder, your house lacks a single servant perceptive enough to recognize true talent. Leon stepped up to the youth and said amiably, may I trouble you for a moment? The beastkin boy saw him, panicked, and immediately dropped to his knees. Forgive me, young master, there was a brawl at the tavern last night caused by some unruly customers. We would be very grateful if you could come back another time. A woman from behind rushed forward at those words and stomped hard on the beastkin boy vaulter. Is that how you speak to the young master? She then turned to put on a strained smile and said, please forgive us, young master, we did not intend for a lowly beastkin to receive you. As soon as she finished, she immediately snapped at Valter in a harsh tone. You insolent whelp, do you know whom you are speaking to? Ah, she said aggressively to Leon, take note. This is young Master Marbas. The beastkin youth remained prostrate, pleading softly. I beg your pardon, madam. I'm new to this area and didn't know. Leon kept his tone gentle and repeated his request. That's right. And as I said, I'd like you to spare some time for me. The woman happily agreed at that. Oh, I'd be glad to. "Young master, I haven't had much to do these days." But Leon cut her off coldly. "No, I have nothing to say to you." He fixed his gaze on Walter, insisting the person he wanted to meet was him, while recalling Marbaz's instructions. According to the demon king Marbaz, this beastkin has extraordinary potential. He will become an important servant of the house. The youth still knelt on the ground, but facing the man before him, his emotions turned into panic. What did she say? That youth is the young master of House Marbaz. Meanwhile, Leon began to cast dark magic. Waves of death chi reached out to Walter, gently mending the wounds all over his body. The youth stared in disbelief at his smooth, unblemished skin and exclaimed, "You healed my wounds." Leon patiently repeated his request once more. "One last time, may I invite you to spare some time for me?" The landlady again stepped between him and the beastkin. "I'm sorry to say this, young master, but this beastkin is my personal slave. He has no right to grant you his time. If you wish, you should have asked me first." He thought with contempt, "The landlady wasn't present when I took my uncle's life. With all witnesses dead, she likely knows nothing." He smirked coldly and asked, "Very well, I have a few questions. First, since when did the Duchy of Marbaz allow slavery to exist?" And furthermore, his cold voice sharply criticized her form of address. "And second, even though some time has passed since my predecessor died, why do you stubbornly continue to address me by my childhood title? Could it be?" At those words, death chi began to flood the air, causing both the landlady and her guards to recoil in alarm. Leon activated a magic sigil and asked in a low voice, "So, you do not recognize me as the rightful head of House Marbaz?" Marbaz approved with satisfied praise, "Well done. O you who have made a pact with me." He then turned to the others, his voice full of menace. "Though he is young, I will tolerate no one who dares show disrespect to the bearer of my covenant. Such people do not deserve mercy." Meanwhile, Leon calmly ordered the woman, "He is not the only one I care about. If you own any other slaves, release them all immediately. You have 10 minutes to carry out this order. I will give no further chances." The woman glared at him in displeasure, completely disregarding his command as she sneered, "Young master, are you really prepared for what comes next?" At that she seemed to remember and mocked, "Oh, did I forget to use your proper title? Just be aware of it yourself." Leon paid little mind to her contempt and replied indifferently, "After all, I've heard worse." He again reached out gently toward Walter. The gesture left the boy puzzled. "My lord, I don't understand why you show me such kindness. I'm just a useless slave." But a snap of his fingers cut off the boy's question. Quickly, a group of men surrounded Leon on command. The landlady thundered to her thugs, "Come on, brothers, seize him. Lord Kirchar said he'd back us." They charged forward at once. Faced with the situation, Leon calmly cast his magic. A strand of death chi dripping from his hand, in an instant summoned a pack of death spirits. They made no hesitation and rushed in to take down the men. And the landlady was immediately terrified by what she saw. Meanwhile, Leon drew his cracked, broken sword and calmly held it out before a death spirit, saying, "Lend me a sword. As you can see, mine is damaged." It obediently handed him a blade. Leon promised with satisfaction, "Good, I'll return it when I'm done." He slowly took it and strode forward, slaughtering the unlucky men who stood before him. He cut down those unfortunate men without hesitation. The landlady now trembled in panic, muttering, "What the hell is this?" She stared unbelievingly at the carnage. How could a useless brat possess such terrifying power? Meanwhile, Walter still stood stunned, watching the scene. Leon gently said to him, "You asked what I've done to make you worthy of my kindness. Do you see yourself as a useless slave?" He looked at the boy and affirmed sincerely, But the truth could not be further from that. At least for now, you can be an important factor in my plans. The youth couldn't believe what he heard and silently denied it. What is he saying? A noble clan lord like him, why would he need someone like me? The youth couldn't believe what he heard and silently denied it. What is he saying? A noble clan lord like him, why would he need someone like me? Memories from long ago surged into his mind, of being a child beaten until he begged for mercy. "Ah, it hurts, please stop, I beg you." But those children ignored his pleas, continuing their cruel blows and kicks while spewing vicious insults. "Shut your filthy mouth, you scum. You ruined this year's harvest. We should never have let you into the village." What a disgusting animal. The boy clutched his head and endured those beatings. When I was a child, I couldn't understand the cruel smiles and contempt before me. I always wondered, why do human children bully me like that? Or why do they take pleasure in watching me suffer? I was just an innocent child, unable to make sense of any of it. My eyes burned red and drooped as if to submit. But in the end they flared up with bitter, furious rage. But now I understand. Along with that came a dreadful power emanating from me, which sent those human children flying. I angrily asked them, "Why can't you leave me alone?" In the boy's heart, recalling that moment finally made things clear. There was no specific reason they chose to make my life a hell, except that I was different from them. But in the memory, the beastkin boy screamed in pain at those children. "Why are you doing this?" For that reason alone, I became the target of their hatred. When the boy calmed, he found the bodies of the other children around him. Then one day I suddenly realized what I had been too naive to understand before. The boy was horrified at what he had done and terrifiedly blamed himself. Could it be that I caused all of this? At first I couldn't accept that truth. I was afraid to face it. So the child in the memory turned and ran, fleeing from the horrors he had caused. The fact that I was a boundless monster, just as they had said. Back in the present, the fight in the room had come to an end. The landlady, still clueless, angrily shouted at Leon, "What have you done? Do you think a fit of foolish rage will make Lord Kirchar give up his title? A useless noble like you can't do anything to stop us. Remember that." He only replied coldly, "Oh, you might be more right than you think at the moment. But that doesn't mean I will always be the useless noble you claim, a man who never fights injustice. Soon I will become a clan lord worthy of House Marbas." As he spoke, a dark orb gradually formed in his hand. Leon turned that orb toward the woman and intoned in a low voice, "And you have no place in the future of this territory." She only managed an incomplete scream, "You insolent." Then very quickly, everything fell silent. Leon turned away in disgust, facing the gaze that Walter had not taken off him all this time. He stared at Leon and thought, he may be a killer with blood on his hands. Standing among a row of corpses as Leon slowly approached, questions kept flooding his mind. But why do I not feel fear standing before him? Why is that? Leon came before him and smiled politely. "Walter, isn't it? He made his offer. Would you like to help me?" "I need your service." The boy thought for a moment, then chose to be honest with him. "If it's not too abrupt, my lord, may I ask one question before pledging my loyalty?" Immediately after, he removed his disguise, revealing his true form as he spoke to him. "I am a descendant of the Lang Ma tribe. Even among beastkin, our clan is the most despised. You carry the pain in your heart and anguished. Ask him whether you must endure this contempt for the rest of your life. How much longer must our clan live in humiliation like wild animals? How much longer must our clan live in humiliation like wild animals? Not anymore, I guarantee you that." He answered your question softly, yet as if opening another path before Walter. "I don't know much about your suffering, nor do I understand all the complexities involved. But if your lives are crushed by irrational prejudice, let everyone know that from this moment on, those prejudices will no longer be tolerated. Before your hopeful eyes, he declared solemnly, you will be a loyal servant of the Marbas family. His gentle hand reached out with a faint smile and steady tone. Leon said to Walter, I promise you. Tears welled in Walter's eyes, as those steadfast words flowed into his ears. Let the whole world know that you will be a loyal servant of House Marbas. I stake my honor on it. 2 streams of tears ran down Walter's face. He placed his hand in Leon's, in place of a pledge. Even so, Leon solemnly asked again, may I take your astonished silence as agreement? Walter affirmed joyfully, yes, my lord, I would be honored to serve you. Elsewhere, at the splendid palace of Emperor Archim. In the reception hall, Esteban von Archim, the empire's emperor, sat dazed upon his throne. Behind him stood Louis von Archim, crown prince of the Archim Empire. He, on the emperor's behalf, addressed the man below. Servant Eldoras, for what purpose have you requested this royal audience? Eldoras bowed respectfully and spoke, Your Highness, a letter has arrived from Baron Sylvester. The prince snorted in disdain. As crown prince, I only concern myself with the empire's and duchy's great matters. Must I now bother with a common baron? He then turned to the king's rigid expression and added, My father will surely be angered when he hears this. Eldoras hurried to explain, I would never presume such a thing. Your Highness, I rushed here only to bring good news. Please forgive my intrusion. Those words successfully piqued his curiosity. Good news, huh? Facing that question, Eldoras broke out in a sweat, thinking that the crown prince is the most powerful man in the empire now. I must not misspeak and incur his displeasure. After a moment, Louis von Archim asked again with interest, Really? You speak of the Marbas family? Eldoras eagerly confirmed to him, Yes, Your Highness, the enemy you have long resented, one of the 3 great houses of the abyss. He continued with calculated persuasion toward the prince. I propose Your Highness take this opportunity to side with House Sylvester, so that once and for all we may eliminate our common enemy. Louis also grew excited by the idea. It is indeed an intriguing proposal. But he still cautioned in a low voice, fearing the Marbas family's power. Have you forgotten? House Marbas commands the power to summon war-death spirits. Facing them directly would not be easy. Eldoras, pleased, reported back, As sharp as ever, Your Highness. But currently House Marbas has no heir capable of wielding that power. Meanwhile, House Sylvester's strength has grown to rival Duke Marbas. Louis seemed persuaded by such florid claims and agreed nonchalantly. Very well, carry on with your scheme. Now is the right time to sweep those loathsome tomb raiders from this empire. Eldoras, receiving his consent, immediately grew excited and shouted, In the name of the ever greater empire, I will personally lead this campaign to victory. Watching his silhouette depart, Louis smiled smugly, grateful for his lenient rule. Father, at last I can remove this thorn from my sight, the remnant of a bygone era. He murmured toward the soulless emperor, Your legacy will be preserved in my hands. Louis is like the puppeteer, and the emperor is his puppet. Now embracing the throne from behind with a satisfied, cold smile. And soon, all will belong to me, to be used as I please. Back at the Marbas estate, everyone was currently gathered in Leon's private study. Pullen fastened a magical necklace around Walter's neck and told him, The people still cannot fully trust Beastkin. Walter, so I suggest you keep this with you at all times. He looked at the glowing red gem at his throat and warned sternly, Of course your lord and I both regard you as a loyal servant, but I'm afraid we cannot ignore the influence of public opinion. At that moment, the ears on top of Walter's head pulled back. He nervously touched his smooth scalp while Pullen stood aside, continuing to remind him, "From now on, none of our actions may obstruct the Lord's ideals. Do you understand?" Walter stammered in reply, "Why, yes, Lord Pullen." Pullen nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, a sharp young man indeed." Only then did Leon speak to draw everyone's attention. "If everything is settled, I want to speak to you about some important matters, may I?" After ensuring everyone was gathered, he continued, "First, I must emphasize one thing. Your oaths of loyalty cannot remain mere words." Leon sternly laid out his demand to all who swore with him. "So I ask you now, are you ready to pledge your eternal loyalty to me and me alone?" Pullen was the first to respond wholeheartedly. "Absolutely, my lord." He even moved, grasped Leon's hand and swore, "I, Pullen, vow to give my life, to serve the ducal Marbas family until my final breath. I beg you grant this lowly servant the chance to fulfill his oath." Lord Leon was at a loss for words at Pullen's excessive display of emotion, unsure how to react. The black one beside him couldn't believe the scene before him and remarked, "New master, I'm truly astonished." He had broken the will of an elderly human with words alone. Marbas nearby also showed satisfaction. Indeed, conquest and subjugation are the Marbas family's core principles. At this, Walter also turned to Leon and earnestly spoke, "I feel the same." "My lord," he solemnly expressed his attitude of submission to him. But Leon still seemed unsatisfied. He replied nonchalantly, "But that is your belief, not mine." Walter asked him in confusion, "Young master, who are you speaking to?" Leon did not explain in detail to him, only reiterating his request more clearly. "In any case, before we officially begin, I propose forming a mana-bound covenant with all of you. If anyone refuses this covenant, I will understand that you have no intention of following me." Walter still didn't understand and muttered, "A mana-bound covenant." "It is a magical pact, also called a contract. It converts both parties' mana into a pattern, binding and linking them in an unbreakable relationship, allowing them to share with one another secrets that would otherwise have to be buried in darkness." Leon slowly took his place in the circle. He said in a low voice to everyone, "If there are no objections, then let's begin." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a black pit filled with death chi was summoned. From within, a pair of hands holding a scroll brimming with dark mana unfurled before everyone's eyes. Marbas took a deep breath and immediately reverted to his original form. He intoned in a deep voice, "As guardian deity of the Marbas family and the demon who bestowed a name upon your bloodline, I will stand witness to this magical covenant." He then addressed Walter and Pullen, who stared at him in horror, saying, "O you who have sworn loyalty to the bearer of my pact, let your souls be bound to the dominion of Marbas. Praise this glory, bear witness all of you." Death spirit energy wrapped Leon like a sphere, continually firing jets of death chi across the room. Behind him, the majestic demon Marbas declared that the lord of the death spirits had risen. Marbas sat there like a statue. The only other thing was the deadly menace radiating from his blazing red gaze. The servants below could do nothing but stare up at him with mouths agape. Only then did Leon speak, "I think that's enough of this theatrics." He turned to the oppressive presence behind him and said, "They are my loyal servants, and they deserve respect." Marbas, understanding the hint, replied indifferently, "HMPH, so they have all consented to this covenant." But then he pointed at the two and warned sternly, "Know that the price of this pact is your souls, and any betrayal against the Lord of the Death Spirits will not be forgiven." Timid Pullen was terrified and prostrated himself in fealty. I would never dare contemplate such treachery. Inwardly he wondered, could this truly be the demon Marbas with whom the first lord of the Marbas family made a pact? There was no more reasonable explanation, for why Lord Leon could command the power to summon death spirits. Walter, standing beside him, had been trembling the whole time. The mana density is terrifying. My people are naturally attuned to sense mana, yet I still feel frozen in place. So the question is, what is the true nature of young Master Leon and that portentous black lion? After seeing the sincerity and true hearts of the two, Marbas relaxed and reverted to a smaller form. The obvious truth was that this cat form of his was so cute and cheesy that Walter immediately shed his fear and exclaimed, "Huh, such an adorable kitten." Fortunately, Pullen kept his wits and hurriedly clamped a hand over his mouth, reducing him to incomprehensible sounds. But it was already too late. Marbas had heard everything. He licked the fur along his spine and asked in a deep voice, "What did you say?" Pullen quickly stepped in to cover for Walter. "Ha ha, I believe he was merely astonished by your great and majestic form. Lord Marbas, I suppose Walter has never witnessed such a grand sight." Marbas seemed pleased by Pullen's flattery. He squeezed his eyes shut in self-satisfaction and said, "Oh, really? Very well, but you must not reveal my existence to the human world. Remember, we are at war, and in war, knowledge can mean life or death. My form may only be seen by those I choose. From what I can see, the nobles in your kingdom seem not to care about that Kirchar. Could that be him?" Pullen hesitated slightly when mentioning the man, Lord Kirchar, but Walter, standing beside him, didn't know what to say and only unconsciously repeated the name, Kirchar. After thinking it over carefully, he finally said, "I recall the innkeeper once received a letter, or rather the letter was delivered to her to pass on to Kirchar." Hearing something interesting, Marbas grew excited, leaping onto Leon's shoulder and exclaiming, "Here it is, our next clue." Leon kept his eternally unreadable expression. "Where is that letter?" Sadly, he replied in a mournful tone, if only the gods would pity him. Just then the black crow at his side piped up to assert his existence. The black crow knows where it is. He produced a yang box while grumbling, "You fools, how could you forget to collect the spoils?" When opened, the box was full of gold and jewels, their brilliance almost blinding to behold. Marbas slapped his forehead and lamented, "I should have remembered how greedy a lackey you are. Since you leveled the inn and dealt with the innkeeper, it seems the Black Crow believes whatever remained there now belongs to the victor." Contrasting with Marbas's rapid-fire remarks, Leon was silent as if pondering something. He walked over to the yang box, rested his hand on the lid and studied it for a moment. Then he discovered something. Hidden among the colorful gems was a peculiar letter that had already been opened. Leon picked it up and said, "I think we have it now." Marbas lavishly praised the Black Crow. "I suppose even you can be useful once in a millennia." The Black Crow bristled at that tone and, a bit offended, asked, "That was meant as a compliment, right? Isn't it?" Leon murmured, "I will read it aloud." Then he read the lines of the strange letter. "Hear this, the enemy of our Marbas family. The noble house Sylvester, in the name of the Supreme Emperor, hereby declares war between the noble houses against your duchy. Although you possess great military strength as a duchy, you have neglected your duty to serve Emperor Esteban von Archheim. This negligence is a grave crime, and I will personally judge you on behalf of the crown. You have 1 month. If within that time you accept surrender, this declaration will be withdrawn, and the Marbas family will be annexed into House Sylvester as fitting punishment for your crimes. Conversely, if you choose to resist, prove your innocence on the battlefield. Lord of House Sylvester, Count Alan de Sylvester." After hearing the contents of the letter clearly, everyone was stunned. When they saw Leon blankly say 1 month, Marbas grinned slyly and asked him, "Isn't that enough time?" But Leon's gaze was resolute and fearless. "I find the time negligible, though I have an interesting idea." Now that I can command the death spirits by thought alone, I thought I might derive a bit of amusement from this. Then the two turned to the Black Crow, who had been standing nearby. Black Crow, I have a task for you. Over on House Sylvester's side, they were also watching events closely. A retainer reported to Alan, a declaration of war has been sent to House Marbas. Sir, you should have seen the face of that weasel Kirchar. He clung to my pant leg, pitiful enough that I almost put him out of his misery on the spot. Upon hearing the report, Alan couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha ha, that fool. I imagine he's now clutching his back and wailing. Still, we must keep him alive for a while longer. After all, he's a useful fool, and it's better for the power of House Marbas to be in the hands of a clumsy man like him. Speaking of which, what about that brat? The boy said to be the rightful heir of that house. The other replied, you mean Leon von Marbas. No special news about him. I suppose Kirchar made the boy disappear. Alan said, very pleased, good. But the reporter then asked, if I may, is there any reason to worry about a 14-year-old? What can a brat do? Alan didn't scold the retainer but ordered him, answer me. What is the greatest injustice a person can suffer? The man with no prospects broke into a sweat and stammered in response. I am not a learned scholar, I do not know. Alan had to slowly state his own thoughts, which was facing an overwhelmingly superior enemy with no hope left, unable to resist, powerless as your whole world collapses. There is no greater suffering than that. And what do you think causes that injustice? Alan didn't wait for the retainer to answer and supplied the reply himself. It is innate talent, a greatness so extraordinary that others can do nothing but look up in awe. The retainer still seemed dazed and hazy. He replied uncertainly, what talent does that brat have? At this point Alan was at a loss for his men's ignorance. He propped his chin and glared at him but patiently explained, don't be stupid, you're talking about the bloodline of Wellen von Marbas. Nothing is surprising when it comes to that cursed lineage. Therefore, we must prepare for every possibility. Hearing Alan's absolute order, the retainer bowed and shouted yes. House Marbas has also made its counterplans. In the meeting room, two Leons stood facing each other. One said, I must admit, this is quite a spectacle. The other agreed, indeed, impressive, isn't it? The other continued, human speech sounds strange when you are in your original form, yet now you can use my memories and mimic my words perfectly. The other Leon put on an expression that the real Leon surely never would, staring at Marbas with mockery. But you see, I am more than a mere mage, unlike your little cat. Marbas called out, infuriated enough to spit fire, shut up. Then before Marbas could finish, he lunged and delivered a thunderous punch to the fake Leon's cheek with his small yet skillful foot. Black Crow, currently in Leon's form, paid Marbas no mind. Although punched and bleeding, with his magic he instantly restored himself to his original appearance. This made Marbas feel as if he were hitting a stuffed sack. Furious but powerless, he roared, you. Walter was still quite new to this chaos. He stood there stunned and asked Pullen beside him, is it always this noisy here? Old Pullen, with years of survival experience, immediately warned him. SHH, be quiet. Walter, keep your mouth shut and you'll live longer. Walter asked anxiously, more importantly, shall we begin? Leon said softly, you have only 1 month left. As he spoke, he took the sword placed in the center of the room down and handed it to Van before everyone present, entrusting it to him. All I ask is that you demonstrate your talent within that time. Walter understood him. He accepted the sword solemnly and repeated, in other words, if I fail to prove my ability, I will no longer be part of your cause. Is that right? Leon nodded to confirm his thought. Exactly. I have no interest in taking on a retainer who is sure to die. The choice is yours. Walter felt this action was his only chance. He unconsciously gripped the sword tightly, stared seriously at Leon and vowed, "No matter what obstacle stands in my way, I will overcome it. I will earn a place by your side. When I am firmly established as your most loyal swordsman, will you grant me one wish?" Leon was pleased with Walter's attitude. He smiled and replied gently, "Very well, I give you my honor as a promise." At that moment Pullen beside them cleared his throat, ahem, then said, "I will personally oversee Walter's martial training. His true ability will be revealed when he trains with House Marba's knights under your arrangement." Leon found that entirely appropriate and agreed with Pullen. "Good, proceed." Marbas had long since leapt onto Leon's shoulder, excitedly declaring, "Very good, now let's go. The werewolf is not the only one who needs training. You are equally far from your true potential." Leon knew this to be true, so he left with Marbas at once. "All right, let's go." Soon after, at the Marbas training yard, shrill sounds rang out chaotically. Walter was now training diligently with House Marba's soldiers. At the same time, Leon practiced commanding the dead to make his control as smooth as possible. Besides training with the living, Walter also practiced alongside the undead controlled by Leon. Finally, in the match that would decide his fate, Walter succeeded in cleanly severing the undead's head, ending it decisively. After the match ended, Walter breathed as if exhausted, one knee dropping to the ground. The sword laid across, and he bowed respectfully toward Leon as one showing reverence to an undying faith. Leon stared at Walter for a long moment, then finally spoke with a proud expression. "Welcome to House Marbas. You may now rise as my first knight." Walter, hearing the words he had long awaited, smiled with satisfaction. A month later, on the day the noble houses went to war, atop the high battlements Leon with Marbas, Pullen and Walter looked down below. Where the invaders stood eager to attack, Alan below bellowed, "I bring a letter to the head of House Marbas. Though I generously offered a final chance for you to surrender peacefully, you stubbornly refused and would not lower your weapons. Know that this foolish choice will bring the death of many innocent civilians." Leon looked at that blustering man as if he were a corpse. After he finished speaking, Leon replied calmly, "So the war has begun." Pullen spoke up as well, "Noisy hyenas. Do they understand nothing of honor, cursed lot?" Marbas, in contrast to everyone else, remained excited from start to finish and warned, "Don't get worked up. From where I stand, there's nothing but fear in them. Those growls are merely the moans of insecurity." Pullen, puzzled, swallowed hard and asked, fearful inside, "What did he say?" "Nevertheless, House Sylvester overwhelms us in every way." Marbas explained slowly to everyone. "There is still a flaw. Have you forgotten that their plan has already failed?" Pullen was a bit flustered. "Were you referring to Kirchar?" Indeed, if he were alive at this moment, House Marbas would have raised the white flag at the first opportunity. But would his death alone be enough to shake them? Marbas was confident in his reasoning. Humans are fragile. A small turn in fate is enough to throw them into chaos. Why haven't the enemies surrendered? What has revived their morale? Once such doubts start to creep into their minds, their military strength will be halved. These thoughts were analyzed logically, and Penn gradually grasped the point. But perhaps he still wasn't overconfident about this battle. That may be true, yet even halved, their forces still outnumber us. The corner of Marbas's mouth lifted into a seductive curve, a devilish, confident smile of a powerful being unafraid of anything. "A contractor bound to me who cannot defeat them even at half strength. Do not fear, Leon is far stronger than you imagine." Leon did not deny Marbas's assertion, for it was true. Pullen, seeing his lord's unshaken expression, felt somewhat less worried and replied, "Of course, Lord Marbas." Outwardly he said that, but inside Marbas felt the same as Pullen. He was quite surprised by the power of this new housemaster. Indeed, even I did not expect. Memories of recent training sessions replayed. In the middle of the training yard, Leon sat cross-legged, surrounded by surging streams of mana, while Marbas and Black Crow stood at the edge observing. From the demonic rocks and barriers poured out an inky black force. At that moment, Marbas lightly stomped the ground, releasing a summoning force that called red undead charging to attack Leon. Leon sat motionless, eyes closed in meditation, yet he still keenly sensed the approaching enemy's aura. So he emitted his own purple mana and summoned a squad of purple undead to counterattack. In the blink of an eye, the two sides lunged at each other, and with a few strikes, Leon seized a clear advantage. The purple undead quickly finished off Marbas's red undead and roared terrifyingly. Watching the fight, Marbas thought, even though these are the weakest spirits one can summon. It had only been a week since that child learned to wield mana, yet he could sense the flow of mana even with his eyes closed. Unbelievable, his talent far exceeded all norms. Black Crow beside him shared Marbas's thought and spoke. This contract signee is a true genius, like the brilliant star the first ancestor once mentioned. Marbas agreed. Indeed, it might once again drown this entire continent in blood. One day, everything he desires will be within reach. In response to Marbas's arrogant, frenzied words came an all-too-simple question from Black Crow's position. What about tasty snacks like peanuts? As many as you want. Marbas, bored, scolded him. Aim higher, fool. It might even unlock the most forbidden dark magic, the terrifying realm of temporal regression. While the two were talking, Leon opened his eyes and stepped toward them. He leaned down and said to Marbas, "It's done. Which training phase should we continue with now?" Though the skulls of the undead beneath the ground were severed from their bodies, they still emitted gruesome sounds. Regardless, Leon walked over to Marbas and Black Crow, who were gossiping on the other side. "All right, what challenge do you want me to try next?" But it seemed Marbas had no next plan, so he hummed, "For now just continue." Then he escorted him back to the Lord's chamber. "As for the next skill you must master." "Do you know anything about dark magic?" Hearing this question, Leon pondered. Dark magic. Of course, I was trained in it within the family. Yet those words did not sit well with Marbas. He growled, "You mean the cheap tricks your uncle taught you? From now on forget that garbage he calls dark magic." Leon thought it over and convinced himself that was reasonable. Considering how Ancestor Welland swiftly pacified the entire eastern continent, it's hard to believe he relied solely on a bunch of spirits. At that moment, Black Crow slowly shifted into Leon's form and spoke. "Exactly." He summoned a mass of magic in his hand as he said, "The essence of necromancy is merely a branch of dark magic. In other words, to control the dead you need a steady mana source and mastery of dark arts." Pullen agreed with this. Of course it sounded like the words of vassals loyal to our ancestors, but Marbas disagreed. "HMPH, spare me. I've never been his vassal. If anything, we are comrades, walking side by side as equals, not like that foolish shapeshifter." Black Crow seized the opportunity to interject mockingly. "Yes, unlike you, I've never regretted my loyalty." Marbas wouldn't be outdone and retorted arrogantly, "Often you still hide under Leon's youthful guise." The crow snapped back boastfully, "What courage do I need to tease a kitten?" Leon waited until the headache was unbearable before speaking to end their senseless quarrel. "Enough. What kind of magic do you want me to learn?" But before Black Crow could answer, Marbas spoke first. "Before learning anything, there's a prerequisite you must complete. Be careful because it will force you to delve into your own subconscious." Leon murmured the words back. "My subconscious." Marbas emphasized, "Exactly. You may not know it, but deep within your mind lies a vein that contains a tremendous quantity of mana that you can unlock and channel outward. The wars between noble houses would be child's play compared to what you could truly achieve. But I must warn you, dark magic exacts a heavy toll in mana. Leon listened closely to Marbaz's explanation and spoke his thought. I had guessed some of that. But he tends to go in circles, so Marbaz told Leon, I don't think that's what you need to worry about. Why? If you can believe it, Leon, I sense in you a source of mana equal to, perhaps surpassing, your ancestors. At that, Marbaz paused, not finishing the thought, unable yet to tell if it was blessing or curse. But he had no choice but to accept it. If we want to restore the house, Leon couldn't help but exhale at what Marbaz had pointed out. Phew, that was somewhat relieving. Seeing him relax his guard, Marbaz repeated once more, but that doesn't mean the process is without risks. There is a way to unlock your hidden potential within the short time we have, but even I cannot guarantee your safety during it. Lord Leon did not hesitate to ask, is that so? So what is your miraculous method? Marbaz was a keen observer. He stared at Leon, taking in every tiny expression. Suddenly, a light seemed to return to his hollow eyes. Ah! Now that I look again, I see clearly. There is only one desire driving the young Leon, and he is slightly delighted by what he has just witnessed. Marbaz instructed Leon, first you will begin by draining all your mana completely. Then your potential and subconscious will guide the way. Leon immediately replied with almost no hesitation. Then begin the test. Marbaz concluded on his curiosity, a primordial yearning for the greatest driving power. After Leon expended every bit of mana he had, he staggered and felt a headache. Whoosh, I think that's enough. Suddenly he fell backward without warning, sending Pen's spirit soaring into the clouds. My lord, you cannot abandon us so soon. Seeing the old man wailing as if about to die, Marbaz angrily flew over and pecked painfully at his head, barking, Don't bother the boy. You fool, put your trust in the housemaster you revere. Pullen, tears streaming, sobbed without sound. But master, Lord Leon may be our housemaster, but as you said, he's still just a child. Black Crow stood aside and explained in a low voice, Didn't you hear what we just said? Our Lord Sinai might be the most outstanding genius we've ever seen. Marbaz, who rarely agreed with him, found the crow's words reasonable this time. If his potential truly rivals Welland's, then surely he will return to us. Save your tears for another occasion. Pullen sniffled and vowed, I'll try my best, master. Just as the atmosphere sank into grief, Walter, clothes askew as if he'd crawled out of a coal pit, appeared at the door. His voice rang out, I did it. It was a complete success. Behold your new novice swordsman. But when he saw Leon lying motionless on the floor, Walter jumped back, nearly popping his eyes out. Wait, young master, you look just like a copy of Pullen with tears and snot clinging as you cling to your housemaster. Young master, you mustn't, Pen, having calmed, spoke in place of Marbaz to comfort Walter. Calm down, young Walter, I've already made a fool of myself for you. Walter slowly stopped crying. All right, whatever happens, I fully believe he will pull through. Marbaz watched this scene with some perplexity. These mortals are all the same. How could such a great talent have been buried for so many years? No wonder this line has stood on the brink of extinction. Everyone stood nearby, lost in thought, waiting for Leon to awaken. The protagonist of their concern was still deep in slumber. His subconscious began to open and led him to a strange place. Strange not because of the scenery, but because the place was entirely black. Leon paid no mind to whether something might lunge out to take his life. He simply observed quickly. Then he decisively stepped forward. He abruptly stopped when he saw the scene beyond the darkness. It was a ruined city with no souls, except for a lone figure in black standing upright. Without turning, the man easily sensed Leon's arrival and spoke. Welcome, Leon. I had a hunch you would come. Leon heard the stranger's voice, and felt a contraction of sorrow, his face cracking as if he couldn't believe his ears. The man slowly turned around. He had a face identical to Leon's, only middle-aged. After they stared at each other for a moment, he broke the silence first. "Let's take a walk. We have much to discuss." Leon still hadn't recovered from the shock of seeing the man before him. He stood frozen, finally finding his voice. "Father." The desolate scenery of this space truly makes one tremble in fear. But Leon and his late father paid little heed to such matters. The two slowly moved upward into the city. They walked on and on until they saw the family's crest trembling in the distance, then suddenly stopped. He spoke softly. "Leon, your presence here proves that you have chosen to awaken the latent mana within you." Leon replied very politely, "Yes, father, although I cannot say for certain what level I have reached. I have gathered a group of loyal followers to stand by me." Hearing his son speak so lightly, Run couldn't help but feel proud. "How fortunate, my son. As you may have guessed, I am only a fragment of memory in your mind. I died at Alan's hands, and this body is merely a remaining magical imprint." Leon, having thought about it along the way, easily realized that. "I understand." Seeing that he understood, Run continued to explain. "The reasons I ended up like this are nothing more than a lack of innate potential. A cruel fate, do you agree? Even so, I can still help you in some way, as you know. I failed to win Master Marbaz's respect, and I could not control the purple spirit, the family's sacred relic. But you will walk a different path. While alive, I studied a spell that can transfer all the mana from predecessors into your magical reservoir. Of course, at first you could only control a small portion of that vast energy. But it will certainly help you consolidate power as the head of the house." Leon listened intently to his words, then asked, "But father, I remember you warning me about the danger of absorbing another's mana. You also mentioned the risk that foreign magic could spiral out of control and completely destroy my mind." Run recalled that this indeed had happened. He praised his son for being mature beyond his years. "You have listened well. Mana bears the user's signature, so it's very difficult for someone else to absorb it." After gripping Leon's arm as if to pass on strength, Run quickly affirmed, "But you, my son, are an exception. You may not understand now, but think of yourself as a blank slate." Leon repeated in puzzlement once more, "A blank slate." At that moment Run suddenly released his hand from him, and beside him streams of purple mana grew denser. He spoke to him in a low voice. "Yes, since the time of ancestor Wellen von Marbaz, the founder of this house, no one has possessed such a pure source of dark mana." After a while of crystallizing mana, Run formed a purple orb in the palm of his hand. The orb shone vividly like a living eye, radiating a terrible power. Run, as if chanting, murmured to Leon repeatedly, "You have been granted the greatest gift of this bloodline." Suddenly black, ominous vapors exhaled from that purple orb. The orb trembled violently. With that trembling, chunks of earth and stone from the buildings rose and floated in the air. The grotesque spectacle under this strange power was controlled by Run. He guided the orb as he willed and murmured almost absent-mindedly to his son Leon, "This is your true self, my son. But you must always remember this power." The purple orb rose high and cast a terrible force over the space. After everything subsided, he returned with the face of a true father. He looked at the youth before him with affection and a faint smile. Then suddenly Run placed his hand and stroked Leon's head. In the dim light of the purple orb, father and son lingered together in poignant final moments. Vo Bin Tin announced, "It seems our small reunion has come to an end for now." At that moment Leon sensed something. He clung to Run and asked, "Will we meet again?" "Yes, father." Runheen too answered him firmly, "Of course I still have many things to teach you, as your father." Having said that, he cupped the purple orb, then brought it and handed it to Leon. Leon quickly felt something from the orb. He was astonished. I have never sensed such a vast source of mana. When that immense energy merged with Leon, a strange sigil appeared on his chest. Run calmly explained, "This talisman is called greed. True to its name, it will devour everything you place beneath it with insane hunger. Never forget that, my son." Leon gripped the cross that had just appeared at his neck and caressed it greedily. "I will remember it by heart, father." No sooner had he finished speaking than the space began to collapse. Run hurriedly spoke his last words. "The next time we meet will be when you desire it most." As everything nearly vanished, Leon bowed solemnly toward Run and replied, "I hope that day comes soon." Then he vanished into the void. Only then did Run voice aloud what had been troubling him. If only a single wish could become reality. You could shine as brightly as the greatest rising star on this continent. But sadly, the future is beyond my sight. And no one knows whether this power will bring you glory or a chasm of destruction. In my deepest despair, I fear that might be the final outcome. Meanwhile, outside reality, the four of them stared fixedly at their lord lying unconscious on the bed. If looks could pierce flesh, Leon would have been a sieve by now. The scene was eerily silent. Pullen spoke anxiously, "Are we sure he will wake up, my lord?" He fretted, not knowing what to do. "I do not dare to doubt your wisdom, Master Marbas, but remember Lord Leon is only 14. What if this illness leaves permanent damage? I don't know how to face the former heads in the afterlife." Marbas, slightly annoyed, replied sternly to Pullen, "You might meet them sooner than you think. If your young master can't withstand a simple trial like this, put aside your petty worries, and wait for your housemaster with unwavering faith." Walter, nevertheless, showed tougher resolve than expected. He wore a confident look and advised Pullen, "I agree. Lord Pullen, he will get through this. We need not worry so much." The Black Crow interjected in a cryptic tone, "Indeed, this old serving man worries too much." Suddenly a fierce aura burst from Leon, startling everyone. Marbas recognized something. He shouted, "Ah, now I understand why he awakened so late." Walter asked curiously, "Master Marbas, what kind of mana is this? I've never seen anything so dense yet boundless." Marbas climbed onto Leon and sensed it. Then with an expression of absolute authority he assured everyone, "Soon, your master will return. Be ready to welcome him when that moment comes. But be careful. The master who awakens now will no longer be the boy you once knew." Just as he finished speaking, Leon sprang awake, his eyes wide open, while those around him remained astonished. Leon said nothing and shifted his gaze downward. He said somewhat helplessly, "No wonder my chest hurts. Could you step down?" Marbas stubbornly replied, displeased. Everything continued as if nothing had happened. Walter kept ramping his training intensity to the maximum. At the same time, Leon also attended to the duties expected of a housemaster, practicing magic, and overseeing training for the soldiers in the city. Meanwhile, 4 days before the noble conflict, far from the Sylvester estate, their troops seemed ready. Alan sat in the Lord's chair waiting for something, unwilling to rise. After a moment, he turned to the soldiers and shouted orders. "The time has come. All soldiers of House Sylvester, listen to me. Today the centuries-long history of the Marbas line will be erased and buried in the dust of the past. Follow me, and we will write a new chapter." Immediately, the rallying cry rolled through the air, "Glory to House Sylvester." At the same time, no one noticed Kirchar standing quietly in a corner. His pupils began to glow strangely, a portent of an approaching storm. Eyes glowing red in the night, the army led by Sylvester marched on in silence. He stroked his beard and exclaimed, So this is the weakest point in their formation, the area with the fewest soldiers. Indeed, you see through things superbly as always. Lord Kirchar, I am grateful. Kirchar smiled casually. Ha ha, as do I, my lord. This is but a small effort to repay your generosity. Sylvester, though speaking thus, remained somewhat skeptical. Still, I'm surprised. I assumed those Marba's fools would guard their ancestors' tomb more tightly. Moreover, they foolishly deployed their main force to such an exposed field. Understanding his meaning, Kirchar hurried to explain, after all, we are a pride wizard house, not strategic tacticians. Perhaps they acted overly cautiously for fear of damaging their ancestors' tombs. Hearing that, Sylvester relaxed. Our name may have rotted long ago, but they still cling to the last remnant of glory, don't they? Kirchar hesitated slightly. I think so, for your honor. Sylvester, annoyed by that tone, snapped. Why the hesitation? What are you implying? Want to object? Kirchar quickly denied it. Not at all, Lord Sylvester. I propose we press on with the advance. After marching a while, Sylvester was startled and looked ahead, only to see a group of black-clad figures suddenly appear before them. Led by Leon and Walter, the two forces slowly closed the distance. Leon called out cheerfully, right on time for our appointment. You are punctual indeed, my lord. Sylvester frowned in reply. I thought this was the weak point of a decaying house, yet you wait for me with hundreds of fully armed soldiers. As he spoke, he slowly drew his sword and slashed hastily at Kirchar's head, shouting, Is there some deception here? What do you say, Lord Kirchar? The blade passed through Kirchar's body, emitting purple smoke, his head falling to the ground, yet that icy voice remained calmly raised. Only my master has the right to swing a blade at me. When he finished, the purple smoke enveloped the entire head, sucked it upward toward the neck, and finally reattached it as if nothing had happened. Kirchar smirked. It was indeed a novel experience. Sylvester watched this, sweating profusely. What? That slice should have cut your throat clean through. Kirchar didn't care. He spurred his horse toward Leon. Sylvester shouted in anger, It's fine. You will pay for your insolence, young Master Marbas. Do you truly think you can oppose me with a meager few hundred troops? This is an insult to the head of House Sylvester. Leon replied nonchalantly, Not at all. Sir, only a real threat is worthy of being called an insult. Sylvester ground his teeth in fury at his casual manner. Leon slowly raised a hand and said, Do you know why I agreed to enter this battle? Dark magic slowly dripped from his palm. Leon smiled and said, To put you in your rightful place. Of course, the dark magic accumulated more and more, forming a viscous pool beneath the horse's hooves. Immediately, countless dry-skulled undead crawled up from under the pool of dark magic. Sylvester muttered in horror, Death magic. Leon confirmed coldly, Recognized it quickly, did you? Count Sylvester, are you surprised that the Pride Wizard House can command the dead? Hearing him, Sylvester fell into contemplative recollection. What is the greatest injustice a person can endure? It is facing an enemy so overwhelming that all hope is gone, unable to resist, forced to watch your world collapse in despair. Nothing is more agonizing. And the cause of that injustice, simply talent, a natural gift so deep it makes one afraid to lift their head. On the battlefield, nothing determines victory more than that. No sooner had he thought this than Leon's dry-skulled horde surged forward to slaughter, and a commander within the army rushed out to block them. But the undead soldiers kept pressing forward in waves. The commander suddenly realized that when it ended, the enemy was only a young boy. No matter how talented, he couldn't have prepared for the savagery of a fight to the death. So he charged again to attack, determined to carve a bloody path toward Leon. But as he neared his goal, he was stopped by a sudden block. The commander yelled in frustration, "Who dares block my path?" Walter coldly pointed his sword and barked, "Sorry, but I cannot let you near the young master. That is my duty, and I will not break my promise." After saying this resolutely, Walter smiled cheerfully. The undead soldiers kept surging forward, cutting and slashing. Sylvester panicked and commanded the wizard unit to begin the assault. A cluster of mages gathered and cast spells, unleashing their strongest attacks onto the horde of undead. And a considerable number of the undead immediately dissolved. Sylvester raised his sword and gave the order. The vanguard knights surged forward to break the enemy lines. The vanguard knights surged forward to break the enemy lines. But Leon remained expressionless and paid it no mind. Sylvester advanced a short distance, pleased with himself, staring straight at Leon and threatening him. "Let me tell you, I am a born coward. Even if he were my elder brother, whether you should become the housemaster or my sister, I never truly regarded them as family." Before he could finish, Leon snapped at him. "Do you expect me to care about your messy family affairs?" His hand fell and condensed more dark magic. Sylvester growled gloomily. "Perhaps not, but precisely because you were pampered from birth, you will never have the resilience required to defeat me. Answer me, young master, do you crave revenge? If so, you will die in vain, left only with regret." Tired of his ranting, Leon brought up the Book of Death and coldly declared two things. "Your assumption contains two errors. Sir, let me be clear. I do not desire revenge. And you are not strong enough to take my life. That's all there is to it." The book opened, and Leon poured dark magic into it. A few days earlier at the army encampment, Leon had summoned his retainers to discuss strategy. After presenting the plan, Leon fell silent. Marbas sat beside him, licking his paw. After a while he spoke. "I've seen far worse plans over 10,000 years, but yours is excessively risky. Choosing this location as the area of operation was the right decision. Beyond that," Leon interjected, "I can assert there is no better option. It would be foolish to be overly cautious when the optimal solution is right before you." The Black Crow nodded in agreement. "I trust in my master's plan." Then, getting a bit serious, he taunted Marbas. "So what right does a foolish cub have to command us?" Walter awkwardly spoke. "If so, I will follow your strategy too. It's not that I disrespect your wisdom, Marbas. Of course not." Marbas sulked and threw a tantrum. "Are you planning to completely ignore my opinion? Fine then." Pullen also gave his view. "As for me, I will order the mobilization of every force we can summon. On my honor as a vassal, I will not let you go to battle alone." Leon rose, satisfied. "Good. If all is settled, I propose we act at once." Seeing everyone leave, Leon called out, "Ah, Lord Marbas, before this meeting ends I have one question for you." Marbas glanced at him displeased. "What is it?" Leon raised the cross and asked, "Do you know the consequences of using this talisman?" Marbas paid no mind and retorted, "How should I know? Probably death." The Black Crow jumped in and sneered, "Truly an impertinent cub." Leon then said, "But I suppose he still gave it to me for some purpose." Marbas sighed helplessly. "I do not deny that, but the time has not yet come. For now you are strong enough to do what must be done. The pact, the gift you possess, surpasses ordinary mortals. But it cannot be denied that your potential has not yet ripened. Your subordinates may be loyal, but no human is incapable of error. You are a mortal, and you know little of the thoughts deep within their hearts. They can betray you in an instant. Some have even betrayed your father. Run, then what makes you believe those mortals are worth risking everything for?" Leon fell silent upon hearing this, and returned to the battlefield. The Book of Death opened. Leon continuously poured dark magic into it, and his pupils gradually began to glow. Seeing no change, Sylvester glared and sneered. "Do you think I cannot kill you?" Leon remained silent. His pupils grew ever brighter. Sylvester suddenly jolted, as he watched countless dark magics gather before Leon. Eyes wide, thinking to himself, an almost uncountable amount of mana, along with a pure aura of darkness. He was controlling exactly the amount of magic needed for each moment. How could he achieve such absolute mastery? Leon coldly chanted, "All loyal servants of Marbas in hell, hear me." Sylvester grew even colder. "My instincts are warning me. Whatever is about to happen, I must stop it at all costs." He turned and ordered, "Stop him casting that spell at once." Leon glared and commanded, "The rightful heir of House Marbas summons you. Answer me and serve under this banner." The entire battlefield then shook violently. Countless earthbound undead charged forward, in both human and demonic forms. Sylvester lost his will to fight and stood stunned. Before him stretched a sea of soldiers with no end in sight. Marbas stood on a cliff looking down, his face creased as he assessed. To the abyss below, this brat is as untamable and stubborn as his ancestor Wellen. And the cross-shaped talisman began to glow. The undead army growled in fury and charged straight at the soldiers to cut them down. The demonic forces overwhelming humanity's ability to resist. Behind them was also a unit of necromancer mages, hurling orbs directly into the army. Sylvester shouted in panic, "Damn it, it's a trap. He intends to drag us all into the grave. He has an army of the undead under his command." Sylvester hesitated, unable to decide. Meanwhile Leon, sweating, slumped forward, grimacing as he clutched his chest. Unable to hold back, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seizing the opportunity, Sylvester shouted, "Stop right there, or you'll be leading yourself to your death." "Fine, I promise to spare you and your men, but end this farce now." Leon ignored the rant and said, "I don't intend to disappoint you." "Master," recall when Marbas asked, "what makes you believe those mortals are worth risking everything for?" "Until your talent is fully ripe, I advise you not to foolishly sacrifice yourself for others. You are not yet strong enough to worry about others' fates, let alone their lives." Leon pondered for a moment and said, "Lord Marbas, why must we always wait until a fruit is fully ripe before picking it? Is it really so wrong to pick it earlier and let it ripen afterward?" After a while, the entire battlefield was left with only Sylvester. Seeing him kneel on the ground, Leon slowly stepped forward. The moment his eyes looked up, they met Leon's icy gaze. Heavy rain began to fall, and Sylvester remained kneeling there. He dared not raise his head and asked, "You said revenge is not your aim?" Leon confirmed, "That's right." Sylvester trembled as he grabbed at Leon's robe, begging, "Then you will grant me mercy, even if I do not deserve it. I swear I will never oppose House Marbas again, nor will I utter a word about your power to the rest of the Empire. Please, I beg you." Leon stood silent, not answering. After a moment he spoke. "Since when did we become close enough to grant each other such favors?" Sylvester threw his head back and shouted, "But you see, revenge only breeds an endless cycle of hatred." Leon coldly glanced downward, and Sylvester, terrified, dared not speak further. Finally he discarded his cloak and begged, "I was forced. Alas, as the head of another noble house, you must understand. We have a duty to do whatever is necessary for the prosperity of the house." Leon rubbed his chin and muttered, "Duty, huh, perhaps you're not entirely wrong. The burden of being head of a house is indeed heavy." Seeing him sympathize, Sylvester quickly added, "Yes, I am crushed by that burden. I am forced to do cruel things because of my responsibilities." Just as he grew animated, Leon interrupted, "But how does that justify me sparing you?" Sylvester looked dumbfounded. What? Leon slowly drew his sword and said, "Don't misunderstand. I hold you no personal grudge. The only reason I must take your life is because of a cold, undeniable truth. Your continued existence brings no benefit to House Marbas. Farewell." Sylvester ground his teeth in hatred and trembled as he threw his head back, shouting, "Arrogant fool, by the time you realize what you've done, it will be too late." Before he finished the sentence, Leon decapitated him with a single stroke. Facing the spray of fresh blood, Leon's expression was icy, and Sylvester's body collapsed, signaling the end of the battle. Gradually, the troops dispersed. A pain struck Leon's chest. He slumped and murmured, "I should have known the price to pay would not be light." With that, he fell straight to the ground. Walter shouted, "My lord." Marbas leaped forward to reassure him, "Don't worry. He's only suffering the consequences of depleted mana. Young Leon's talent is beyond doubt, rivaling that of his ancestors long ago. The question is whether such a child should be allowed to hold such immense potential. Inside him is a monster even I cannot control. A perilous pact that trades away every aspect of his humanity." Saying this, he turned and looked at Sylvester's corpse and exclaimed, and more urgently, "It seems the demons have begun to intervene in the human world. This is an ill omen." Pullen and the Black Crow also rushed over. After some time, Leon slowly opened his eyes. And the loyal retainers rejoiced, "He's awake." The loyal retainers rejoiced, "He's awake." Pullen collapsed and wept. "Forgive me, I have failed you again. I will atone on the scaffold." Marbas said with amusement, "Ha, I won't stop you. Old man will be entertaining." The Black Crow jumped in with its beak. Adorable as he may seem, that foolish cub still lacks compassion. Marbas snapped angrily, "Do you expect empathy from a demon? And don't think I'll tolerate your constant sniveling." Leon sat up and said, "The scaffold won't be necessary. You performed your role excellently. I assure you of that." Walter hurriedly reported, "The Sylvester house seems on the verge of complete collapse after their leader's death. I think they won't dare launch another invasion in the near future." Pullen clenched his hands in excitement. "That's as it should be. Under your wise leadership, House Marbas has finally recovered. However, there's still one more issue." Leon turned in surprise. "What is it?" Pullen bowed his head and replied, "Although I'm ashamed to say it. My lord, House Marbas is currently almost completely drained of funds. Moreover, we carry a substantial debt." Leon gaped, "Huh?" Marbas paid it no mind. "I don't see that as a big problem. Just send a hefty compensation bill to House Sylvester and it's settled." Pullen remained sullen. Normally that would be the case. However, the imperial court has issued an absolute ban on all compensation claims. Marbas exclaimed, "What, for what reason?" Pullen explained painfully, "But you must know. The Leenhaber, Sader, and Marbas houses, three noble bloodlines, have long been tightly controlled by the court. Perhaps the court wants to prevent our rise, and has therefore quashed all compensation claims." Marbas sighed helplessly, "It's chaos inside and out." Leon asked tensely, "So how much do we owe in the end?" Pullen said nothing and held out a hand. Leon forced a smile and blurted, 50 million gold. Pullen shook his head without comment. Leon was speechless, 500 million. Pullen, as before, shook his head in silence. Leon rubbed his chin and guessed it certainly couldn't be as high as 5 billion. 500,000 would still be a light sum. As he spoke, Pullen cut in. "Forgive me if I'm abrupt, my lord, but you guessed correctly." Leon was surprised. "Guessed correctly about what?" Pullen answered, "The debt of House Marbas. My lord, it's 5 billion gold." Leon felt as if he were about to become a beggar. At the same time, inside the city, a handsome young man entered. He glanced around and murmured, and now I am in the domain of House Marbas. This is Richel de Flamel, the High Prelate of the renowned Mage Tower and founder of the Eremita School. Suddenly a girl stepped out, smiling. We meet again, Master Richard. She is Carleen, leader of the southern branch of the lunatic criminal organization, the notorious loan shark across the continent. Flamel stammered awkwardly, Miss Carleen, the debt our order owed you was settled long ago. Carleen replied with a mocking trill, Oh, did you think I came all this way just for that old debt? This time I'm not here on your account. Flamel shivered and said, Then forgive me. I suppose I still can't shake the feeling of being used whenever I face lenders like you. I thought back then that the survival of the entire Mage Tower was at stake. Carleen winked and smiled. That's why we always tell our clients to read the fine print carefully. Flamel didn't want to argue further and turned to leave. Let's skip the formalities. I suppose we both came here for the same person, didn't we? Inside the Pullen house, they confirmed the amount of debt the Marbas family was carrying. Sir, it's up to 5 billion gold. After saying this, both he and Leon fell silent, sweating profusely. Suddenly, a knocking sounded at the door. Everyone turned to look. Pullen stepped out and looked back, saying, I'll go open the door. Leon stared tensely outside. Seeing his odd expression, Marbas asked curiously, What's wrong, Leon? Leon answered with difficulty, I hope it's nothing serious. Moments later, Pullen ran in to report, Sir, visitors have come to the manor. Leon asked warily, How many people? Pullen fumbled his reply, 2, sir, 1 man and 1 woman. Leon fell silent again after hearing that, and placed his teacup on the table. Richel took the cup, sipped, and introduced himself. Thank you for receiving us. I am Mage Richel, head of the Eremita School. Carleen, seated beside him, added, I'm Carleen, head of the lunatic southern branch. When those words ended, the room fell completely silent. After a while, Leon managed to force out a few words. Welcome to the Marbas family. Richel smiled at him, and Carleen smiled along. Seeing that expression, Walter asked anxiously, Those two radiate an unusual aura. Are you sure inviting them was a good idea? Marbas curtly replied, Who knows? The Black Raven stammered mockingly, My master is stronger, don't worry, he will handle it. Sensing the tension, Carleen took the initiative to speak. We recently heard about your victory in the noble house's conflict. We should congratulate you, Lord Marbas. The spoils from that battle should be enough for you to settle your debt with the lunatics organization, right? Leon wiped sweat and replied, By the way, Carleen, exactly how much is the debt? Pullen leaned in and whispered, Please remember that when borrowing, the Marbas family's credit reached rock bottom. But of the 5 billion gold borrowed, 4 billion is debt owed by you, Carleen, and the lunatics organization. Carleen, head of the lunatics southern branch, the largest criminal organization on the continent, is said to be the most notorious creditor everyone wants to avoid. At that, Leon blurted, Those who can't pay are sold as live test subjects to the dark mages. Carleen laughed aloud as soon as she heard that. So you've heard a bit about our activities. Lord Marbas, you're honored. Then let's get straight to the point. Leon confirmed, Yes. May I ask what my current outstanding balance is? Carleen narrowed her eyes and stared at him, pulling a paper from her chest and replying frankly, We must require you to pay at least 10% immediately, after which you may pay the remaining 90% in installments at your leisure. However, I advise you to remember that our applied interest rate is 30% per year. I'm sure you'll settle the debt soon. She stared at Leon like prey. Leon also sweated, not knowing what to do. 400 million gold, paid immediately with 30% annual interest. Even after paying 400 million, the principal would still increase by 1.08 billion in just 1 year. he exclaimed helplessly. Who would sign such a crazy agreement? Pullen stood behind, dejected, and said, "It was your late father who signed it." Sir, remembering his father's figure made Leon even more distressed. "Father, why does the atmosphere feel so tense?" Richel said, rubbing his face. "Come on, let's calm things down a bit. Lord Marba's just won. Shouldn't you be allowed a little celebration? Besides, I highly doubt he already has such a huge sum on hand." But Carleen interrupted curtly. "Sorry, Richel. Don't you see we're discussing business here? I hate being rudely interrupted. Keep that in mind. And who can say that the price for a careless word won't be the end of your life as an empty corpse?" Richel was already standing to leave. "I heard you clearly, Carleen. I'll come back after matters are settled." Carleen smiled lightly at that. "Oh dear, what a waste of a good pot of tea." Leon froze, unable to find words, and finally forced out a few sentences. "Miss Carleen." He hadn't finished before Carleen cut in. "Oh, if you mean you have no money now or want more time to scrape every coin together, forget it. I've already heard everything from your matriarch." Leon whispered helplessly to Marbas. "Why not deal with her now?" Marbas snapped back. "Don't speak rashly. She's not someone you have any chance against. If you want to be ripped apart in an instant, go ahead and try." Leon once again fell silent, at a loss. The Black Raven chimed in. "At this rate we'll be left with nothing, even peanuts will be gone. I'm so disappointed with the pledged one." Pullen muttered dejectedly. The late patriarch acted out of desperation for the clan's future survival. Suddenly Walter shouted, "Be brave, young master, you will find a way. I fully trust your wisdom." Leon bowed his head to think, and after a while looked up and said, "If I may, Miss Carleen." Carleen cut in again. "Yes." Leon replied seriously, "I beg you to show mercy to all of us." Those words left Carleen stunned. Even Pullen, Marbas, and the Black Raven were dumbfounded. Walter stood frozen, not understanding. At the same time, outside the main chamber, Richel looked at the portrait on the wall and pondered. Leon von Marbas. Just meeting him alone has made this trip worthwhile. Recalling the moment he first met Leon, when dense dark mana radiated from him, Richel became even more certain he had sensed a vast mana stream flowing deep within the boy. If he could persuade him to join the Eremita mages, it would be a tremendous advantage for our academy. There must be a way to win his favor. While he was thinking, a light flashed in Richel's hand, and a luminous orb slowly shrank. The mana on Richel was drawn into it. Richel calmly peered inside, and saw an old man urgently pleading, "Headmaster, please, you can't just disappear like this anymore. The academy has been thrown into chaos by your absence." Richel replied nonchalantly, all right, I'll explain later." "But I have an important question right now," the old man asked anxiously. "Yes, what is it?" The headmaster Roz forced a smile and said, "How much gold do we currently have in Eremita Academy's treasury?" No sooner had he spoken than the old man clutched his head in the room. Carleen tilted her head and asked with a smile, "Even Long Thuong, sir, I really don't understand why you're so flustered. Perhaps you think our lunatics are just some cold-blooded crazy gang." She paused for a moment and gathered mana at her fingertip, and with a single point, easily crushed the teacup in front of Leon. "The warning finished," she said coldly, "but I assure you we scheme far more than you imagine." Watching the tea spill before Leon, Walter couldn't help drawing his weapon and shouting, "How dare you threaten the young master?" Carleen paid him no mind and said calmly, "Our wrath is reserved only for debtors." "Is that clear?" Leon sighed and replied, "We have nothing left, Miss Carleen." Carleen asked in puzzlement, "What did you say?" Leon raised his head to confirm, "Literally, our treasury is empty." That made Carleen pause for a few seconds. Then she bowed her head and forced a smile. "Ah, now I see why you tremble like a frightened puppy. Now let me show you directly what happens to those who can't repay their debts." Seeing the aura she gave off, Leon broke out in a cold sweat. Just then Rachel rushed in and shouted, "Wait!" Everyone immediately turned to look toward the door. But Rachel was a bit nervous and unsure what to say. Carlene couldn't wait any longer and growled, "Ah, I wondered why you were so restless. It turns out our honored guest has no money." Her gaze was like a predator's fixed on him, but Leon could not resist. Rachel mustered all his courage and shouted, "How pathetic. Please don't trample the future seedlings of Aremina Academy anymore." He rushed forward to stop Carlene. Leon remained motionless and silent. But this made a different impression on Walter. He ran over to flatter Leon. As expected, young Master Leon had planned everything in advance. Leon didn't understand a thing. Aremina Academy, Carlene still glared at Leon with hatred. Rachel smiled and blocked her. Carlene sighed and withdrew her killing intent. Leon remained pensive, sitting there in silence. After a while he finally ordered those nearby, "First, please step back a little. We need to clarify a few things. Have them leave." Lon then spoke, "If Aremina Academy officially accepts me, will you pay 10% of my debt to Carlene? That's your proposal, correct?" Rachel smiled in confirmation. "Yes. In the recent battle for territory with the Sylvester family, you clearly used necromancy to summon the undead in that fight." Leon denied it and asked back, "Why do you think that?" Rachel explained, "Because it was a battle that you would have surely lost without that magic." Carlene thought so too, which is why she came to find you, isn't that right? Carlene smiled in response, "Mages always so cunning." It's not exactly a secret. I also suspected the Marba's head had regained his former power, which is why he came here." Leon asked irritably, "You came thinking you could collect the debt?" Carlene said bluntly, "To be honest, I won't deny I thought of it. But I know that debt can't be repaid right away. I just want to set it aside for the time being." Marba's, overhearing, immediately guessed, that debt must be piled as high as a mountain. Hearing the two of them, Leon understood their intentions. "Rachel wants to recruit me, Carlene wants to settle the debt, but I still don't see why she's so certain. The power to control the undead isn't guaranteed to have returned. I could ask another family for help or hire mercenaries." Carlene cut in, "But of course those options cost a fortune, don't they?" Rachel laughed at that. I've never believed wars can be won with money. That's why I suspected from the start, the special power of the Marbas line. The ability to summon the undead has awakened once more." Carlene added, "If that ability reaches even a fraction of Lord Welland's level, being acquainted with the continent's unparalleled genius wouldn't be a bad outcome." But Leon kept to the point. "Still, the debt has to be paid, doesn't it?" Carlene interrupted, lowered her eyes in displeasure. She pulled an item from her clothes and said slowly, "Of course. Do you think I make a living as a usurer for fun?" She chambered a round into her small gun, pointed it straight at Leon and said, "I can tell you the reason." Seeing this, Rachel hurriedly intervened. "Miss, could you let me and him speak privately?" Carlene lowered the gun and agreed. If he truly is the talent Aremina must recruit, I don't mind. After all, debt recovery is still my top priority." With that she holstered the gun and walked out. Rachel breathed a sigh of relief. She really is something, almost ruined us. But Leon remained wary and said, "As for me, you are not someone to trust either. You're not human, are you?" Hearing this, Rachel curled his lips in a smile and pointed ahead, saying, "Just like you. You're standing beside one of the 72 demon gods, aren't you?" Marbas, having been pointed at, growled displeased. A mage sees me without permission. Your body is slowly changing back, returning to its demon god form. Roar, what the hell are you? Ritual's body transformed, revealing a draconic form in front of Leon and Marbas. Marbas exclaimed in surprise, "A dragon! I thought you were all extinct after the war against magic." Leon was startled to hear that. "A dragon," Marbas confirmed. "Yes, just look at the distinctive horns and tail." Ritual also asked with interest, "Even I am curious. How does one of the 72 demon gods travel with a human?" "I don't know the reason, but it certainly relates to the first head of the family." Leon hurriedly made his position clear. "Don't worry, Master Marbas stands with humanity. He isn't like the other demons." Marbas confirmed that was true. "Though a demon, I do not share their aims." Ritual, understanding, smiled and interjected. "Otherwise you would have no reason to involve yourself in human affairs." Seeing both sides sincere enough, Leon moved to the main point. "So tell me, what do I need to do to join Eremina Academy?" Ritual explained, "Our school is a secretive academy. You will take part in common missions and continuously elevate your standing among mages." Leon didn't believe it. "Is that all?" Marbas barked. "Tell us the real reason." Ritual reluctantly told the truth. "Ha ha, you are perceptive. Actually, even if I hadn't said it, I would have added this. You may not join any other school, nor accept missions from them. Those are our conditions." Marbas seized the key point and asked, "To prevent other schools from developing?" Ritual calmly admitted it. "Of course that's one reason, but the main reason lies elsewhere." He placed a demonic sigil badge on the table and said coldly, "Of the two other renowned magic academies besides Eremina, at least one is breathing again, demons." Marbas sighed at that, "So they have finally begun to act. Damn, I wish I'd awakened a bit earlier." He then asked what their goal was. But Ritual fell silent and contemplative. Then after a moment replied, "The Demon King. They want to resurrect Baal from the war against the demons. The great first war between humans and demons. A tragic event where the human sovereign Solomon found eternal rest. Before he fell, he poured all his power into countless chains that bound the remaining demons. Through the dark mana from the Marbas family's death book, sealed by the first head of the Marbas clan, KH letter 1ED1NG Fong. The war finally drew to a close. In the demon-slaying war, King Solomon bestowed a seal. But over time, that power gradually weakened, to the point that a demon awakening at any moment was no longer surprising." Leon cut in to ask, "I've heard the Emperor has lost his wits. He was once clear-minded, but now is called a foolish emperor. Is that related?" Ritual admitted it. "Yes, demons always know how to exploit the smallest gaps. And you already have a demon at your side. You understand that better than anyone." Marbas, named, was displeased. He added some information he had. "I also heard many dragons and other races fell in that war. This explanation sounds plausible, not like a lie." But Leon ignored that and asked, "The reason you won't let me join another academy is because you found a demon mark at another school, right?" Ritual confirmed, "Exactly. Please join our Eremina Academy. We believe we can reveal many truths to you." Marbas jumped in to negotiate a reward, but it would require a substantial sum. Ritual could only smile helplessly. "Ha ha, that's beyond our power as well." Leon asked calmly, "Is there any way to earn steady gold? Being 5 billion in debt is a bit beyond me." Ritual pondered thoughtfully, and after a moment smiled and said, I've thought of a good way. The Adventurers Guild. Carlene is the one closest to the Guildmaster. If you take on missions and obtain a gold badge, you can accept jobs worth 10 million gold at a time." Leon was stunned by the number, 10 million. He threw away his pride and bowed. "Please speak to Lady Carling for me." Marbas could only sigh, pathetic. The Black Raven couldn't hold back and scolded. "Stupid lion, don't insult your master, it's just for momentum." Marbas, annoyed, asked, "Who said that just now?" The Black Raven pretended not to hear. Fake butler Marbas was at a loss with him, helplessly slapping his forehead. When Ritual suddenly shouted toward the door, "Carling, I know you're eavesdropping, give me a hand." Carling reluctantly pushed the door open. "Damn, Ritual knows me too well." But facing Leon this time, she couldn't show her usual arrogance. Ritual had to stand and introduce her. "This is the demon who serves our master." Carling put her hands to her head in exasperation. "Ha, getting involved with you lot never ends well." Ritual could only chuckle helplessly. A few days later, in the wild mountain forests, Leon's group set out on a journey to earn money to repay the debt. Carling complained irritably, "Why the hell do I have to escort you to the Adventurers Guild?" Ritual, as usual, laughed and said, "It's 4 billion of the debt, consider it me paying part. Don't get the wrong idea." Leon asked curiously, "What kind of place is the Adventurers Guild?" Marbas, perched on his shoulder, chimed in, "I'm wondering too. It didn't exist before, strange indeed." Carling explained, "Simple. It's a place to take and complete contracted missions, where you can freely form groups, split rewards, and increase your own value. Like that, if you're not strong enough, you'll die. But if you're skilled, you can earn tens of millions in one go." Marbas commented coldly, "A place where moths burn their lives away, as they say." Ritual snorted with laughter. But it's not always that harsh. The Adventurers Guild is neutral territory. With good performance, you can even be invited by other nations to become knights or mages. If you have the strength, it's also the fastest way to make money." Leon asked again, "Explain more about badges and ranks." Ritual smiled, turned his head and said, "All right, Carlin, you're clearly annoyed, now trying to boss me around." But he still explained it to Leon. The Adventurers Guild ranks adventurers into 5 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and black. The higher the rank, the stronger the adventurer. And they receive higher-level missions. Leon got to the point immediately and asked, "So becoming a black-rank adventurer is the fastest way to make money, right?" Ritual smiled and confirmed, "That's true, but reaching that level is nearly impossible, so I won't mention it. There are fewer than 10 black-rank adventurers across the entire continent, and missions at that level require rewards of at least several 100 million gold. Hardly anyone in the world is that wealthy." Leon realized this, and the group quickly headed for the city gate. The group soon reached the city gate. Carlin stopped in front of the 2 gate guards, handed them a slip of paper, then instructed Leon, "First you must be checked to see if you're eligible for a bronze badge. Imperial law is complicated. It's not easy for minors to become adventurers." Ritual hurriedly protested, Now, Sin, don't be a spoil sport." They went into a tavern with a beer mug sign. Ritual led the way and said, "Start the checks, we're here." Leon looked up and asked, bewildered, "Is this the Adventurers Guild?" He was still looking around left and right when a platinum-haired girl noticed him. She lifted her teacup leisurely and asked, "Seems a noisy regular just came in," then stared toward the door. Leon's group slowly entered, the patrons on either side chatting and laughing. But when they saw Carlin among Leon's group, they immediately fell silent and glanced over. After a moment, shoulders murmured, "Wait, is that Carlin? I think it is. Look at those eyes, like a starving beast. From that look you know she isn't someone to lend money to. Why is she suddenly showing up at the Adventurers Guild? Is that Ritual beside her? The headmaster of Eremina Academy, so ridiculously handsome. She does look young, Yet I've heard she even rose to tower chief. Oh my, that ruins my mood to drink. Life is unfair. Hearing the gossip, Rachel glanced at Carlin and said apologetically, "It seems you've made them uncomfortable." She scowled and hissed, "Stop babbling. Move, hurry up, we don't have time to deal with people like them." Leon popped his head forward and asked, "Where's the person we need to see?" "I don't see anyone with a powerful presence around here." Marbas heard the denial. "No. Don't you sense a stream of mana watching us?" At that moment, a man in the crowd's expression turned ugly. He slowly edged closer to stick to Leon. Leon felt his pace slow, glanced at the man, and sent out waves of mana to search. Leon was astonished to discover it found him. No sooner had he said it than the platinum-haired girl lunged forward. Without a word, she drew her sword, and Carlin coldly turned to draw her weapon as well. The girl pressed her blade to Leon's throat, while Carlin pointed a gun at her head. The girl pressed her blade to Leon's throat, while Carlin pointed a gun at her head. Carlin smiled mockingly. "You're getting more hot-headed." Raleigh glared back over her shoulder, lowered her weapon, and snapped unhappily, "I told you not to call my name casually, Carlin." Leon paid it little mind and calmly stepped forward to ask, "You're the strongest person here, right?" Raleigh turned and replied irritably, "Sorry, but I haven't given you permission to speak. Who are you?" She judged inwardly. Indeed a monster, even more dangerous than the two standing behind him. Leon leisurely introduced himself. "Leon von Marbas, the 10th heir of the Marbas family. That's what everyone calls me." A moment later, Walter entered the room and shut the door. Inside, the full group for this meeting was already seated. Raleigh lifted her teacup and remarked, "I've heard the head of House Marbas has changed, but I didn't expect it to be a child." Carlin cut in coldly, "Whatever his magical talent is undeniable, I vouch for that." Raleigh, still wary, asked, "But it's strange for a noble to show up at this shabby adventurers' guild." Rachel forced a smile. "Ha ha, I have my reasons." Raleigh grew more displeased. "Interesting that you travel with a demon. Carlin, are all your friends this odd?" But being lumped in with Marbas annoyed him and he barked, "Apologize at once." The blonde stood up to join in. "Exactly." Finally the black cat sobered up. Marbas leapt over, growling something. Leon nonchalant held him back and explained, "I have my reasons. I'm owing a huge debt. I want to work at the Adventurers Guild." Carlin added, "A place anyone can join without revealing their identity. Isn't that Muolian's biggest feature? There's no reason to refuse him." Rachel smiled and begged, "Please give him a chance." Seeing both of them plead, Raleigh relented. "If both of you are so persistent, then fine, but you could die for it." Leon replied matter-of-factly, "Our family lives close to death. Besides, Rachel told me that not repaying that madman's debt would be worse than hell." Raleigh, recalling Carlin's thugs, agreed. "That argument is indisputable. Fine, I'll give you a chance." With that, she poured her teacup onto the table, and it flawlessly flowed into a symbol on the table. Immediately, a matching symbol lit up on the floor. The room shook violently, and white smoke rose. Leon broke into a sweat and could hardly speak. Marbas explained, "This is a teleportation magic. A high-level formula, she even simplified it. Looks like she's a capable mage indeed." Now another row of stone statues appeared in the room. Everyone looked over in unison. Raleigh stood up, stepped over, and said as she walked, "The test is very simple. Among these statues, only one contains mana. That's the real one. Find it. You have 30 minutes total. If you don't finish in time, you'll have to return to your family." "Still want to try?" Leon agreed immediately. "I'll give it a shot." Raleigh declared at once, "I begin now. Carlin, prepare the hourglass." She grumbled unhappily at being called in. Such a nuisance. Fine, I'll help this once. An hourglass instantly appeared floating in midair. Leon slowly stepped into the midst of the statues. He looked up and inspected every detail. When suddenly Raleigh shouted, "Hey, that statue is moving. I'll attack you." She was still speaking when the statues raised their weapons to attack. A mace came down, and Leon vaulted into the air to avoid it. He had barely landed again when another statue struck at him from behind. Leon hastily ducked to evade. Carlin watched the scene displeased and gritted her teeth. Rachel also said with concern that Raleigh had gone a bit too far this time. Even a mid-level mage would struggle to pass this test. He's very talented, but he's still just a child. But Carlin disagreed. Is that so? She knows better than anyone that the younger you are, the easier you fall. Now we can only watch. The chance of success is almost zero. Marbas also tensed. Each statue's strength was negligible, but finding the magic golem was nearly impossible. The mana density is too low. The blonde stroked his beard and assessed. This task is truly difficult. Even a dumb lion could sense that. The contractor will have a hard time. Marbas no longer bothered with him. Staring at Leon, wondering. You contractor, what on earth are you thinking? Raleigh frowned, thinking to herself. Entrusting the guild's emblem to a child is truly dangerous. Because on this continent, even the most gifted can collapse easily. As for Leon, after evading for a while, he stepped back. His deadfish gaze locked onto several golems, and they surged forward to attack again. Leon condensed 2 spheres of dark mana in his palms, and as they were about to reach him, he hurled them, directly seizing Raleigh's control over the statues. Seeing the statues stop attacking, Leon murmured with satisfaction, "Just as I thought, this seems the most effective method." The onlookers were stunned into silence. Marbas broke into a sweat, speechless. That fellow, really. Leon continued to gather more dark mana spheres. What I learned from Lord Marbas is only one of the few dark magics I know. But for now, that's enough. Dark spears instantly materialized above Leon's head, countless mana-tipped spears. Marbas and the blonde watched in astonishment. Rachel inwardly rejoiced. The dark spears we know. Lon paid them no mind and immediately commanded the spears to strike. The statues that couldn't withstand it were smashed to pieces. After that assault, there were no statues left on the floor. Marbas sighed in helplessness and muttered, "You're insane." Carlin stepped forward, picked up a stone, and said, "His mana volume and control are indeed excellent. But the purpose of this test is to find the statue that contains mana." It seems he failed. But Rachel showed no worry and turned away, saying there's only one remaining method to pass the test. If he intends to use that method, we must recruit him into the Eremita Academy. That remark left Carlin standing in silence. On the other side, Leon closed his eyes and recited an incantation. "I call the wandering spirits of the celestial realm. I, a direct descendant of Marbas, summon you. Open your eyes." Immediately, the broken stones on the floor began to move, and they slowly gathered together. The sight astonished Raleigh. "This is..." Rachel could not contain his joy. Leon von Marbas had planned for this from the start. Mana is life force, so anything with mana is a living being, and once killed it can respond to necromantic summoning. But how many people can actually do this? Perhaps we've just met someone beyond imagination. Carlin also wiped sweat in agreement. I don't want to admit it, but he's truly impressive. I thought his mana alone was remarkable, yet he devised that method in such a short time. Raleigh bowed her head and said nothing. Seeing Leon return, she asked, "How did you do that?" Leon answered calmly, "I killed it and then revived it, as you all saw." Raleigh looked up worriedly and asked, "Why did you think of that?" Leon replied softly, "Because a golem is not a mere construct, it's a true living creature. This golem is the thing that possesses the mana." At that, Leon turned to look at the hourglass, saw the sand still flowing, and asked, "Have I passed the test?" Raleigh smiled in acknowledgement. "You are extraordinary." But Leon, uninterested, said, "If that's a quality a house head needs, then I will have it." Realizing she couldn't argue with the stone-faced boy, she turned and offered, "All right, you've passed. I'll award you the silver badge. A bronze badge isn't worthy of a mage with that much mana. Do we all agree?" Carlin, unbelieving, asked, "Give him the silver badge from the start." Richel chuckled in amazement. "This journey is full of surprises." "Lord Marbas, you truly are an extraordinary contractor, aren't you?" Marbas nodded, enjoying it. "Indeed, he is my contractor." "Of course," the blonde grumbled, unable to be satisfied. "A lion doesn't even know how to accept praise, and now there are more things I can't do. I'm useless." Leon paid them no mind and stood like a log, watching them. Just then, Walter stepped into the illusionary space and stared at the scene in surprise. Golems. They are usually seen as products of magical engineering, but some core-bearing creatures can also appear naturally. Based on the characteristics of the green golem, compared to artificially made types, he could distinguish the differences between them. "He really is the young master," Raleigh explained softly. "This case is quite special." "I'll admit it, you are strong." Leon, still like a stone, replied coldly, "Thanks, If I have a silver badge, how much can I earn from quests?" Marbas heard and scolded irritably. "Such a money grubber." Richel stammered awkwardly. "What, you don't know what to do? Asking that question right now." Carlin smiled and answered, "It depends, but you can easily earn around 3 million. Of course, with your debt, you'll need to reach at least a gold badge." Richel stepped in to break the tense atmosphere. Still, it was a very good start. "It's been a long time since the guildmaster awarded a silver badge right away." Carlin sighed in agreement. "Yes, that's right. It's been a long time since the guildmaster awarded a silver badge right away." Carlin sighed in agreement. "Yes, that's right." Leon bowed in thanks. "Thank you for your concern." Guildmaster Raleigh casually snapped her fingers. The pile of golems Leon had smashed showed a subtle change. They perfectly reverted to their original state. Walter looked on in amazement and exclaimed, "With a flick of her hand, everything returns to normal. Not only the mana level, but the precision of her control is astonishing. Indeed, the guildmaster is a monster." Richel turned and suggested, "Then let's return as well." A short while later, inside Raleigh's office, she sat quietly recalling the earlier scene, remembering the image of Leon attacking with the dark spears. She couldn't help but mutter, "I was sure it was over, but he acted differently and ultimately passed the discrimination test. Distinguishing a living golem would be easy for him, surely. Although from the start he already knew which one had mana. He didn't say why. Was he hiding his true strength? The Marbas family is on the brink of survival. It seems an absurd monster has appeared for the first time in centuries. But what concerns me most is those expressionless eyes. Leon von Marbas, what is he seeing with those eyes?" The next day, inside the office, everyone sat together again. Raleigh pulled out a roll of paper and said, "Along with your silver badge, this will be your first assignment." Leon took it and read aloud. "In Selassie, where the Archbishop of the Arden Church, the goddess of creation, resides. Investigate allegations of corruption by the Archbishop." Raleigh confirmed, "Yes, recently in the southern city of the Selassie capital. News has spread that Archbishop Cadon has been corrupt there. Deal with it, and I will pay you 1 million. Carlin couldn't help but ask, "Isn't this a bit much for a first assignment?" That question made the guildmaster stare at her. And she finally replied indifferently, "This is a rare privilege. You should be able to handle it." Rachel gave a helpless wry smile. It seems there's no room for negotiation. Leon paid it no mind and said, "If this helps me rank up quickly, then I'm willing to accept. I'll do my best." Raleigh warned, "If you give up, you'll have to start over from a bronze badge." Leon nodded in agreement. "I accept." Raleigh turned to instruct, "If you can, accompany him and assist." Carlin protested, jumping up and shouting, "What? I said it's troublesome. Do I really have to go?" Rachel smiled and replied, "Of course. We're also curious about Leon's abilities." Carlin angrily shouted, "Excuse me, isn't my opinion important?" No one answered her. Leon bowed in thanks. "Thank you, everyone. My father always taught me that in moments like this, I should be the first to greet." The scene left Carlin in a storm of bewilderment. The blond man laughed with delight. "That's my young master. He truly knows how to deal with people." Marbaz smugly chimed in, "Of course, a demon must know how to touch people's hearts." Walter scowled in objection, "But the young master is still human." But before he finished, Marbaz's gaze shut him up. Leon remained nonchalant and said, "Anyway, we'll definitely succeed because we need a lot of money." At the same time, in Selassie, where the Archbishop of the Arden Church resides, two worshippers were kneeling and praying before the holy chalice. He slowly stepped forward and arrogantly exclaimed, "Forgive me." The two did not bother to look up, staring into the chalice. As words gradually appeared on the water, the chosen saint who inherits the blessing of the goddess of creation and divine power will be one of two girls. Only one will shine like the sun, while the other will face annihilation. The two will become one, and one will die to become two. After reading, both sat motionless like statues. Religions across the continent are largely divided into two types. One worships the goddess who created the world, said to have created the dead stone. A faith that venerates Arden is called the Arden Church. The other side worships Ban and the 72 demon gods along with many other dark deities, and is called the demonist sect. Normally, if they are human, they will worship the Arden Church, and those chosen to wield this sacred grace. The power of the Holy Spirit is known across the continent by the honored title of the Miracle Saint. Scene cut: the clatter of a carriage on the trail. Outside the carriage, a black-haired man wore a stern expression. His gaze kept returning to the window. Inside the carriage were Rachel's party. Facing him were Leon and the two others, who had returned earlier. The black-haired man was puzzled by their request. "Excuse me, you want to go to Selassie?" But Selassie is currently in a dire state after the religious war. So much so that even pilgrimage traffic has nearly stopped. Suddenly he asked, "Is there any special reason you must go there?" Rachel answered awkwardly, "It's difficult to explain the reason clearly." Then he gave Carlin a meaningful look. Hearing this, Carlin gave a thin smile. "I understand." She then produced a large pouch and set it on his table. The pouch spilled out a pile of gold coins. In a serious, commanding tone, she slammed her hand on the table and said, "At this point, I don't think anyone needs to ask why. If you don't want to, we can find someone else. After all, we don't have only one caravan." He hugged the pouch of gold to his chest and looked at them. "If you guarantee my safety, I'll definitely go." At that moment, while the horses moved, he pondered. "I said it's for the money, but is this really okay?" Selassie, a city collapsing under the aftermath of a religious war. A new cardinal should have been sent to support the archbishop, but everything collapsed. And so did the divine power. The new miracle saint has still not appeared. With this, the continent will lose Arden's grace and divine power. Thinking of this, his face darkened somewhat. Inside the carriage, Leon spoke first. Our mission this time is to expose Archbishop Cadon's corruption. Is that all? Walter replied, there's something dangerous about this. Marbas disagreed, speaking arrogantly, they're just small fry. Don't worry, no one can stand against someone with your current power. Richel also spoke up. That may be so, but the human kingdoms have grown much stronger in the centuries since Lord Marbas was sealed. If we go in underprepared, we'll get hurt. Carlin agreed as well, especially since this involves the Archbishop. No one on the continent is truly free under the name of Arden. And the new miracle saint has yet to appear. Richel added, the issue is that the current saint is a direct descendant of the Archbishop, and people expect that tradition to continue. But if something even more serious has happened, Leon continued, that 2 daughters were born when there should have been only one, that's caused chaos within the church. He said sternly, because only one person can inherit the power. Walter looked at him and voiced his own suspicion. There's no way both of them could receive divine power, right? Lord Marbas answered him. Divine power passed through bloodline has always been meant for only one person. In the end, one of the 2 will have to die. At that, Richel's gaze fixed on Leon. He privately assessed him. The more he thought, the stranger it seemed. Leon, he was truly surprised. When the black-haired man seated outside spoke up, cutting through his thoughts, we're here. This is the continent's largest religious sanctuary, Celashi. Inside the mansion, a tall man slowly opened the great door. That man was Glazer. He called out, Your Holiness, the people who requested the task have arrived. The one addressed as Your Holiness murmured, Is it them? Can they really bypass the royal household's scrutiny? Hearing him, Glazer answered respectfully, Yes, Your Holiness. If they come from the Vaux C letter 1EF1C Hoa Liern, it is entirely plausible. Cadon instructed him gravely that this matter must be kept absolutely secret. After all, this whole charade is only to save my daughter. A moment later, he stepped outside to receive them. Hello, I am Glazer, head steward in charge of supporting the Archbishop in this city. Richel asked with a friendly face, You submitted the request concerning the Archbishop's corruption. He smiled faintly in a low voice. Yes, I did not expect the head of Eremia Academy to carry out the task personally. Hearing that, Glazer forced a smile. Sorry, but I'm not the one in charge of this mission. His face registered astonishment. Then who? Leon spoke up. I am. Seeing him, the steward appeared a bit worried. You seem rather young to take this on. We must act so the Archbishop doesn't notice. Reading the steward's expression, Leon understood his concern. He then presented his badges for him to see. Glazer was surprised. Those were silver adventurer badges. Before accepting the mission, he suddenly asked oddly, I have a question. The 2 women have vanished. Are they enemies? Behind him, there truly were 2 dark silhouettes. When the 2 shadows realized they had been spotted, they assumed their true forms. At that moment, he looked at Leon with different eyes. His voice serious. We should move somewhere else. This conversation will probably take a while. Downstairs, they sat properly at the table in the middle of the room. Downstairs, they sat properly at the table in the middle of the room. Glazer looked at Leon with a thoughtful gaze. It had finally come to this. Celashi's power has waned, but how could a young mage like him help us? He suddenly spoke. I'm not sure, but it's best not to show any emotion. Then he used thought to speak with him. When he learned the man's name was Glazer, he couldn't believe it. He added, I'm not sure how much this helps, but he's wondering telepathy. That's a kind of magic that at least mid to high level mages can use, right? Better not hide anything. I know this mission was assigned directly by the Pope. So can you tell me what the real task is? As he conveyed that, a knowing smile spread across his face. This made him trust him more. He told himself he must not be deceived. immediately after he began. Understood very well. Let me explain the mission. The miracle saint of the magic, the one who will receive the Creator's blessing and divine power, will be one of the two girls. Only one will be chosen as the son, while the other will face annihilation. The two will become one. To split into two, one person must die. According to his account, His Holiness was deeply worried. If the prophecy is true, what will happen to our daughter? The woman beside him said respectfully, "Forgive me, but it seems the power has been split between the two and is still incomplete. Ultimately, to complete that power, one side must," he had heard enough and snapped angrily, "one person must die for the power to be whole." "Is that what you mean?" Feeling his anger, she became frightened and said, "I'm sorry." That day, a knight arrived at his command. "I am Caliban, commander of the Royal Knights. By order of His Majesty the Emperor, I have come to deliver a decree to the Pope. In the name of Estevan, the son of the Empire, I order that under this sky there cannot be two sons, sir, and I trust you understand that." He said that, when the two daughters reach adulthood, one will live to become the miracle saint, while the other, to complete that power, will be burned alive under the guise of a fallen saint. Because of that, His Holiness could not believe such cruelty and shouted at him, "What are you saying? You want me to burn my own daughter?" He didn't care at all and only laughed. "This is the Emperor's order, sir. Consider it a small sacrifice." Then he turned and left. "Let's go." He could not believe this truth. He fell to his knees in utter despair. "Why? Why would you lay such a curse upon my child? O Arden, did you take my brother and now my daughter as well? Why must I endure these trials?" At the end of the story, both sisters couldn't hold back their tears. Rachel spoke up. "In short, the miracle saint who bears divine power has not appeared for decades. And this time, the saint born into the legitimate line came as twins, so the power was split in two." "Is that what you mean?" He replied, "Yes. I came here to save both of them beside me. That's why I'm here. I know I'm going against the will of the Empire." But Leon interrupted him. "This time may I address someone other than Lord Glazer?" Hearing his request, the man looked puzzled. He bowed politely and asked to step back for a moment. Then he knelt on one knee to show his respect. "May I ask which of you two could accept death?" Marbaz was stunned by the sudden question. "Hey, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, what are you saying?" he replied calmly. "Because it's the most effective way. I'll do my best, but it's hard to deceive the Emperor. So in the worst case, one person will have to die." He kept a serious tone. "I'll ask again. Is any one of you willing to accept death?" Everyone's eyes were anxious and amazed. The two sisters, Heaven and Heaven, hesitated. "We are. People call us that, but we never thought we were blessed. We are the unchosen." Demons ran rampant, ravaging and killing the people. His Holiness was desperate and cursed. At this moment, the miracle saint of magic has no light power. What are we to do now? A knight worriedly said, "Sir, it's very dangerous. Please step back." He shouted angrily, "A demon! I will never forgive it. You who betrayed his will." Cut to the scene when the sister's mother, Mrs. Rhea, spoke in a soft and gentle voice. "It's such a relief that our child may become the new miracle saint." His Holiness was glad but burdened with worry. Of course he was happy. But Rhea, every role comes with its own burden. That's what makes me fear she'll be worshipped and exploited by people as a saint. As he spoke, he clutched at his robe. Sensing his worry, Mrs. Rhea gently held his hand. "Do not worry, Cadon. This child will be strong and I will teach her how to live like that." Then she continued, "Name her Heaven, will you? It means she will bring a heavenly life to others. What do you think, my lord?" I've never heard Mother speak like that. She poured all her strength into giving birth to us. And in the end she passed away forever. I'll say it again. Our beginning was tragedy, and the end will be tragedy. No one can change that. That is the fate of the two of us. Yes, it's simply like that. At that moment the older sister spoke firmly. Have I already decided? Before she finished, her younger sister cut in. No, the one who should die is me. You were born first. Only you can carry on Mother's will. You're better than me in every way. Of course a flawed person like me can't compare to you. Please. Hearing her sister say that, she couldn't hold back her tears. Don't say that anymore. Then she turned to him and said, I was never taught what to do in a situation like this. He thought for a moment and asked, Are you saying that if both of you die it's fine? That would make things simpler. Marba spoke up to remind him, Hey, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, your task is to save both of them. If one dies, you won't receive the reward. Hearing that, he slapped his hand. Indeed, Lord Marbas, you mentioned something I hadn't considered. So let's start finding a way to save them both. Hearing this, the older sister's anxiety lessened. It will be very difficult, but please try. But please don't let our father be endangered. He is innocent. The younger sister agreed with her. Yes, father only fulfilled his duty as Pope. Leon stood up. I understand. He then asked, So tell me exactly when one of you will be burned alive. The older sister answered, In 2 days. If by then there is still no solution, I will sacrifice myself. Hearing this, the younger sister panicked. Sister. He thought silently. 2 days is really too short. Can it be avoided? He ordered seriously, Next, check if there is any definitive solution. Lord Ritual, first examine the mark granted to the miracle saint of magic. He carefully asked the two of them, Can you show me that mark? The older sister hesitated. Its location is a bit. The younger sister continued. Everyone except Leon and the young lady, could you step outside for a moment? Carlin spoke up. Wherever it is, we should ask that man to leave. As she said it, she pushed him out. Her action puzzled him. Why are you doing this? I am the archmage, I can examine it. She pushed everyone out while arguing with Ritual. I can do it too, planning to take advantage and peek at a woman's body. Afterwards, she even brushed her hands off. Seeing no one left, the two sisters exchanged a signal. They gently removed the outer layer of cloth, revealing the 2 marks, each located on the left and right side of the respective girls. It seemed inevitable. Leon spoke before examining their marks. The mark transfers power by magic. Carlin added that because it's in that spot, it's no wonder she couldn't easily show anyone. Lord Marbas also spoke. It seems to me there is only one way left, though it will take time to accept. But in the end, Leon used telepathy to tell him, one person must die. One of the 2 prophecies in fate is truly terrifying. They destroy the lives of 2 people in the blink of an eye. He responded to him, I've never seen that look. Are you angry? Cut to 2 days later. Louis von Arkheim propped his chin with his hand, showing amusement. On his face, it's finally beginning. The miracle saint of magic is about to be born. After more than a decade of waiting, everyone will surely celebrate. Caliban added, and one woman under the pretext of a witch will be burned alive on the pyre. He added, they shouldn't have been born as twins. We had to wait until they grew up. Leon stood at a distance and heard everything they said. He fell silent, then used telepathy to speak to Lord Marbas. Should we really save those who want to live and kill those who want to die? The Lord looked puzzled. What are you saying? He continued. One of the 2 sisters lied. Perhaps only I can tell. The one close to death can truly feel. A person who desperately wants to live. The other truly doesn't care about death. So I'm torn about whom to save and whom to let die. He asked him, will you decide on the very day itself? He seemed to echo the older sister's words. Nobody ever taught me. What should be done in a situation like this? Many people stood on the altar steps. Louis von Archheim stepped forward. Louis von Archheim, I have been commissioned by the Emperor to attend the birth ceremony of the miracle saint. Those below shouted wildly. He made a small hand gesture for order and continued. Tonight the darkest night will descend upon you. But it will pass quickly, and a new miracle saint will appear. Therefore we will burn that witch called the Nameless One on the pyre. A knight also spoke up, just as the sky cannot have two suns. This world can only have one miracle saint. The birth of two children that disrupts the continent's order must be the devil's scheme. With proper procedure, the emperor will act in the name of the royal family before all witnesses. Then he glared and asked, "Does anyone object?" No one dared to speak out against it, despite its cruelty. Then the two of them walked over to His Holiness and the two sisters. He looked at them and said mockingly, "What a waste of such beauty. If she weren't a witch, perhaps she'd be worth keeping as a concubine." Hearing him speak of his daughter that way, His Holiness ground his teeth in fury, but could not do anything to the man. He clenched his hand, as the crown prince's hand rested on his shoulder. Then the prince walked away. The looks on those two men's faces were of pure relish. He quietly asked Leon, "Is there no other way?" To save both, Leon pulled his hood down and replied, "The chances are very low. For that reason I have something to ask. I have a question for His Holiness the Pope." He turned around. "Do you have something to say?" he stammered. Then the scene shifted to the inside of the cathedral. Heaven whispered comfortingly, "It's okay, don't cry anymore. If someone must be sacrificed, I always thought it should be me." Heaven's tears fell endlessly. In the end, what did we do wrong? Is being born itself a sin? The older sister gently accepted that truth. Perhaps it was so. In any case, in the end we must accept it, because prophecies have never been wrong and must always be fulfilled. This time it's actually better, isn't it? At least I can choose who will die. Outside, Caliban shouted orders, "Bind the witch tightly and bring her to the pyre." She felt reluctant, but knowing the time had come, she pushed the door open, offering a resigned smile. "I will go," the younger sister said anxiously. Then knelt deeply to show her guilt. "I'm sorry. I lied, thank you for taking my place." Unexpectedly, Leon was standing behind her. He cast a spell that shot straight toward her. She screamed once and then fainted. He looked on coldly. "Are you sure this is the best choice you can make?" Lord Marbas asked. Hearing that, his face darkened slightly. "Yes. Though best hardly fits this situation, at least not for me." On the pyre, the girl labeled a witch was bound to the stake, awaiting a painful death. On command, the man holding the torch began to set the fire. The crown prince revealed a look of satisfaction. Finally, the moment the miracle saint is born, now all who doubted my power will be silenced. Caliban chimed in. Who would dare doubt the crown prince? Those who don't follow the tide will face only death. Soon they will understand. The girl screamed in agony in the flames. On the other side, Leon's group witnessed that cruelty. Everyone was stunned. Carlin spoke first. "Even so, using this method, are you certain about this decision?" The young master forced a smile. "Doing this means the mission isn't a clear failure. At least it's not entirely a failure." Leon also spoke. "After all, I only want both of them to survive. What kind of emotions must one have to become a father? Honestly, I don't fully understand His Holiness the Pope. But even so, he still wishes for his daughter to live. Even if he must die himself, just to see his child alive before his eyes, that is enough." Then he thought to himself, "I don't understand that yet, but perhaps one day I will comprehend that inexpressible feeling. The heavy weight in my chest is so unpleasant. They must have realized already. That person is fine too. In a way, I feel relieved, as if I'm simply being punished. Unlike her, I was never a good person and I fear death. So I clung to the gentle words of that kind sister. Watching the girl inside the flickering flames, Louis von Arkham nodded and ordered sharply, "Pour more oil on it." The servant immediately brought a barrel of oil and dumped it on the fire. The flames caught the oil and flared up fiercely. Watching his sister scream in agony, the younger sister, overwhelmed with guilt, "I'm sorry, sister." 2 days earlier in Pope Cadon's chamber, Leon hesitated and asked, "Do you want to save the daughter who wants to live or the one prepared to die?" The Pope heard this and coldly asked back, "Can such a thing be clearly distinguished?" Leon replied confidently, "It can be, though it's hard to explain in detail." But the Pope fell silent upon receiving the answer. After a moment he looked up and said, "If you truly have eyes to see through, then save the one who wants to live." Back to the present. The Pope and the younger sister stood at a distance watching the pyre. The heartbreaking sight made the younger sister clamp her hand over her mouth to stifle her cries. At the same time, a carriage approached the square and stopped. Outside the carriage, Richel and Carlin hid in a corner to observe. Inside, Leon lowered his head and asked, "What do you think?" The carriage fell into a hush. Lord Marbas, seeing this, looked up and asked him. Leon said again, "Why would the Holy One choose to save the one ready to die?" The carriage sank into silence again. Lord Marbas jumped onto his shoulder and smugly said, "You're asking the obvious." "Because I want them to feel the value of life." Leon, puzzled, "The value of life?" Marbas nodded, "Exactly. Because those who remain must live on behalf of those who are gone. So when the moment of choice comes, you chose death, having understood how precious that choice was, understood its meaning, understood that they stood in place of someone else. They understand more than anyone." Leon realized, but the one who wants to live may never truly understand in their lifetime. In our family, they used to say gratitude fades over time. Eventually, it becomes taken for granted. Kindness that endures will be exploited casually. Marbas agreed, "Precisely so." Walter listened to them and felt bewildered. If this continues, whom should my anger fall upon? What did they do wrong? Suddenly Richel, who had been sitting quietly, spoke up. "There is no other way. This continent needs a saintess of miracles, and no matter how talented we cannot defy the royal decree." All eyes now turned to Richel, not to the miracle saintess. After a while, the younger sister trudged out from within. Carlin sighed, "So it's over. The saintess's power has likely fully awakened." As she spoke, she suddenly widened her eyes in shock. "Huh." Even Leon and the others were astonished. Richel spat out angrily, "The power is still incomplete." Even the younger sister incredulously stared at the sigil on her chest. The Pope screamed in terror, "What is this?" The younger sister flinched and turned, "Father." Before he could finish, Louis von Arkham interjected, "This has gone beyond control, Your Holiness." His face darkened. Pointing at the Pope, he ordered, "Even after executing the witch, the power remains incomplete. Arrest Pope Cadon and all his followers immediately." The Pope was restrained but protested bitterly. "This is absurd. That child is surely my daughter." Louis von Arkham wouldn't hear more and cut him off coldly. "Are you trying to toy with me? Cadon, I granted you respect and time, yet you chose this foolish path. Kill him." Caliban hesitated and stepped forward. "What? But the imperial papal lion is still on site, and he might be hiding the true saintess." Louis von Arkham glanced back and said, "If he doesn't produce her here, it means he's confident he hid her somewhere. In any case, I've survived decades without a miracle saintess. I won't let religious belief sway my decision." I'll say it again, Caliban, kill him. Caliban had no choice and bowed his head, drew his sword from its scabbard and murmured, "Do not bear resentment. This is the consequence you brought upon yourself." The Pope denied in terror, "No, that's my daughter." Caliban leveled the blade at his throat, saying then everything must be completed. With that he swung his sword, and as it came down, the younger sister leapt out to block it. A long slash scored across her body. The sight left the Pope stunned, unable to scream. Why go this far, just because of a useless father like me? But the younger sister merely smiled and whispered, "Not only because of father. Because if I do not truly live, then everything is meaningless. I've always sought the meaning of my life but never found a clear answer, so I only wished my sister could live in my stead. I chose to run away. Perhaps this is my punishment." Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Leon glared out at the charred corpse atop the wooden stake, from which a faint death aura still rose along with the strong deathly aura pouring out of the younger sister's body. He muttered in shock, "It seems they punished the wrong person." Over here, the Pope repeated in astonishment, "Punished?" The younger sister said coldly, "Father is no different." "Your Holiness," the Pope stammered in confusion, "what are you saying?" "My daughter, I was only speaking to this point," he awkwardly replied, speechless. The younger sister smiled and exposed the truth. "To the Pope, we were never daughters. We were merely tools to maintain power. Now admit that so we can find peace. In the end, Father never truly had children. This is the only punishment I can give you, Father. Perhaps this death is that punishment." Saying this, she collapsed powerless. The Pope screamed in horror, "My daughter, but it's too late. She has stopped breathing. The miracle left her body." The miracle on the elder sister's corpse was also peeled away and flew from her body. In the carriage, Marbas jolted, staring at Leon, who was radiating deathly chi beside him, stammering. "Contractor, are you?" Leon coldly opened the black tome and read aloud, "Two souls were lost in the maelstrom. Hear me." This incantation made Carlin next to him startle. "What?" Leon closed his eyes tightly and summoned, "I solemnly declare, your mission is not yet over. As the rightful heir of House Marbas, I make this offer." The eye on the black tome flared bright. An invisible pressure descended upon Leon. Carlin was aghast. This is necromantic inner arts. The souls of the elder sister and the younger sister were peeled free, merged together, and gradually flew toward the carriage where Leon sat. He looked up and called to the departed, "Hear the summons of Leon von Marbas. Even in an immortal form, do you wish to continue existing?" The two souls halted. Confused, they asked Leon in return, "Are you saying you will revive us? Is this real?" Leon answered decisively, "If you accept to live on in the forms of the dead, if you accept a life without the warmth of a heart, then I am willing to receive that." He finished speaking and reached out. Two strands of death chi flew out and wrapped tightly around their two souls. The younger sister smiled and asked, "What must we do?" Leon said bluntly, "It may sound blunt, but you will have to work for me." The younger sister, not overly concerned, agreed immediately, "That seems fair. If you demanded nothing, I'd be more suspicious." Hearing this, Leon lowered his eyes and decreed, "Then I'll take that as consent. I bind these two wandering souls to me, in the name of the heir of House Marbas. Are you ready to swear fealty to me?" They exchanged a look between them, then smiled and nodded. Then the eye on the black tome flared once more. Leon waved his hand to draw the two to him and declared, "The contract is complete. When this contract ends, I hope in your new life you will find what you once sought. Ultimately, that true value will be in your hands. I sincerely pray for that." Back on the square, the Pope stood frozen, his eyes white and vacant. staring dumbfounded at the two royals before him. Caliban was on alert, scanning around. I've sensed massively strong sorcery lately. What the hell is happening? Is there another faction here besides Prince Louis? Outside, Lee unsheathed the black tome, stepped into the carriage, and glanced once at the black tome. Marbas leapt up and jabbed the top of his head at him. You dared use summoning to control others without warning me. When we return, prepare to be scolded. Contractor. Leon awkwardly scratched his head and laughed. But since it's come to this, I saved them, so I'll be rewarded, right? Walter smiled in praise. The young master is extraordinary. Carlin added in various ways. Previously, Marbas taught that to resurrect mindless beings like beasts in an immortal form, they must undergo a process called imprinting. It's a sophisticated technique, but the most effective way to achieve total control. Leon asked immediately, what about those with intellect? Marbas explained, I must persuade souls still lingering in the mortal world. Obeying orders, Leon, not fully understanding, repeated, persuade. Marbas confirmed that a soul bearing regret cannot move on. The necromancer will help them complete what they left unfinished in life, and borrow their strength until that is resolved. We call this process by another name, summoning and subjugation. Leon stroked his chin and understood. I see. So it's freeing the dead's regrets so they find meaning to continue living. Marbas nodded. Exactly. The stronger the regret, the greater the power they carry. Remember this. A necromancer is not merely someone who exploits the dead for profit. Leon obediently replied, yes, I will remember. Back to the present. He took out the black tome and intoned, as the heir of House Marbas, I call your names. Heaven, Helen, respond to the summons of the necromancer. The book glowed, and the two souls within flew out. They intertwined in midair. And from where the two souls wound together, a new body was born and descended. Leon watched this blankly, waiting. And when nothing happened, he turned to ask Marbas, why did only one person return when both were resurrected? Marbas, not very surprised, explained that's simple. From the start they were two souls born into one body. So even in death they became one. Hearing this, the others understood too. It made sense, quite interesting. But Walter looked puzzled at the girl who appeared. Something about the atmosphere felt off. Strange somehow. Leon also asked coldly, Heaven, Helen, who is here now? The girl heard this and smiled. Now it is Heaven. Leon asked again, can it be changed? Heaven responded immediately, yes, I think it's possible. Leon was a bit intrigued and murmured, wonderful. Suddenly Heaven awkwardly turned her face away and said, although there is one issue. Leon, curious, asked, what issue? Heaven said no more. Her whole body emanating deathly chi, Heaven's expression shifted. Helen took over the taller body. What? We have to serve such a strict master, not gonna be easy. Rachel watched this sweating. A personality change, perhaps the deep self hidden in Helen has awakened. Before she finished, the other cut in. Hey, you milk-faced brat, shut up. We're speaking to the master here, can't you see? Leon hesitantly probed, so what are the twins good at? I summoned you to become immortals. If you are useless, I'll send you straight back to the dead. The number of immortals I can register is limited. Hearing him, Helen wiped sweat and whispered, you speak about terrifying things so calmly. But fine, we'll do all sorts of things to please our master. For example, she silently grabbed Leon's collar, bringing her face close to his, but faced with the beauty before him. Leon still kept his gaze cold as ever. Helen whispered in his ear like this, for example, Master. The next day, in the Adventurers Guild Hall, Raleigh asked in surprise, all done already? I didn't expect things to be resolved like this. Carlin stepped forward to explain. In any case, the Pope has agreed. Now it's just waiting for payment. Raleigh rubbed his head. relieved to be less bored. Rachel awkwardly said, "He truly is extraordinary in many ways. But raising your daughter as an undead before her own father." And she only glanced once before Helen snapped at her, "Look where you're starring. No matter what, I belong to Leon." Rachel was at a loss for words and stepped forward to distance herself from the girl. Marbaz also grumbled irritably, "I was the one who saved you from death, yet this is your attitude." Leon, unfazed, said, "I'm fine. I'm more used to this state now." Walter forced a smile and said, "Well, I don't know much, but isn't the fact I'm still alive a good thing? Though to be honest, calling it living is a bit of a stretch." Raleigh had no choice but to agree. "Fine, I acknowledge it. I officially recognize you as the bearer of the silver sigil. The reward will be sent to your manor." Leon asked again, "This isn't over, is it?" Raleigh looked up and replied, "If there's new work, I'll contact you." Carlin also assured, "Don't worry, I'll keep my mouth shut like my appearance." "Our house's master said, as long as you pay on time." Rachel couldn't help but stick out her tongue, Tesk, sweet for no reason. Before he finished, Carlin smiled and pointed a gun at his head, silencing him. Marbas suggested, "Let's move on. Heaven and Helen, right? We need to test their strength." Carlin beamed and asked, "Couldn't you do anything more while helping her?" Raleigh understood the hint and set the teacup down on the table. "All right." At the same time at the Imperial Palace, Caliban returned to report. Pope Cadon has been refusing food and drink and is currently in a delirious state. The shock of losing both daughters at once seems unbearable. But Louis von Archheim scoffed, "Isn't it just a matter of having more born? Truly a bunch of weaklings. So humiliated, they don't even dare face the Emperor anymore. We've missed the chance to claim the Saintess of Miracles. Who knows when the next prophecy will come?" Caliban hurriedly knelt and begged, "I have no words to atone. If you grant me another chance, I will dedicate myself to the Empire." Louis von Archheim frowned displeased. "HMPH, you better be. By the way, hasn't that dark mage who interfered this time still not been traced?" Caliban looked up and answered, "Unfortunately, not yet. It seems the souls of both Saintess candidates have vanished. We believe someone intercepted them halfway. But as far as I know, no mage can control magic with such precision, unless he is a lion spirit mage." Louis von Archheim repeated skeptically, "A lion spirit mage." Meanwhile at Leon's place, they had entered a desolate wasteland. Raleigh hesitated and asked, "So what skill did his undead awaken with?" Leon beckoned and said, "I'll show you directly whether I can summon a suitable opponent. A common level will do. I'll test your sister's ability first." Helen responded immediately. A golden light appeared around her. Heaven took possession of the body. Bowing in alarm to apologize, "Sorry, Master, my sister was rude." "Yes, I'm ready." Raleigh immediately waved his hand, and a bunch of golems rose up from the ground. Rachel at a glance recognized it as a forest troll, right? It has very strong regeneration. With Heaven, who just transformed, Carlin agreed it would be quite difficult. But the Master has already shown me more than enough. Over here Walter loudly cheered with confidence. "I believe in you." The young Master Black also followed. Crow trusted the Master from the start. Marbaz couldn't help mocking. "Really ridiculous, wasn't he complaining before about only getting peanut shells to eat?" Leon asked uncertainly a troll, "Heaven, can you handle it?" She replied tensely, "Of course I can." The golems thundered forward. Leon coldly flipped the black tome to summon. A medieval hammer appeared in her hand. The lead golem lunged and took a hammer to the cheek, and was immediately thrown aside by Heaven. This scene made Marbaz and the Black Crow, who were fighting, pause to appraise it. "Good, but this one looks dangerous. What do you think?" "Crow will be careful." This immortal woman is really dangerous. She's smashing its head with a hammer. After taking down one, the golems behind stopped advancing. Heaven awkwardly turned to look at Leon, and he only said coldly, "Seems usable after all. The rest is Helen's job." Immediately he swapped the souls back. The weak gaze hardened into a cold stare. Without needing Leon's command, Helen pulled a chain whip from her chest and laughed loudly. "Leon, it's finally my turn to shine. An opportunity to prove I'm useful." She leapt up and swung the whip to wrap around the golem's neck, scolding. "Arrogant monsters need to be taught a lesson properly, right?" She yanked hard and flung it into the air, then slammed it hard behind her. Strutting forward, she stepped on the golem's head and laughed. "Die for the love between me and Leon." This display left everyone there dumbfounded. Marbaz also threw up his hands and shook his head. However you look at it, these ones are utterly crazy. Some time later, Leon once again returned to his family. Seeing the familiar gates, he couldn't help but exclaim, "So you finally returned." Marbaz, walking below, sighed, "We've settled everything and gained quite a bit of power. Indeed, not a bad trip." Leon looked down in agreement. "I think so too. I feel I've grown a lot as a necromancer." Walter hesitated to interject, just a little regretful that the two left early. When Leon returned to the clan, Richel smiled and bade farewell. "But I'm glad the Eremita Academy gained another rising star." Carlin also glanced a reminder, "Don't forget you still owe me money." Seeing her reach out her hand toward him, Leon took it and asked, "Are you two leaving already?" Richel replied, "As for me, yes, I've been away from the academy too long." Carlin then emphasized with a cold look, "There are many others out there who still owe us money. We need to go check on them." Marbaz listened and remarked, "You're really industrious." Suddenly Carlin turned to Walter and asked, "Hey, you're Walter, right?" Walter was startled. "Ah, yes." Carlin continued, "Although you live in your master's shadow, you possess no ordinary talent. I don't know the details, but if the commander saw it firsthand, he'd surely be surprised." Richel nervously chipped in, "Even so, I hope I never have to meet the lunatic's commander." Leon looked puzzled. "Why?" Richel awkwardly reiterated, "Because he's a monster, and that one is a monster too. But remember, the commander of the monsters is a completely different kind of monster. In any case, Walter's talent is genuine. If you remain loyal like that, you'll achieve everything you want." Encouraged by them, Walter felt grateful. "Thank you all. I'm still not used to receiving praise." Leon stepped forward and assured him he would become an excellent retainer. "I think he'll grow beyond your expectations. I'll make sure of it." Richel laughed at that. "That confident attitude suits the role of head of the household. Then consider this a hopeful farewell, not a mournful one. Until we meet again." Leon cheerfully replied, "Yes, I like that too." Carlin immediately turned to depart, advising, "We're off. I've connected you with the guild, so I trust you'll repay your debts properly." At the mention of money, Leon's expression fell. "Yes." Richel also scolded unpleasantly, "You really ruined the pleasant mood today." Halfway through his sentence, Carlin coldly pointed a gun at his head. Shutting Richel up, Carlin draped an arm around him and pulled him away, saying, "I don't think it's good to keep a chatterbox around too long. I hope you'll be stronger next time." Young Master Leon said nothing further, merely standing there smiling, watching the two's backs as they walked away. Returning to the present, the scene before Leon stunned him. The townsfolk saw him and murmured, "The young master has returned. We can't believe you didn't abandon us. Oh my God, thank the heavens." Leon wiped sweat from his brow, puzzled, "What's going on here?" No sooner had he finished when Pullen ran up from afar shouting, "Young master." Leon tilted his head trying to remember, Pullen. Suddenly someone knocked hard on his head. A girl who had been standing behind him all along shouted, "Leon, where did you disappear to, leaving the whole household like this?" Leon clutched his head and turned to look, shocked and speechless. "Sister Diana." Walter ran over anxiously. "Young master, are you all right?" Leon glanced back and asked, "Shall we go inside first?" Marbas sullenly nodded. "Yeah, on second thought that's probably better." After a moment, Marbas asked again, "So that girl has bonded with the little Earth Lion pact, and is also the heir of the noble Virexia family?" All eyes turned to Leon. He cast a glance at them and replied, "Yes, she's an excellent spirit summoner. She's helped us a great deal from the start." The Black Crow liked that and grinned, "Master, I'm great, and I'm a beauty too." Suddenly Diana cut in, "More importantly, tell me, you're a demon, right?" Lord Marbas traveling with Leon is indeed very puzzling. But the people here find it perfectly normal. Things just happen that way. It's true, that's how it goes. Only Walter hesitated awkwardly. "Excuse me." That was what he said. Diana threw up her hands and sighed. "Leon, why do you always get involved in these things? I really don't know why either. Still, how could you leave the whole house and go to the guild alone at a time like that?" Everyone panicked, thinking the head had abandoned them. Leon replied awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Sister Diana. I'm surprised you managed to keep everything together." Diana blushed and looked away. Poor Pullen too. People said you were coming back soon, so I waited." Leon coldly asked straight out, "What did you come to see me about?" That question made Diana turn in surprise. She lowered her head and endured it, then finally shouted, "There's not much time left, so I came to check. Do you understand what that means?" Leon, puzzled, repeated, "Not much time left." Diana beckoned him over a bit. She tapped his forehead and said it was a punishment for a head of household who forgot such an important event. Is Leon finally awake? Could Diana be crashing in? That's probably what I thought. The social ball will include a banquet where all the noble houses gather. And you should know that you must be my dance partner at that event. Even if it's only nominal, we're still betrothed. A few days later, inside the distant hall, a white-haired youth was still asleep when the steward entered to announce, "Young master, the noble's banquet is about to begin." He refused to get out of bed and grumbled, "What a hassle, aren't my brothers going too? I don't see why I have to go." The steward tried to explain. "It's a gathering of the three great dark houses and a chance for the youngest Lienhaber to shed the reputation of being the troublesome child." Hearing that, he could only stand and sigh, "Truly bothersome." While Pullen was adjusting Leon's clothes, Diana entered, looking at the woman before him. Leon thought to himself, "Diana de Virexia, she's the next heir and a powerful figure of the Virexia Marquisate, long connected to Marbas and also my fiancé." Leon spoke first, "Do I really have to attend?" Before Diana could answer, Heaven and Helen pouted in grievance. "I thought the young master was faithful to one woman. Did I believe you?" Hearing that, Diana replied irritably, "What the hell? It's just formalities." She then stepped forward, grabbed the cloth at Leon's collar and said sarcastically, "Marrying someone like him? Really? Personally, I prefer mature men." Leon agreed, "That's right." Witnessing it all, Marbas angrily scolded Leon as a contract holder. "Are you really so easily swayed?" D.P. Ganner loudly berated Steward Pullen. "Tell me, what kind of emotional provocation is this?" Pullen nervously wiped his brow, stammering, "Well, Leon and Miss Diana are complete opposites, so they argue every time they meet. Besides, the two families have been close for a long time. Maybe that's why they feel comfortable around each other." Only then did Leon speak. Excuse me, could you let go of my collar?" He'd thought his silence meant he was about to explain. Instead, he only complained about a trivial matter. That comment utterly disappointed Diana. She withdrew her hand. I thought you'd be different as head of the house, but you're still the Leon I know." Leon resumed his moralizing tone. "Someone once said people shouldn't change so easily." Diana grimaced. "You're so annoying." Then she stopped beating around the bush and went straight to the point. "Seriously, don't keep making the people of the domain worry. You and your father really are." As she spoke, Diana suddenly remembered that Leon's father had died, so she stopped immediately, realizing she'd crossed a line. Diana feared she had touched the pain of his father's loss. She turned away and lowered her voice. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean." Leon, unruffled, calmly said, "Miss Diana, you don't need to apologize. My father had no regrets. So do I. He died protecting what he chose to keep." Diana was stunned for a moment. Then she returned to her original tone. "You really are different. Still, you'd better attend the event. I don't like these things either." Diana emphasized, "But our Marbas family won the territorial war against Sylvester and have restored the honor of a duke, right? This event is an opportunity to elevate your standing. Moreover." Leon replied, "I understand that." Pullen beside him sighed, "But unfortunately other houses still look down on us." Leon elongated his voice, "If it's necessary to protect the family." At that, everyone around erupted. Walter exclaimed excitedly, "So the young master is finally being recognized." DP Gunner crossed his arms and praised, "I'm impressed. That's not bad, householder." At last Leon decided, "Fine, I'll attend the banquet at the ball." At those tables sat one table in particular, where the crown prince and many high officials were conversing. A man with chestnut hair spoke up, "By the way, is it true Sylvester lost the territorial war? I heard even Count Allen was defeated." One of them asked curiously, "Who did they confront?" The chestnut-haired man whispered mysteriously, "Would you believe it? They say it was the Marbas family." Hearing that, Rivet immediately brushed it off. "Come on, isn't that a duke's house in decline? How could they suddenly grow strong? Ridiculous." The chestnut-haired man tried to insist, "No, it's true." Seeing the awkward situation, he awkwardly pointed toward Leon and Diana. "There, the householder. Why not ask him directly? He really looks just like his father." As for Leon and Diana, the two must pretend to be close and hold hands at the banquet. Leon was a bit embarrassed. "Maybe I'm not cut out for occasions like this. It's noisier than I thought." Throughout the time, the two held hands. Diana paid close attention to this, but when she heard Leon say that, she assumed an arrogant look. As annoyed as usual. "Do you think anyone actually likes these things? Maintaining composure and tact at events like this is part of a true householder's duty." Leon suddenly turned to Diana and smiled. "I understand. Thank you, Diana." Diana exhaled, her thoughts in turmoil. "I've known Leon since he was a child, but this time he truly seems moved. Just mention the household's duty and he's ready to leap into the fire. What am I supposed to do with him?" Leon spoke up, "Are those others all right? They haven't reached their full potential yet." Hearing that, Diana sneered, saying, "That is basically claiming you fully matured, you know. After all, you're still just a 14-year-old kid." Leon calmly affirmed, "In rank I consider myself above. I am the householder." Diana said wearily, "You really never give an inch." Rivet stepped forward to cut Diana off. "You're the head of the Marbas house, right?" Leon answered, "Yes. What do you want with me?" Rivet put on a mysterious air. "Oh, nothing major." He thought to himself, "This guy defeated Allen. Even if he's only a count, his house is still considered nearly equal to dukes in influence. I know the rumors must be exaggerated." With that, Rivet feigned a probing smile. "You were the one who beat Sylvester in the territorial war. I heard that ridiculous story." Leon said decisively, "That's the truth." Hearing his tone, Rivet glanced at Diana and realized immediately. Acting like a child just because a girl is here. Rivet gave a fake laugh. "I can't imagine that scene. May I ask how you won that territorial war? Leon's voice dropped. I killed him. Rivet couldn't believe his ears. He asked again, what did you say? I killed Alan de Sylvester as the head of the Marba's house. It's hard to show you the whole process. But as he said it, his eyes widened, as if about to devour someone alive. If you make my house an enemy, perhaps one day you'll witness it with your own eyes. Marbas popped out from behind Leon. By then he'd be exhausted too, completely mad. At that moment, someone in the distance was watching the whole scene. It was Knox. He stood up, stroked his chin, and said, "This will be interesting." Hearing the commotion, people began to pay attention. The blond man asked, "What the hell is going on? Why so noisy?" The chestnut-haired man guessed, "Is the young master of Marbas causing trouble?" The blonde shook his head. "No way, impossible, that house has no power anyway." The chestnut-haired man agreed. "Right." Rivet heard all of this. Meanwhile, Marbas had jumped onto Leon's shoulder. He teased, "You keep spouting nonsense like it's gospel, but I don't care." Leon grunted. He was about to leave, when Rivet raised a hand to stop him. "Guiju, your joke has gone too far." He glared threateningly. "If you're insulting the Varela house, you must take responsibility for your words." Leon shot back. "Did I say anything wrong? Aren't you the one doubting Marbas's victory?" Rivet growled. "But with what you just said, Marbas has practically declared war." Suddenly Diana spoke up. "Can't you calm down a bit?" She spoke sarcastically. "Tell the truth, Rivet, aren't you from a branch of the Varela house? You're not even the legitimate heir, yet you dare challenge the successor of a duke." Diana raised an eyebrow slightly. "That behavior is clearly rude. Are you prepared to bear the consequences?" This meticulous, unassailable wording left Riv momentarily speechless. He was too angry to know what to say, so he spat whatever curse he could. "Don't think that winning once means you have everything." He pressed close to Diana and ranted, especially about her. "Even the young lady of Varela." Diana replied calmly with a few words. "If you were truly formidable, I wouldn't treat you this way, but right now I see nothing to fear." Hearing that, he grew even angrier. "You, how dare you?" Suddenly a strange voice rang out. "Hey you, you're doing fine there." Before Rivet could ask who it was, he cursed. "Who dares speak to me like that?" The moment his eyes fell on the person before him, Rivet became trembling and timid. Leon watched from the side, full of doubt. He was so arrogant a moment ago. Why has that attitude disappeared now? "What's going on?" The person turned back to Rivet and lifted a glass of wine. "Rivet, something. You just spoke. Don't you even know who you are addressing?" At that moment, Marbas whispered into Leon's ear, "Watch your mouth. That one is dangerous." Knox grabbed Rivet by the collar, looking very impatient. "Speak, do I really have to explain this myself?" Outside the banquet, Walter and Pullen were standing and waiting. Walter asked anxiously, "Is the householder and Miss Varela all right?" Pullen stammered, "Of course, they're fine, it's just that this is his first time at a place like this, so." Walter said tensely, "So you've been worried all along then?" At last Pullen stopped putting on a brave front and let out a sigh. "Damn it, I have to admit it. Yes, you know how reckless our householder can be. I can't help but worry he'll cause trouble." Walter reassured him. "After all, he's still the householder of Marbas. All we can do is trust and wait." Pullen rubbed his chest with some relief. "Luckily, Miss Diana de Varexia is with him this time. He is stubborn after all." Walter asked curiously, reminding himself what Miss Viria is like. "I heard she's his fiancée." Pullen confessed. "How should I put it? To be honest, rather than a fiancée, Walter was a bit surprised, really." Pullen continued, "She's more like an older sister and is considerably older than him." He emphasized that she's much older. He added that she constantly cares for and looks after our clumsy householder. Walter guessed. Ah, so it's more familial than romantic love. Pullen said, you could put it that way, but now's not the time to talk about her. I heard there's a social bomb attending this gathering. Walter jumped and asked, a social bomb? Pullen explained, yes, a notorious troublemaker, the heir of one of the three dark houses, much like our young master, the youngest son of the Rheinharber house. Their power far surpasses the weakened Marba's house. His name is. At the same time during the banquet, Knox grabbed Rivet by the collar and introduced his background. Knox von Rheinharber's voice is always gentle-toned but terrifying. If you don't know, you better remember. If you want to leave this place intact. Hearing that, Rivet was terrified and hurriedly bowed. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were the young master of the Rheinharber house. Please spare my life. So the social bomb Pullen mentioned turned out to be this Knox. Knox, showing no mercy, slowly poured wine over Rivet. He also spat some insults. Your pathetic look at you now. Because of you all this happened, idiot. Everyone who witnessed it was shocked. Finally Knox pressed the glass onto Rivet's head. Then turned away. Rivet said in humiliation, I truly apologize, young Master Knox. Leon asked curiously, who are you? Knox smiled amiably. If it's that name, you've probably heard of me. Diana beside him spoke up. Knox von Rheinharber is called one of the two great houses rivaling the holy houses. You're the lousy servant who beat the youngest son of a prestigious house. Knox slightly frowned. What? I recall I was helping you at the time. Then he laughed and said, your name is Leon, right? I think we'll be meeting often. Leon did not object. If it's necessary for the family's advancement, fine. Hearing that, Knox turned to him. That answer is pretty refreshing. Good, then let's meet often. As he walked away, Diana admonished, the youngest of that house is known as Rheinharber's watchdog. You don't need to be overly wary, just don't be rude. Leon asked suddenly, the disgrace of the Rheinharber family, is that true? Diana blinked. Yes, why? Marbas then spoke. You're right, he seems different from you, but he's a genuine genius, even if his body is a bit weak. Leon skeptically put a hand to his chin. I thought so too. Since birth, this is the first time I've sensed such strong dark mana. Watching the figure leave, Leon murmured, I think we'll meet often. I don't think that's a bad thing. As for Knox, while he was walking, a maid stepped forward to ask, Young master, may I ask why you help someone named Leon? It's just that you usually find those things bothersome. Knox merely said gently, in a few years. The maid was curious. A few years. Knox continued, there will be no one who doesn't know his name. As to whether he becomes a useful pawn for me, I'm not sure. Let's stop here for today. We should rest a bit. Turning back to Leon, Diana suggested, let's go. Even if it's just a formality, we're engaged, right? Hearing that, Marbas jumped off his shoulder. Leon asked curiously, what should I do? Diana said, you know how to dance, right? You must have learned from the head of the leading house. So Diana took his hand and began to dance, swaying to the melodious music. The two moved smoothly with every step. The moment Diana looked at Leon, she felt a small flutter in her chest. You seem to have learned to dance quite well. You're kind of charming. Diana muttered, but you're not at all my type. Perhaps the music was too loud for Leon to hear. He called out, I didn't catch that. Diana said shyly, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Just do it properly. After all, this is only a formal dance. Leon remained serious. My father always said the householder must do his best in everything. Having said that, he pulled her waist closer with his hand. That meant their faces were very close. Diana was a little flustered. Do we really need to be this close? They danced together, just like a couple. This caused everyone's gazes to converge on them. After a tense moment, Diana finally sighed. Are you still taking such pointless things seriously? Leon. Leon worriedly said, Sister Diana, you're all stiff. Diana, embarrassed, lowered her voice. Shut up. You were once just a tiny bean. Suddenly, everyone rushed to the doors in a commotion. Is there a fight outside? What's all this noise at a holy gathering? Not a fight, looks more like someone is getting one-sidedly beaten. What? Those who sensed something wrong exchanged glances to confirm, then hurried out together. Outside, the scene was chaotic. Pullen was clutching his chest and collapsing to the ground, while Walter was fighting someone with a sword. Diana shouted, You need to clearly explain what's going on here, Rivet de Varela. Rivet looked puzzled. Are you the Lord Varisha? Diana ignored the question. She tightened her tone again. Explain this situation. The corner of Rivet's mouth twitched. There's no one left to help. You look exhausted. Marbas thought to himself that thanks to the white-haired guy disappearing earlier, things had become chaotic like this. What a useless fool, causing trouble over nonsense. Leon stepped over to where Pullen was trembling. Leon glanced up at Walter. Explain how this happened. Walter hesitated. That happened before the incident. Rivet stormed out of the banquet in anger after the earlier commotion. The brown-haired man accompanying him kept asking if he was all right. So Rivet snapped again, Shut up, you're all trash. He clenched his fists. Damn it, the images of Nox kept flashing in his mind. And Leon. As he was stepping outside, he happened to see Walter and Pullen talking. Walter spoke up. After all, this gathering is for noble houses to meet and exchange. It's a place to introduce each family. Pullen, hearing this, said, I see. These gatherings are even more important for our Marba's house, because our influence has weakened recently. That's why he came to present the Lord Varisha. Walter smiled and asked, You two seem to be close. Pullen replied casually, I've had a good relationship with young Master Leon since he was little. That's right. But at that moment, Walter noticed someone standing in front of them and cautiously reached out to block him. Rivet spoke up to confirm, You come from the Marbas house. Perhaps he learned this information because he had overheard their conversation by chance. Pullen pondered. He's the young clan chief of Varela. Why did he suddenly approach like this? Then he bluntly said, Sorry, but I cannot tolerate anyone insulting my house. What are you aiming at? Rivet replied oddly, It's just a hot topic lately. Then he called his subordinate Kalman. Go easy on him a bit. Kalman hesitated, but isn't Marbas a duke? Rivet tried to persuade. I understand your suspicion, but after all, that's a house on the verge of collapse. Do as I said. Hearing that, Kalman complied and drew his sword to probe. If it's come to this, if you're the knight over there, draw your sword. Pullen put a hand up to stop them. He advised, No, Walter, don't do that. Our house's foundation is still weak. There's no need to raise an army now. Walter hesitated. But taking advantage of his distraction, Kalman stepped forward and stabbed Pullen. He doubled over in pain. Walter shouted in alarm. After Lord Pullen was struck, he completely lost his temper. Seeing this, Pullen shouted loudly to dissuade them. Stop, I'm fine, think of the householder. But then C-letter 1EA7N kicked Lord Pullen in the head with his foot. This time Walter was completely enraged. He raised his sword, ready to fight. Pullen repeated again, Walter, I don't want to fight. Walter declared firmly, I will protect you. After all, you are as valuable as a clan chief, and so is Lord Pullen. Rivet smiled, truly admirable. Then he ordered his men, just keep watch for me. Thus Kalman and Walter clashed swords fiercely. But unexpectedly, Walter was put at a disadvantage. He lost momentum and fell down. But he resolutely got back up and pointed his sword at Kalman. Just then Diana appeared. You need to clearly explain what's happening. Rivet de Varela returned to reality. The onlookers watching the fight began to gossip. Some said, the clan chief of Varela has really caused trouble this time. Others excitedly said, really? Isn't this interesting? It's also a chance to see if the conflict with Sylvester is real. Hearing that, a girl sneered, really? At most, what can a minor noble do? The man beside her added, exactly. Now that it's come to this, I hope all the villains are swept away. Rivet challenged Leon, since you're here. Chief, do you want to start a bit? The audience is large. Leon said decisively, I accept. Diana intended to dissuade Leon. Leon ignored the calls and focused on the summoning. Rivet snarled, die. Leon suddenly spoke up, I'm truly disappointed. Walter. Walter awkwardly bowed his head. Sorry for troubling you, clan chief. I couldn't hold myself back. Unexpectedly, Leon denied it. That's not it. Suddenly, Common swung his sword. A beam of light erupted from behind Leon, severing his hand completely. Seeing that, everyone was utterly shocked. Leon coldly said one sentence, I ask you, did you do your utmost to protect Lord Pullen? He lowered his voice, let me tell you the new rule of Marbas. At that moment, the terrifying skeletons Leon had summoned earlier began to appear. Pullen was a bit surprised, my lord. The skeletons moved forward and clamped Rivet's throat. Leon bluntly declared, if necessary, I will kill. For the honor and prosperity of the house, and for the safety of myself and those around me. All will be dealt with accordingly, even if it costs me my life. Rivet bowed his head low, blood still trickling down from above. Suddenly someone stepped in front of him. He angrily shouted, what? Who dares to be so bold this time? But when he realized who it was, Rivet fell silent, seeing Louis von Arkheim before him sneering. He could only address him as Your Highness. Rivet fearfully bowed and saluted. I am truly rude. I did not know. Louis cut him off with a question before he could finish. No. Never mind, Rivet. He immediately answered respectfully. Your Highness remembers my lowly name. I truly don't know what to do. Seeing him ramble on, Louis ordered. Be brief. Rivet replied, forgive me. Then he went straight to the point. I heard you're involved in a dispute that sounds interesting. He paused, then quickly explained. The dispute, Your Highness, is between young master of Marbas and Lienhaber. Rivet was right. Louis raised a hand to stroke his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, I cannot help but be curious. Rivet, now I want to know why the two black houses are siding with you. I've never heard they could cooperate. So why did House Marbas win this territorial battle? Rivet hesitated for a moment. Then Louis suddenly put a hand on his shoulder and whispered into Rivet's ear, I'll prepare a small stage. Can you expose the true intentions of those black house vermin? At the mention of personal gain, he froze. Just now Knox Lienhaber had left, and Marbas had lost his fang. With Your Highness backing him, it wouldn't be impossible to handle. This is an opportunity. His eyes lit up as he answered. Yes, I will obey. A faint smile spread across Louis's lips at that. Back to the present scene, Rivet now had a knife at his throat. Damn, have I meddled where I shouldn't? He tried to threaten. Even if you are the householder, this matter can't be let go easily. Meddling in the affairs of a few servants. Leon, expressionless, turned and said, a few servants, sorry, but I don't think so. Common heard this. Veins bulged on his face, but he still bowed his head. His hand clenched in anger. Rivet probed in confusion. Do you really have to go that far? Leon calmly affirmed. I already said, if necessary, there are no exceptions. Then he turned and walked away, stepping up the stairs with the death servants, and before leaving, he didn't forget to give orders. Walter escorted Pullen to the royal physician. Walter obeyed immediately. Yes, I understand, Lord. Diana saw the situation was bad and hurried to intervene. Leon, I understand how you feel, but it's too dangerous. True, Marba's is a ducal house and might not be worth worrying about. There are too many eyes watching. It's better to step back. Leon didn't answer but pondered for a while. At that moment, Rivet turned his head back and signaled the servant with his eyes. The man nodded in acknowledgement. Then he lunged forward and restrained Diana. Marba snarled and cursed obscenely. Only then did Rivet reveal his true face and say, "Damn it, if you don't intend to play the saint, then you'd better stop here. Otherwise your toy will get scratched." He wasn't worried at all, tilting his head in confusion. No matter how you look at it, Sister Diana isn't that sort of person. Are your eyes really that bad? Marba slapped his forehead in exasperation. Oh, the contract bearer. Rivet, unfazed, continued to threaten. If you don't want what belongs to you damaged, why not stop and walk away to keep things peaceful? The others also hesitated a little. Leon began to radiate killing intent and told him, "Let me clarify something to avoid a mistake. After insulting my house, you insulted the Berekia family as well. And now you've insulted Sister Diana. In that case, one servant's arm won't be enough to pay the price." Something was off. The atmosphere shifted as Leon's killing intent surged when he asked, "Did you just insult Sister Diana?" At this, the Lord leapt up aggressively and offered, "Contract bearer, begin." Just as they said, silence means admission. He pretended to take it as a lesson learned. "So today I learned something new. In which case die." Seeing this, he looked to the servant and shouted, "If you insist on seeing me dead, then Riv made a mistake letting Diana be captured." She quickly dealt with the servant. Blood spattered across his face, but Diana smiled. A mask appeared on her face. Diana moved to stand behind Leon. The death servants he had summoned began to wipe out all the enemies. One by one, they fell before Rivet. His face changed from pale to black. A hand reached out and grabbed Rivet's face. Leon stared at him with icy killing intent. Only then did Rivet feel fear. Diana, seeing that, wondered how this could be. "I heard Leon has grown stronger, but I didn't expect it to this extent." Marbas now approached, wagging his tail at the lady as if you are very important to him. She asked in confusion, "How so?" The Lord's face showed nothing but eager interest to explain. "I've never seen a contract bearer show so much emotion." Rivet then shouted loudly, "Wait." But Leon didn't listen and used magic on him. Diana was stunned. Those around her were also terrified. How could this happen? More importantly, isn't it Leon? Don't you see the master using dark magic? His mana vein is probably still unstable, but it's terrifying. From now on, Marbas will be treated by society in one of two ways. Either as an overwhelming victor who makes everyone fearfully flee, or as a target everyone wants to kill just to be safe. At that point, Rivet could no longer utter another sound. He dissolved into dust. Leon's face remained composed, even though he had just slain a man. Suddenly, applause rang out from afar. Louis stepped forward to praise the recent display. Leon von Marbas, head of House Marbas, is indeed intriguing. He continued to clap, though no one cheered. Leon replied calmly, "Surely it was a horrifying sight for the faint-hearted. You do have peculiar tastes." Diana, startled, called out. Louis just smirked and said, "It's all right. I'm only intrigued because dark magic has returned. No one has been able to wield it properly for centuries. How is it possible now?" He kept his cool tone and answered, "It could be talent. Even I don't know its full extent." He continued, "Talent that hasn't appeared in centuries." "What do you mean?" Leon, not sparing the man before him. The prince replied, "I'm not sure either, but what I am sure of is that I haven't lost and that I'm still standing here." "That I haven't lost and that I'm still standing here." Louis's expression hardened. He said, as if giving an order, "Just ensure that talent isn't directed at the royal family." Leon smiled gently, tilted his head and said, "Very well. So long as they don't stand in the way of protecting Marbas." The guards followed behind. Louis suddenly felt uneasy when he saw Leon's expression. Louis turned and left without a word. Marbas then climbed onto Leon's shoulder and said, "Well done. Many will try to restrain you, but thanks to the distraction at the gathering, things will be quiet for a while. You must grow quickly." He replied indifferently, "All right." Then the Lord turned off his joking mode and gave a serious warning. "That one is dangerous. I can smell someone of the same kind as me." Leon agreed with Marbas's view. "I sensed a vile darkness, as if something demonic, a night that fell over everything." Inside the room, Marbas jumped onto the soft mattress and lay down. Leon also leaned back and relaxed after a tiring day. After the incident ended, they brushed off the Rivet affair as if it were nothing. Marbas then spoke up. "It was definitely that prince. Louis is certainly scheming something." He joined the discussion. "Things will get harder from now on because we barely managed to secure the loan advance. So we need to grow the fund and repair the facilities. But as Sister Diana said, we need an excellent chancellor." A memory drifted back to when Diana spoke. "Exactly." She pointed at Leon's face and asked, "If you keep cycling money only to pay debts, you'll be a debtor your whole life. Are you planning to die and leave that debt to your descendants?" He pondered at that and thought, "I don't want that." The Black Crow quickly proposed, "You just need to reach the pinnacle and become a grand archmage, then you won't die. Pay off debts for the rest of your life." Marbas angrily cut in, "Shut up, Crow. I won't allow my contract bearer to be a servant to the usurers for life." Helen asked, deeply worried, "But is that really okay?" "Exceptional chancellors are courted by city-states," Leon added. "So our situation is to spend money to make money." He frowned, affirming the plan. "Worrying ahead is not a good habit. We'll return first and plan for the future." He clenched his hand in determination. "Fine, I'll make sure to find an excellent chancellor." For the sake of the house, Leon's eyes gradually returned to the present. He turned to Marbas and said, "I'll post a proclamation." Marbas asked curiously, "A proclamation?" Leon explained patiently, "Whether noble or slave. As long as they have the ability, I'll appoint them to the position." Marbas made an approving sound. He added, "Though I'd like wages to be a bit cheaper." He could only judge after hearing that. "If you hadn't said that, I might have thought you were cool." The Black Crow interjected angrily, "Indeed, you foolish lion. How dare you insult my great master just because he doesn't spend more?" Marbas snapped back, "You two clear out all that petty junk." The shop said. He grabbed his things and sulked off. "This is my reward from the recent trip. I won't share it with anyone." Leon ignored the small quarrel and called someone. Helen responded immediately, "Yes, master." A rare seriousness was on his face. "Call Pullen. Next, begin the first Grand Clan Heads Conference." Scene shifts to the prince's castle. Louis was reclining in a lounge chair, tilting his head back and murmuring, "He is indeed an interesting fellow, as if he carries a certain flavor." The smile on Louis's face grew more domineering by the day. The demonic mark on his chest peeked out beneath his shirt. Its spreading patches of skin increased. Louis laughed with satisfaction, emanating a killing intent. "Even if I think the same of myself." Inside, the city people were buzzing with talk. A notice had been posted on the bulletin board. Everyone stood there reading it. They were eagerly discussing the contents of the notice. "Is House Marbas really choosing a chancellor?" A blond man asked. "Is that family rich enough to hire a chancellor?" The man beside him quickly cautioned, "Hey, watch your mouth. Still, that's excessive. Our lord must have some plan." The blond man stepped closer to the notice. "That may be, but look here, didn't it say they're recruiting regardless of status?" "Didn't it say they're recruiting regardless of status?" Others nodded. Indeed, he continued analyzing. It can only mean the house's coffers are depleted. A slave or commoner who doesn't even know letters, how could they become the chancellor of a ducal house? From a distance, a figure stood, watching everything. Her hand tightened slightly. That person was Saren. At Lord Marbes's manor. Marbes sighed. So in the end they want someone they only have to pay 1 gold for. Pullen voiced the current concern anxiously. We can't do anything either. The royal family is restraining us. We're so restricted that we won't even receive war reparations. True, the Lord had prepared a considerable sum, but most of it went to debts. Leon calmly summed up. About 100 gold remain in hand. Probably not enough to last a month. The Black One snapped. This is serious. Crow also has to sign the contract. The master must give me peanuts. Walter remained calm as he reported the situation. Right now, the applicants for chancellor have all gathered outside. Why not meet them and decide? He stood up and quickly agreed. Then let's go. Sitting here talking won't get us anywhere. No emotion registered on Leon's face. Then Pullen helped him adjust his attire. Seeing Leon's awkwardness, Marbes only sighed. He had nothing to say, and quickly stepped out saying, then let's go. Outside in the training yard, weapons were displayed, and wooden posts for practice stood ready. High above was a canopy with seats reserved for the heads of houses. The applicants had already assembled. Saren was among them. Suddenly she was startled and turned behind her. What? Alcar slid his hands into his pockets and walked past Saren. You here too? Unexpected that a lowly wretch would show up here. Alcar de Nejishi, third son of the border clan Nejishi. The one who haunts me constantly. I didn't expect you'd follow me all the way here, Saren asked irritably. What's it to you that I'm here? Alcar replied through his teeth. Of course it matters. You're to be my future wife, so of course I must come, right? Saren brusquely brushed his hand off her shoulder, leaving Alcar looking annoyed. He began using insulting words at her. Why don't you give up? Want to climb up the ranks? You were born in the mud, understand? Saren shot back just as sharply. What about you? Can you have everything you want? Alcar raised his hand, asserting that at least he was better than a commoner. She immediately retorted, but you don't have me either, do you? That hit exactly the wrong spot in his rage. You despicable worm. Saren, unshaken, continued, I'll climb even higher. So what if I was born lowly? Born from the muck, so what? I'll change, I'll rise up. Alcar, refusing to lose, kept taunting. You think a noble would take in trash like you? At best you'd be a concubine, she answered defiantly. Still, if I can pull myself up. Isn't that better than being sold to scum like you? Insulted, his anger exploded. Alcar raised his fist and shouted. You bastard! Saren's feet did not step back. The crowd murmured and turned to look at them. Alcar froze just before punching. A wave of black aura emanated from Saren, forcing him to recoil. What? The one who produced that black aura was Leon. It seems this place was getting noisy. Sorry, but I don't much like noise. Then he calmly sat in the prepared chair. Leon spoke in a cold tone. I am Leon von Marbes, head of House Marbes. Now we will begin the examination to select the chancellor for House Marbes. Saren blushed slightly as she looked at him with admiration. Leon's gaze also swept over her. This made Saren smile with pleasure. Marbes, standing aside, smiled in satisfaction. Oh, indeed, there's a promising one here. Seems fate won't let you die so easily, eh? Leon now sat in the presiding chair, his eyes showing a small curiosity towards Saren. What Leon gained after meeting Marbes was nothing other than eyes that could see through others. Demons are like that. They know what talent someone has, what flaws they possess. Then they lure, grind them down, and take them as their own. This time what caught Marbaz's eye was a young woman, but her will was fiercely strong. Saren maintained her admiring gaze toward him. The black aura radiating from Leon, he announced in a cold voice. Now we will begin the examination to choose the Chancellor for House Marbaz. Then Leon raised his hand, took the scroll from Pullen and announced it. The first thing you must do is understand the current situation. Walter by order brought each person a similar scroll. When opened, inside was a map. This is a map of the area surrounding the Marbaz family's domain. You all know the finances of House Marbaz are not very prosperous. I believe you are all aware of that, however. Through relations with neighboring domains, or by leveraging local specialties and various resources, it can still be overcome. Then Leon raised his hand and used magic, producing an hourglass. He tilted the hourglass in his hand and asked, 10 minutes should be enough, right? Saren quickly unfolded her map. She frowned, scanning each location quickly and marking them with her pen. After marking, Saren sighed. Think about it. House Marbaz lies in the southern continent, without notable produce, with only a single ore mine, which of course they lack the capital to develop, and so it remains abandoned. It's a dead end. Having thought it through, she put her pen down. The most important thing remains the people. Alcar glanced at Saren beside him, but the chance of other young men and women moving here is very slim. Hearing knights or mages is also impossible, since all require money. If House Marbaz has any advantage or strength, suddenly he sneered at her. You country bumpkin will soon realize you can't do anything. Saren glanced back, then turned away and refused to argue with him. Alcar could only curse inwardly. Damn it, he looked at the map and muttered curses. What kind of meaningless challenge is this? Suddenly, an idea occurred to Alcar. The last grains of sand in the hourglass fell. Signaling time was up, Leon clapped to signal a stop. Those who give up may leave. Those who have a plan, step onto the stage and present it. The participants held their maps hesitantly. A blond man volunteered and raised his hand. Let me try, my lord. Leon nodded in agreement. Then he stepped up the stairs. The blond man carefully performed the salute. Then he raised his map to present it. First, my plan is like this. House Marbaz is known as a natural outpost. But as you said, there are no significant resources or products. So what I think of is the undeveloped ore mine. If we could extract sapphires or rubies, which have become popular among noblewomen recently. Before he finished, Leon interrupted. Where will you get the capital to develop it? The blond man then flinched. I don't know the exact financial details, but I assume the house could at least afford that much. We could also borrow from the guild or the manor. He asked sternly, if that isn't possible, then what? The blond man fell silent, bowed his head and gave up. Sorry, I think someone more suitable than me exists. He then called for the next person. Next, please step up to the stage. The participants all hesitated and dared not step up, only Saren wanted to step up but could not. She finally made up her mind, I can do it. If this is the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. Saren slowly ascended the stairs step by step. Everyone below looked up curiously. Leon also glanced at her as she mounted the platform. Saren, already tense, grew even more nervous seeing everyone focus on her. And she gripped the scroll tightly in her hand. After a moment of stunned silence, the crowd below grew noisy. What is a girl her age doing up there? House Marbaz must be in dire straits to rely on an ordinary servant. Indeed, they had been struggling long before the young master took the head of the house. Seated in the presiding chair, Leon paid no mind to the surrounding commotion, and activated the power of his eyes to look at Marba's. This one might deserve your attention more. You find it interesting, Marba's replied in a low voice. Indeed. I sense the same potential I saw in your warrior, the scent of an uncut gem. After speaking, Leon turned to Saren and spoke. State your proposal. First, your name and background. Saren looked at him steadily and replied, Siren, my lord, I am an orphan. Then she stared at him. Cut to a few days earlier. Leon sat in his room pondering this new ability to discern innate talent, thanks to my contract with Lord Marbas, which only revealed itself a few days after I first met him. Marbas, seeing him look, spoke irritably. Listen, contractor, from now on you must command countless retainers and subjects at your side. Only then will you attain even a fraction of ancestral glory, the glory of one once called Lord of the Lost Spirits. Leon glanced at Marbas and replied, I do not doubt your wisdom, master, but I will not randomly recruit useless people off the street. Reviving our house requires more deserving hands. Marbas smirked and retorted, indeed, but what if I grant you the power to separate grain from chaff? Leon looked down at Marbas, puzzled. Seeing this, he reminded him, observe carefully, contractor. Then he lifted his foot, and a stream of power manifested, within it a hidden, eye-like presence radiating intense force. It flew and merged into Leon's eyes. He gasped, looked into a mirror and whispered, my eyes. Marbas, seated beside him, explained. It will grant you clarity when recruiting new allies. The more talent there is, the more brightly they will shine. Leon stood by the window, looking down at the training yard, pondering. Marbas stood on the window ledge, amused and attentive. Well, what do you see? Leon remained silent for 5 seconds before replying. 1,000 hues of white, deep red, amber gold, and countless other colors, Marbas praised. Good, whoever has the brightest hue possesses the greatest talent. I am awakened, I understand. Then I must watch candidates with the strongest light. I have one question for you. Master, even with these powers, is there still hope to revive House Marbas? What talent do I have to serve that goal? Marbas fell silent and turned away mysteriously. That is a question that needs no answer. You will soon see it with your own eyes. Danger thought inwardly, and I will also eagerly await everything you hand over to me in return. Back in the present, Leon glanced over at Saren. He looked at her in thought, a brilliant golden light. Marbas went on to explain to him how to recognize the colored specks. In very rare cases, you might see someone radiate black, symbolizing their dark promise. Then he gave an example like that man over there. Nox also exudes a black sheen. While Saren stood beside him, quietly cheering herself on. Never doubt yourself, Saren. Then she steeled herself and began to speak. Master, I will present my own assessment of House Marbas's current situation. As I said before, the land of Marbas lacks any unique produce. There are only 2 raw materials of value to sell for gold. So it's crucial to find new avenues to raise capital. Leon listened silently to her response. Below, people quickly burst into lively discussion. Isn't that what that man just said? What do you expect from a peasant woman? She should have left from the start instead of wasting our time. Leon, offended by the noise, issued a cold warning laced with killing intent. The other candidates fell silent. I do not like to be provoked or hear meaningless words. Do not forget, you are all being tested right now. Then he turned to Saren, waiting for her to continue. Seeing the crowd fall silent, Saren continued, the abandoned mine is a possibility. Yes, aside from the lack of labor to exploit it profitably, in my assessment the greatest challenge is the shortage of young workers willing to relocate here. Therefore, my proposal seeks to overcome this problem by mobilizing the Master's greatest asset. The army of the undead, led Marbas to victory in the recent war. Leon looked at her. His narrowed eyes gradually grew dangerous. Leon asked in astonishment, using an army of the undead. Saren raised the map and replied, exactly. With the ability to command a horde of undead, Master would have fields they could work, not just the battlefield. Leon heard this and rested his chin on his hand, pondering. Meanwhile, the crowd below murmured and gossiped. This lowly wretch can't be serious. Who in their right mind would think of putting the Master's undead to work in the mines? What can you expect from a lowly farm girl? She clearly doesn't understand how fiercely these nobles guard their magic and swordsmanship. I feel the same. If my life depended on it, every noble family builds itself around its own combat secrets. Seeing Leon hesitate and not decide, Saren could not wait and hurriedly tried to persuade him. Master, do you not wish to revive House Marbas's glory? He replied, indeed. Saren continued, then there is no path that will take you there in such a short time. Place your faith in me, and I promise I will not disappoint you. Having said that, she anxiously looked to her master, waiting for a decision. Leon was silent as he turned to look at her for a moment. Then he turned his head away. Immediately after, Leon produced a lion-shaped badge and handed it to Saren. You have passed the trial. The rest of your proposal I will hear in detail later. Saren, surprised to have passed, broke into a delighted smile. Below, among the astonished onlookers with mouths agape, Alcar de Nagishi glared at Saren with shock and jealousy and blurted out, "What the hell?" Then the competition continued. One by one, the contestants stepped up to speak about what they had discovered. But Leon, with a cold face, did not respond to them. As the sun neared setting, Mr. Pullen stepped forward and announced, "Thus ends the first trial in the selection for the new Chancellor, for the glory of House Marbas. The second trial will be conducted via private interviews later. For now, all candidates are dismissed." One by one people departed, leaving only Saren, still stunned, looking down at the badge in her hand and smiling as she thought, I really passed. Yet this is far from over. Wake up, Saren, you still have much to prove. Thinking that, she slung her bag over her shoulder and tucked the badge into her clothes. Finished preparing, and set off homeward in buoyant spirits. Cut to a village scene. She walked on but constantly felt that something was amiss. At least 4 shadowy figures were trailing her. It was strange for a remote alley to be so crowded. Thinking this, she glanced back furtively to see if anyone was following. She clenched her hand and held it to her chest in anxiety. But then she lowered her hand and withdrew a dagger strapped beneath her bag for defense. Bravely, Saren turned to confront the man trailing her. But she didn't notice a large arm coming from behind to clamp around her neck. Startled and unable to resist, Saren screamed, "Damn it, I can't breathe." From the shadows, the man who had followed Saren appeared with a smug smile. "I told you to know your place, Saren." It was Alcar de Nagishi. Saren recognized him at once, Alcar, but she couldn't speak because the hand at her throat squeezed tight. Alcar de Nagishi said with glee, "Truly, does the sight of your betrothed excite you so? I can see your legs trembling." Though Saren was a little frightened, she refused to submit and shouted, "Stop right now. You know this is unfair. I won't allow it." Hearing that, Alcar de Nagishi's expression darkened. "You will allow me everything I desire. How amusing to see you so weak. You should be the one to understand how ridiculous cries for fairness are in the slums." Saying that, he raised his hand threateningly. "Simple. Hand the badge over to me and abandon that fanciful dream." Saren had obtained it with great difficulty. How could she let him take it? She resolutely resisted. "No, do you think I will kneel before someone like you?" With that, she stamped hard on the foot of the man choking her with her boot, and shoved him away. Not stopping there, Saren summoned all her strength, gripped the dagger and lunged at Alcar de Negishi. But he easily caught her hand and restrained her. His eyes, seemingly losing patience, asked, "Is that all? I think my bride will need to learn some manners first, you lot." At his call, a group of men burst from the alleys and surrounded Saren. Alcar de Negishi smiled wickedly and ordered, "Just make sure she stays alive." Without hesitation, his henchmen lunged forward like starving wolves to seize Saren's belongings. Suddenly, the badge Leon had given her emitted a purple light. It flew up from her clothing, radiating a powerful spiritual aura. Moments later, Leon appeared from nowhere and coldly said, "I had hoped to avoid killing my own subjects." The henchmen were terrified at his arrival. Saren was also astonished. Then Leon gently snapped his fingers. His voice calmed to the point of being terrifying, but that is the sad duty of a lord. For House Marbas, a powerful stream of spiritual energy surged out and enveloped the henchmen, causing them to fall one by one in agony. Alcar de Negishi, seeing the spectacle, shifted from surprise to anger, grinding his teeth. Saren watched the scene, worry plainly written on her face. Saren stepped forward and asked, "Master, what are you doing here?" Leon kept that expression and repeated his words once more. "I told you, it is my duty." Saren widened her eyes in disbelief. Leon stepped forward and continued, "It is also a lord's duty to seek capable retainers to serve the domain, and I will not let my subordinates die in vain like this." Although bitter at his failed scheme, Alcar de Negishi still dropped to his knees to beg. "Please forgive me. Master, I truly did not know you had taken notice of that girl. Please, I beg your mercy." Leon frowned and exclaimed, "Noticed? Good heavens, what nonsense are you thinking?" Saying that, he fixed them with his blade-sharp gaze and gave orders to the Scotan soldiers. Then he continued to interrogate Alcar de Negishi. "Is that right? I suspect your intention was to harm this woman, true?" Alcar de Negishi, sweating with fear, hurriedly replied, "I would never dare look at her again, master. I must have lost my mind." Leon did not hesitate to state his scheme. "Had someone else stood in her place, you would have sent your lackeys to rush them both in." Alcar de Negishi was struck to the core by Leon's words and could not retort, bowing his head to the ground in silence. Leon kept up the questioning, pressing him for answers. "A lifetime of trampling the weak and bowing to the strong. How much pleasure has that brought you?" Alcar de Negishi, terrified by the killing intent in Leon's eyes, begged desperately, "Please spare me, master. This will never happen again, just let me live." As soon as he finished, a sharp blade reflecting the fear on his face appeared. A Scotan soldier raised his sword high, accompanied by Leon's judgment, "Clearly your answer is not worth hearing." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind the agonized screams of Alcar de Negishi as he was executed. Saren, seeing this, was speechless and stood frozen. Leon approached her and announced, "After that incident, I suppose the second trial is unnecessary. Let's go." Miss Saren, saying this, he smiled faintly. Cut to Leon's manor. Lord Marbas spoke up and asked, in other words, "You killed one of your own subjects right in the street?" Leon replied nonchalantly, "Of course, everything for House Marbas," while Saren sat properly in the backseat after he had escorted her home. She stole glances at the surrounding scene, amazement clear on her face. Pullen, holding a sheet of paper beside him, spoke in his defense. "I find that man to be of no moral standing. Master, what you did was wholly reasonable. You need not trouble yourself about it any further." The Dark One chimed in with delight. "Fine. Remove such worthless people from the world. Once we're done, only half of humanity need remain." Leon replied with an emotionless face, "In any case, I'm glad to hear the problem is resolved." Then he looked at Saren and said, And now welcome to your service for House Marbas, Miss Saren. Saren flinched and replied shyly, "Oh, thank you, Master, I will do my utmost." "Miss Saren, why so formal?" "Master," Leon asked in return, "it's my habit to address with respect. Does that bother you?" Saren, dizzy with confusion, hurriedly denied it. "Not at all, Master, I wouldn't dare." Mr. Pullen stepped forward with a reassuring smile. "Don't mind him, Saren. The Master's manner of speaking is probably unusual among the nobility." Saren forced a smile and replied, "I understand. Thank you, Pullen." Walter added, "I'm equally uneasy seeing a noble treat a subordinate with such respect, but you'll get used to it." Once greetings were done, Leon got straight to the point. "Now for something more important. You'll have a lot to do as the new Chancellor of House Marbas. I'm impressed by your proposal to use the undead for agriculture and to restructure the family's finances." Saren smiled but spoke cautiously. "I am honored, Master, but I'm not yet certain how feasible that proposal is." Leon answered with an authoritative gaze, "Let me judge that. You can rest assured. I am the lord of these lands, and it is entirely my decision how to employ the undead legions. The only thing I ask of you is honest counsel. The rest is the Lord's duty to make it real." When he finished, everyone in the room fell silent with smiles. Saren couldn't help but think in surprise, how astonishing. I never expected a 15-year-old youth to speak so clearly. Perhaps he had to grow up too fast after the tragedy of slaying his own father. Leon, seeing her staring, spoke up. "Do you have any questions, Saren?" She hastily waved her hand and replied, "No, Master." In her heart, Saren resolved that she would need all her abilities and more to help steer House Marbas back to prosperity. "This opportunity is yours, Saren." Suddenly Helen appeared behind her with a threatening remark. "By the way, I won't tolerate another vixen lurking around the Master, understand?" Saren startled and let out a small cry, which made everyone in the room burst out laughing. Meanwhile, in a dark temple, a mysterious man with blonde hair spoke up. "A revival of the fallen House Marbas, unacceptable." He sat amid a large chamber, which only increased his imposing presence. One of his subordinates asked curiously, "Master, isn't the family cursed for generations, their talents sealed forever? They could never restore their strength." The blond man smiled with relish and said, "On the contrary, there is still a way. A path for a transcendent genius to surpass every limit imposed on mortals. Indeed, my grand plan must be accelerated." Saren pushed up her glasses and spoke slowly. "First, we intend to exploit the Marbas family minds. To do that, we need to know how many undead the family head can control and for how long. I need various pieces of information." Leon stroked his chin at that and agreed with her. Reasonable. But Pullen had a different view. "Isn't agriculture the top priority? Why deploy the undead to mining first?" Saren began to explain the reasoning in detail. "Because it's the most suitable approach and delivers the highest efficiency in the shortest time." The Dark One heard this and excitedly shouted, "Oh, the highest efficiency, is it?" Marbas, by contrast, appeared calm. He ordered her to continue. Saren still couldn't believe the enormous power hidden behind that small, cute appearance. She thought to herself, really, is that one of the 72 demons? No matter how you look at it, it just looks like a cute lion. She continued her presentation. "Surely you know mining is a very dangerous job. A single mistake can send many people to their deaths. But the profits are immense. It's very suitable for large returns." Helen was delighted. She clasped her hands and proposed the idea. "With the undead, we don't risk civilians' lives. Even if a mine collapses, it's much safer, right?" Saren also thought the idea excellent. She replied, "Exactly. So we'll scout the mine first to determine what minerals are there and what the demand is. Agriculture is also important, but to maximize profit we need to trade with other domains. Prioritize the wealthy ones. Everyone listened intently. Leon closed his eyes and repeated his earlier line, reasonable. Before inspecting the mine, I must assess the limits of my own capacity. Saren asked him, is that all the undead we saw earlier? Marba's proud, immediately dismissed that notion. Don't be ridiculous. This is a talent personally acknowledged by Lord Marbas. If it were only a matter of summoning a few dozen undead, it would be a disgrace to our name. Seeing everyone discuss heatedly, Van Tur also chimed in. However you imagine it, it's probably even more. Even I am quite shocked. Saren was puzzled and thought, how strong is he? Suddenly, Leon pushed off with his hand and stood up. He decisively stepped out the door and said, anyway, let's set out. Seeing with our own eyes will be fastest. Saren stood stunned, staring at the prospect before her. She anxiously assessed, with so many undead, can one person control them all? Now Leon's eyes glowed a blazing gold full of authority. His aura suppressed everything. He exerted magical power and noted the space felt somewhat cramped. He pondered, surveying everything, and proposed, I still have about half the mana. Marbas curled his lip in a smile, hinting to him. Contractor, we're only going to exploit one mine. If you don't intend to fight, you'd better stop. The Dark One again animatedly praised. This is an army. The master is truly astonishing. I have never seen such talent. Helen beside him shyly echoed, just as I expected of my master. Saren turned and asked him curiously, how long can you sustain them? Leon replied, about 6 hours a day is no problem. If we reduce the number, I can extend it to over 10 hours. Saren adjusted her glasses, unable to believe the power before her. She cried out, what? Other mages struggle to hold a summoned creature. I heard it drains almost all their mana. Walter was unsurprised and explained for him. Our master is somewhat special. Leon suddenly strode briskly and led everyone toward the mine first. Even hundreds of undead mean nothing if you can't control them properly. In the magnificent palace, Louis wore a sinister smile as he plotted. He ordered, we must destroy all subterranean forces at all costs. Eldoras, your role is crucial. You must prevent them from growing at all costs, understand? Eldoras respectfully obeyed him. Yes, your majesty, I will crush them so they never rise again. Louis continued maliciously. I've heard they took high-interest private loans just to mine. Do whatever it takes to sabotage them. Eldoras bowed in salute, fully understanding the lofty mission ahead. He said, understood. Meanwhile, in a corner by the wall, the silhouette of a woman was hiding. She had heard everything. She told herself, so it was my sibling who prevented them from paying compensation after the territorial war. It was Penelope, princess of the Archime Empire. And beside her stood the Holy Maiden. She spoke, it seems so. Given the circumstances, of course, eradicating the underworld is necessary for the royal family. The Holy Maiden speaking was Echidna, the eldest daughter of a saintly house devoted to serving the princess, and her right hand. Penelope asked in wonder. But it's strange. Why does my sibling care so much about a single underground organization? Not knowing the reason, she replied. Who knows? Penelope immediately frowned and said solemnly, whatever it is, I must verify it. Whatever his plan, I cannot allow him to contest the throne. Do you understand? Echidna bowed respectfully and answered, of course, your majesty. I will ensure that never happens. With those words, her eyes were frighteningly brave and resolute. The undead continued busily at their work in the mine. Saren and Leon were put in charge of supervising the operation. Seeing that a large quantity of gems had been found, Leon exclaimed, is that enough? Saren smiled and replied immediately, yes. We can cover emergency funds right away, and it will bring great long-term benefits to the Marbas territory. She looked proudly toward this vast resource, while Leon raised his eyes to her and suddenly said, "That's better," which left Saren puzzled. He expressed his feelings more plainly. "I have always admired those who can do that, for I have never managed it. You can smile so purely. I feel that you will become someone very valuable to me." The remark was so suggestive that Saren immediately flushed. A few days later, the undead's mining operation continued as normal. The only unusual thing being that the quantity of gems had grown to an unbelievable amount. Diana demanded, "What the hell is this?" Leon explained to her it's lapis lazuli. She was stunned and replied, "No, I can see that." Looking at the huge pile of gems in the distance, Diana cautiously asked Leon in a low voice about his extraordinary method. "What did you do in such a short time to extract this absurd quantity?" Leon simply said, "I borrowed the strength of the undead, and moreover, I found someone who could become a chancellor." Saren, embarrassed at being introduced by him, offered a shy greeting. Diana returned the greeting properly. Then she immediately got to the point. "I heard you became a high minister of House Marbas." Saren answered flustered, "Yes, I'm just a commoner, so I may still be ignorant of etiquette." Diana cut her off abruptly. "Don't worry, those things are less important than you." This lull in the conversation not only made Saren anxious, but also made her companions tremble, thinking they were about to be scolded. But unexpectedly, Diana enthusiastically praised her with starry eyes. "Wonderful, you know how to use the undead like this. I almost want to bring you back to my domain." Of course, Leon couldn't allow his talent to be stolen. He flatly refused. "No way, even if it's you, Diana." Seeing her cute scheme fail, Diana let go of Saren. Feigning indifference, she said, "I was only joking. Don't be so serious like a child." Pullen suddenly changed the subject. "Can Miss Virexia finish processing these lapis lazuli? Our house has no one who knows how to craft them, so we're in trouble." Diana somewhat avoided the issue. She said, "It's not that we can't do it, but our house can't suffer losses, so let's agree first." Leon, not understanding her meaning, asked again, "An agreement? Does it involve money?" At the mention of money, his face went pale, sweat pouring, his facial muscles frozen. Diana was startled and explained, "Come now, just between us. Agree not to supply lapis to other domains. Even as rough stones, they look high quality. They would likely sell well to the noble ladies." When Leon made a bold suggestion, "Why not you handle them directly?" He hadn't finished when Saren intervened to help. She respectfully bowed and proposed, "I think you should discuss that contract with me. First, I'd like to take a sample to negotiate the price and then discuss further." Diana, bewildered, asked if that was acceptable. Then she turned to Leon, who stood dumbstruck like a statue. "You really chose a perfect high minister, didn't you? Quick-witted and capable." "All right, do it. I don't want to take advantage of him either." At that moment, Saren urgently turned to apologize to him. She began, "I'm sorry for troubling the household. I will accept punishment later." However, Leon held no grudge. He gave his thoughts. "No, it's for the family's benefit, right? I think it's fine." Saren cried with gratitude and thanked him. Pullen then made a proposal. "So draft the contract after the work is done and decide the transaction afterward." Diana propped her hand on her hip, confidently negotiating like a true lady boss. "I'll cover the processing costs, call it a service. How about that?" Saren smiled in return. She replied, "Thank you for your generosity." Seeing money made Leon act very strangely. He spoke with a crooked mouth, "This is gold." The deal then proceeded smoothly and had already covered part of the debt. Pullen, seeing the situation resolved, was so happy he could cry. He praised him. "We managed to raise about 20% of the loan from lunatics, all thanks to you, master." Marbas winked proudly at the side. He said, of course, if you are my contractor. But before he could finish boasting, a loud shout rang out. Walter flung the door open and reported bad news. My lord, there's an emergency. The water dam near the north gate of House Marbas has collapsed. If not repaired quickly, people could be swept away. The dam slammed money onto the table. Leon ground his teeth in fury. He cried out, repairing the dam will certainly cost a lot of money, right? As soon as he said that, everyone in the room fell silent. Leon's face darkened. He ordered Pullen, contact the Adventurers Guild and tell them to assign us the highest-paying contract. The next day, before setting out with Helen and Marbas, Leon gave a promising farewell. I'm setting off now. This time I'll return with more money, so wait for me. Pullen was the one who cried the loudest. He shouted and rushed forward. Master, please return safely. I'm sorry I can't go with you. A disloyal subject like me deserves execution. Marbas, irritated by the spectacle, immediately kicked him in the face. He scolded, "Shut up, steward. This trip is necessary if I want to gain more control over the undead. Focus on protecting the house." Hearing that, Pullen screamed even louder. Even the usually cheerful Black Raven grew bored and had to fly over to peck him. You complain that the steward is always noisy. Marbas helplessly intervened. Fools are all the same. Walter, at the edge, helped Pullen up and scolded himself while asking, "Are you sure you don't want me to go with you?" I know I can't help much, but Leon refused decisively right away. Protect Pullen for me. This journey could take quite a while, and requires at least a mid-level silver rank adventurer. If you're not confident in your skills, don't accept the quest. The chance of death is high if you fail. The target is to eliminate Terrell, the fake Kim who has been corrupted and gone mad. Difficulty C+. Deep in the Impel Forest. Find his secret laboratory in the abandoned corridor of the wizards and eliminate him. If you want more details before accepting, go to the tower of the Eremita Academy and meet researcher Ran. Ran asked wearily if the applicant was all right. "They won't die, will they?" came Richel's voice from behind. "Ran, what are you worried about?" Ran was also surprised by his appearance. She began to answer, but before she finished, Richel changed the subject. "Ah, you sent that request to the Endless Guild, didn't you?" Ran nodded and replied, "Yes, I sincerely hope someone capable will accept that quest this time." Noticing a problem, you hesitated and asked her again. "But you know, the Endless Guildmaster never recommends ordinary people, even if it's expensive." Hearing Richel's doleful tone, Ran sighed as well. She picked up the paper and remarked, "I think so too, but the candidate for this quest is too young. 14 years old, perhaps." Hearing the number, Richel jumped in surprise. She immediately focused on that person. Richel asked, "Oh, what's his name?" Ran answered, wait a moment." She then scrolled through the names to search. As soon as she learned his identity, Richel smirked. "His name is Leon. So he's grown this much already. No matter how you look at it, this quest far exceeds the ability of someone with only a silver badge. And that rally, so strict, approved this quest." Ran, seeing his odd demeanor, asked, "Do you know him?" He smiled and replied, "Of course. I know him very well." Ran turned back to study the quest, clearly conflicted. She asked Richel for her opinion, "So what do you think? Should we cancel this quest?" He took the paper from her hand and rejected the earlier suggestion. "Don't cancel it, let's wait and see. Actually, he's far more reliable than ordinary adventurers." Ran was startled and exclaimed, "Huh." Richel turned away and left a remark, "You'll see soon. He's not the type to cry and run away in fear." In another scene, Leon, Mass, and Helen were on their journey. Helen spoke. "So you rescued us on that quest?" Leon replied, "You could say that." Of course, cutting him off, Marbas gave his opinion. If you count turning you into wraiths, that still counts as saving you, right? You signed the contract. Helen flusteredly waved her hands to object. No, we are truly grateful, honestly. At least to be able to live like this. As she said that, her voice choked. She clasped her hands to her chest, remembering scenes from the past, and said, "It's better than being imprisoned, forced to repeat soulless tasks. Even if becoming a wraith only lets me see, hear, and touch the world, that's more than enough for me to be happy." Of course, that's what my sister also said. It would be nice to have a little more. And I thought, what if the master took notice of me? Helen said, but her hands were restless. She stroked down from Leon's throat. She stared at Leon with a flushed face and adoring eyes. Marbes scornfully mocked. "What are you talking about? You sly thing, expecting a contract holder like him to care about someone would take centuries. Those soulless eyes always. Look, his deadfish eyes are proof. As the saying goes, where there's a claim, there's evidence." Even faced with Helen's tribal charm, Leon did not budge. Helen felt awkward, smoothed her hair, and murmured sadly, "I can't deny it." Leon remained cold as ever and said, "I don't know what you're saying about my eyes. But never mind, set up camp, the sun is about to set." That evening, Leon sat by the campfire and talked with Marbes. Marbes opened, thinking back, "I have something I want to ask." He replied, "Ask." You asked him the question you've wondered about for so long. Do you have any reason? Leon didn't understand him. He asked again, reason for what? Marbes continued the question he had left half-finished. Why did you accept the request from the Eremita Academy, the place with that cunning dragon? Leon closed his eyes and calmly explained, "It's nothing, they just paid well." Marbes didn't buy it. He challenged him. "Contract holder, you're lying. Don't forget, lying before a demon is pointless. Between you and me, only the truth is allowed to exist." They were silent for a while. Then Leon spoke the truth from the bottom of his heart. "I dreamed of my father." Marbes was surprised. "You mean run?" Leon confirmed, looking at the pendant in his hand. He recounted, "You gave me those precious teachings along with this pendant. You said I could meet him again when I needed to. I'm trying to restore the family, but I don't know the next step, what I should do. I'm unclear. So on the way to the magic tower to carry out this quest, I plan to ask." In Rand's study, Rachel suddenly sneezed as if someone had mentioned it. Rand asked him, "Are you catching a cold?" But Rachel only answered casually with a wry smile, "I just sneezed. It's fine." Meanwhile, Leon continued his story. "If I asked a dragon, an original creature of magic, about the kind of magic my father cast on me, surely it would know what I must do to meet him again. People often say sneezing means someone is speaking ill of you." Rachel also believed that. He sighed to himself, wondering if someone was speaking ill behind his back. Returning to the conversation between Marbes and Leon, he licked his lips and nodded in agreement with him. "You're right. Even as a demon, I don't know everything. And besides, I have many things I want to tell you." Leon was a little surprised. "You too, Marbes, about my father." Marbes gradually revealed things he had never spoken of before. "I never mentioned that person before. Rune already knew your uncle would kill him." Marbes said in a low voice, "I never brought it up, but Rune knew long ago that your uncle would be the one to cause his death. Even so, your father faced his fate with his head held high." Leon bowed his head slightly. Now he understood everything. He replied gently, "I see, so my father must have foreseen his death." Marbes agreed with that prediction, you could say. Not that he truly believed such a tragic fate would occur. That only made me want to know more about him. Why he refused to flee from death, and what he tried to protect. In his final moments, beneath the executioner's blade. Did he have any last wishes? Don't worry, contract holder, you will find all the answers when our journey ends. The power granted to you, is more than enough to see the truth for yourself." Leon was silent for a long time, stunned. Marbas looked at him and nodded in thought. Indeed, although we ultimately bore responsibility for Rune's death, the traitor Karchel and Sylvester's army were not strong enough to defeat him immediately. His talent was only average. That's true, but even so, he was the first to hear my voice for centuries. Leon's father did not deserve to fall to those scoundrels. Rune of House Marbas, for what purpose did you greet death with open arms? Did you find what your heart longed for on the other side of the void? Leon and Marbas strode on, and the two of them arrived at the ancient palace before them. Marbas eagerly began to introduce it. The main grounds of the Eremita School of Mages. Leon immediately focused on the main matter. He said they should find the person who submitted this quest request. Marbas complained wearily, "You have no information beyond the name, no address." Leon answered while surveying the surroundings. "As far as I recall, the quest request only listed a name." A hand reached out, accompanied by an admonishing voice. "Wait a moment, what are you doing here?" The apprentice looked at them warily. He warned not to be disrespectful, but this place is not for a child to wander alone. I'm afraid I must ask you to leave the tower immediately. In a corner, Richel and Rand cheerfully beckoned. "Ah, it's this way." Young Master Leon. Leon recognized the two of them. Lady Richel, hearing that he was startled, silently judging, "Is this child the Tower Master's guest?" But no matter how you look at it, he's still just a child. Seeing the awkward situation, Richel gently explained, "Young Master Leon is a distinguished guest of the Academy and should be treated with the highest respect. He has come as a member of the Endless Guild to accept the quest we posted." The apprentice immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Yes, Director, I understand." He understood and gestured to lead Leon and Marbas. He said politely, "I apologize for the earlier discourtesy. Young Master, please allow me to escort you into the tower at once." Contrasting Marbas's scowling gaze, Leon expressed his thanks. "Many thanks." Marbas found this extremely galling. He remarked, "Arrogant criminals, all mortals. It's pathetic that she regards you as beneath her just because you're missing a certificate. Worse still is that we have to rely on that bookish fool as a guarantor." Of course, Lon heard what Marbas said and panicked to salvage the situation immediately. "I'll introduce them on the way. Young Master, this is Lon, a research associate linked to our mage tower." Lon smiled softly and spoke, "Hello. I must admit that at first I didn't think our task would be taken on by a young mage like you, but I felt much more reassured after Director Richel kept praising you." While Lon spoke, the apprentice eavesdropped as he cast a spell to open the door. He thought to himself that she surely didn't expect someone that young to accept the Academy's mission. Director Richel praising someone, that's rare. Leon remembered the important matter he needed to address. He asked directly, reminding them what this mission was after all. Richel laughed brightly at his unchanged bluntness. He still preferred to be straightforward as always. "I suggest we discuss this inside." Leon was offered tea. Without delay, Lon presented the request. "Now, before I begin explaining the nature of the mission in detail, there is one thing I must emphasize to you, something extremely important." Hearing her speak so seriously, Leon became uneasy and curious. He wondered what it could be. Lon anxiously made a proposal. "I'm afraid, young Master Leon, we have to change the difficulty level of the mission." He was utterly surprised. He asked again to confirm what. He sank back into a tangle of thoughts. But why? It seemed Master Marbas also knew nothing about this. "I suppose we should hear her out." After a while of exchange between the parties, Leon stroked his chin and summarized the whole matter. "In conclusion, Lon, you sent the quest request to Endless with a difficulty lower than the actual level to reduce the posting fee. Then after lowering the fee, You intended to reveal the truth to whoever accepted the mission, and lure them with additional reward money you could muster. Not only that, the target to be neutralized is a former member of the Terrell Academy, a mage and an alchemist. Lan's eyes grew sorrowful. She answered sadly, "Yes, sir, so I will do whatever I can to compensate," but it turned out there were no adventurers capable of handling this task. "And my finances remain as limited as ever. I beg your forgiveness." With that, Lan bowed in apology. Richelle smiled to diffuse the situation, "But you can imagine, I really am not in a position to step in openly. I want my intervention to be the last resort." If truly necessary, Leon really could not fathom their motive. He questioned, "But why tell me the whole scheme after the mission? Director Richelle, you could have stayed silent and simply handed over the reward as planned." Lan immediately stammered in reply, "Young master, we cannot let you accept a mission with a falsified difficulty level. Our conscience won't allow it. And there's always the possibility we might have to withdraw the request entirely. We came for the posted fee and will not leave empty-handed." Leon snorted stiffly and made two simple requests. "Please, Lan, either the mission proceeds properly or the debtor's dungeon awaits us." Richelle understood his meaning and shifted to take more interest in her. "Lan, then, if you're worried about having falsified the difficulty, I think young Master Leon would be willing to accept a reasonable additional reward. In return, he will do everything the mission requires." Leon promised resolutely. "Yes, anything and everything. Increasing the difficulty doesn't faze me, as long as the reward is raised accordingly." At the mention of money, his eyes lit up again, yet Lan remained unconvinced. She stood up and explained, "But this isn't only about money. Young master, you could be in danger. From what I've heard, you're an ardent youth, only 14. And although I don't know your magical prowess, this mission may exceed the capability of a silver-rank adventurer." Leon asked her back, "Why would it exceed my ability?" Thinking of that person, Lan trembled and replied, "Because Terrell is a prodigious monster whose power increases at a terrifying rate every day. To be honest, I bear part of the responsibility for his fall. I don't want to involve a young adventurer like you in something I caused." Hearing this, Leon caught the core meaning. He wondered something she caused herself. It seemed her worry for me was genuine, especially since my enemy is growing stronger at a frightening pace. After that, he fell into thought for a long while. But in the end, he confidently smirked. Leon exuded magical pressure around him. He truly seemed certain of victory and happily accepted. "No problem, Miss Lan, I'll take the mission." In the old palace, Lan collapsed wearily into a chair. She felt baffled. "I really can't understand who would dare ask for more money in this situation." Remembering Leon's confident words, "That won't be a problem, Miss Lan. I'll accept the mission." She realized that the Tower Master placed great trust in the young master. He must be another monster, just like that silver-haired one. Lan left the room and went out onto the balcony. She gloomily closed her eyes. Lan recalled how she had anxiously inquired about Terrell's condition. He only said, "Lan, don't worry, it's just a normal nosebleed, even though I don't have your innate talent. I still want to become a great alchemist, and then everyone will see that talent isn't everything. Lan, I thank the heavens for having met you. I wish time could stop for our love. Then you and I wouldn't have to endure these nightmares, be driven to the slums, and beaten like criminals every day." Lan sat down in despair, murmuring to herself, "Terrell, what made you go mad like this? I don't understand. How could you leave me alone?" Elsewhere, Leon was admiring the apple in his hand. Lan ran over desperately and exclaimed, "Sorry, young master." Leon asked curiously, "Lan, what do you need?" She pleaded urgently, "Please, I beg you, let me come with you." He asked back, "What?" Lan gripped her staff tightly and explained, The abandoned mage hall is a hidden secret place, so concealed that even the keenest non-mage would have difficulty finding it. With my assistance, you won't get lost. She looked very confident and Marbas approved. He declared, I suspect she is not lying. My contract holder looked into fate. I see her as an excellent scholar, and around her I sense the strongest emotion of humanity. People like that are often the most steadfast. At least she won't be the first to turn and run away. Hearing Marbas's suggestion, Leon agreed as well. He replied, fine, you can join our group. But I have one condition, wherever we go or whatever happens, regarding my identity. You must not say a single false word. Lon was slightly flustered by his cold gaze, but then she agreed to the condition. Of course I accept, she wondered. What secret is he carrying that he forces me to keep silent about? All disgust, Leon began to put the plan into action. Then let's go right away, we have a debt to repay. The sooner the better. Otherwise Carlene might insist on coming along with us. Leon said as he tensely recalled Carlene's terrifying demeanor. In another dark corner, a pleading voice called out, please, I beg you, you can't leave me like this. Lon, all I wish for is for Terrell to snap awake from this dream. He gasped and sat up, laughing bitterly to himself. I thought all mortal feelings within me had long since died. Yet it seems I still have a long way to go. He snatched up the syringe and plunged it into himself. Veins purpled. His eyes streaked with a ghastly red. He angrily threw the syringe to the ground. Terrell vowed to himself that the perfect pinnacle of the demonkind awaited him ahead. I must win the Duke's favor and prove my true strength. If not, I will lose everything again. The ordinary will never be enough. I need more demonic blood to grow my power. Leon reached out and swept aside the dense foliage that blocked the path ahead. Lon, following behind, thought curiously to herself, how strange. How he always finds the right way each time, without hesitation. The forest was vast and dense enough that a stranger would get lost at once. She murmured that perhaps his confidence had grounds. Suddenly Leon called her name, Lon. She startled and replied, yes, is something the matter? He waved it off. It's nothing. You seem lost in deep thought. Seeing his scrutinizing eyes, Lon froze. She wondered in shock, could he sense my probing gaze, and why did that make his look so cold? No, not that. This strange feeling wasn't coming from him. A figure leapt up from behind. Lon recognized with alarm, as Helen struck, causing the demon behind her to vanish. She exclaimed in astonishment, impossible. A spirit beast killed by a blunt weapon. According to research, only weapons with holy power are effective against them. Now Helen breathed a sigh of relief and greeted Lon, pleased to meet you. Leon also eagerly introduced her. It seemed our effort to keep things secret hadn't lasted long. This is Helen, my companion, a devout acolyte and my immortal attendant. Lon's hand holding her staff trembled. She said, I understand. She's immortal, which explains everything, but I still want to ask directly for clarity. Young master, how can you command an immortal? Marbas laughed derisively at the obviousness of it. How could she ask? Leon also spoke. I'm sorry for hiding it from you. I am Leon von Marbas, the necromancer of House Marbas. Lon immediately bowed respectfully. Please forgive me. Lord Marbas, I should have known better. Please pardon my earlier disrespect. Leon was genial. You don't need to show me reverence just for a title, she thought in surprise. Thank you, Arden. You are so lenient with a young noble. Yet Leon's next sentence turned decidedly serious. However, don't think I'll overlook any real insult against House Marbas. Lon, she just wanted to cry. Lenient. What leniency? Truly a tyrant. What else could I expect from someone allied with demonkind? Hearing him for this mission, was that the last mistake of my life? Marbes retorted at her. Lan, is that so? Don't make me despair because of your fear, unlike my contract holder, an extremely ruthless one. Ah, great demon Marbes is a generous master. The demon Helen just slashed spoke up to judge, a tiny lion with a big mouth. How amusing. Marbes, furious, lunged at it. He barked, shut up. Your peanut addiction has shrunk your brain to a pea. The demon snapped back, it wasn't much different. Better to be a pea than an arrogant cat. At least a pea can be eaten. Helen also comforted her. Master Marbes is right, you needn't worry, even if they bicker like street ruffians. They actually won't harm anyone. Lan replied immediately, of course, but words and intent differ. She felt only dread. But I'm more afraid of you. Leon continued, more importantly, we've traced the strongest magical signature in the area. And it seems the opponent is leading us into a trap. Lan bluntly asked, what? But the mana flow from the abandoned mage hall was very faint. Hardly noticeable. Moreover, following, Marbes denied, you're wrong, you see. The youth before you is the contract holder I chose. For a necromancer worthy of the name Marbes, that's far too simple. Lan thought fearfully that if that were true, his mana sensing would be absurdly acute. Tower Lord Richel had known this from the start. She wondered, you mentioned a trap. May I ask how you reached that conclusion? Leon answered quickly first. They're baiting us with a steady stream of mana. Perhaps their goal is to interfere, buying time by luring us off course. For what purpose is unclear. Leon continued his account. Of course, though he's now become a demonized spirit. Terrell was formerly an alchemist. Alchemy consumes less mana than magic, but requires meticulous prior preparation. So I propose we search the area to find his true whereabouts. Even so, it seems the target doesn't intend to make it easy for us to find him. In that case, we won't just delay any longer. Our mission starts here. Leon cast his spells. And Helen the Black did the same. She shouted, Lord Leon. You command, do not hesitate on my account. Begin, the rest depends on you. Helen opened her eyes and sneered with menace. You filthy rabble dare bare fangs before Lord Leon. You must be taught a lesson. She swung her chain to control the battlefield, dazzling and scattering the pack of wolves. She cried with delight, one chain is more than enough. The Black Raven laughed loudly. You replied very well. I'll handle the rest. The wolves were pierced through. He assessed the situation. Only half remained compared to before. I'm very impressed. The Black Crow replied. Crow always makes an impression. You haven't seen anything yet. You commanded well, now fall back. Lan stood at the back like she was sitting on a pile of embers. She thought in chaotic fashion that these immortals were far stronger than she'd imagined. Impossible. A mage only 14 years old could wield power like this. Leon made his move. The ground collapsed into a great pit. He brushed the dust from his coat and praised. Well done. Helen shyly said, I'll do anything for the young master. The Black Crow spoke up. Crow is a loyal attendant, far surpassing that useless cub who contributes nothing in battle. Marbes immediately retorted, shut up, I'm the strategic brain of this whole operation. Leon commanded, continue moving. I have a feeling the enemy is beckoning me deeper. Through the mirror. Terrell had seen everything. He exclaimed, Lan, how could this be? No, I supposed it was only a matter of time before you arrived. This outcome was always predetermined. My fate lies in your hands. But make no mistake, you will not take my life easily. Not before I show you how wrong you are. Lan, now come here. My one true love. Leon confirmed this was the place. He glanced around, assessed the surroundings, and spoke. The path had clearly been deliberately concealed to hinder our progress. Marbes added, I see ancient mechanisms, probably the remnants of some sophisticated high alchemy. Lon realized who was truly behind it. She revealed this could only have been his doing. Terrell. He was once a talented alchemist, unquestioned in our academy. Leon proposed, I think now is a good time to ask Lon. After all, what is your relationship with the alchemist Terrell? Hearing the question, she flinched. He pressed on. I have the sense you two were more than mere colleagues. Lon sighed as the secret was exposed. She replied, I suspected I'd have to confess the truth. Marbas bluntly demanded, if you don't mind, why did you insist on coming with us? Why do you know the target so intimately? And with Terrell having once been a scholar of Eremita, almost every aspect of this mission was a mystery to us. In other words, you will tell the whole truth, especially since no one knows what dangers lie below. Lon could not object. She answered, you're right, you have the right to know the truth behind this mission. She stood in the grand hall and revealed the astonishing truth. While we still have to traverse this long corridor, I'll give you a condensed version of events up to the end of the hall. You may be surprised to hear it, but he and I were once married. I met Terrell for the first time in the dark alleys of the slums. It had been years since I became an orphan due to the war and was taken in by a merciful master. At that time, Richelle stood by and asked her, is something the matter? Facing them were a group of thugs bullying a child. They barked at him, where's our pay for today? Do you think we're a joke? Richelle, witnessing it, snorted, you praise him, what an interesting child. I see no sign of fear or survival instinct. There isn't even a single tear in his eyes. Perhaps he has some defect. Lon asked painfully, can't we take him with us, master? But Richelle replied coldly, Lon, I think I sense a trace of pity in your words. Do you believe pity alone can save all the wretches? She immediately bowed her head and said fearfully, no, master. Richelle affirmed to her decisively, exactly, which is why you must persuade me with reason. Set your pity aside and tell me why we should take the boy with us, just as I once had sufficient reason to bring you into the academy. Lon showed agreement. Perhaps he'll become a good guard someday. Richelle leaned forward and asked bluntly, but at present there isn't much promise, right? Lon hesitated. He might be an honest person, you immediately dismissed coldly. It's just baseless conjecture. Lon tried to defend him. He's also quite handsome. Richelle, out of words, looked at her. Is that your entire argument? Lon, hearing that, stroked her chin in thought and then spoke. Then suddenly, an idea occurred to her. Lon hurriedly asked Richelle, master, do you remember the book you gave me as a gift? Of course you remember, right? The one I gave you on your birthday. Lon continued, anyone who's read it knows, the wisest philosopher in the kingdom once said, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. Richelle had to laugh. You praised it's rare that a platitude convinces me, yet credit where it's due. Lon, you've done very well in persuading me. Richelle then approached the thugs to intervene. Hey, could you hurry up a bit? Gentlemen, the boy will come with us and no one is allowed to harm him. The thug sneered contemptuously. Who are you to play hero? Listen, unless you want to get beaten half to death. Richelle had nothing to fear from his threat. She said coolly, that sounds tempting, but that won't happen today. You see, my companion here feels compassion for your victim. The thug grew extremely annoyed. He raised his fist and threatened, what's it to you? Mind your own business. You do-gooders never listen. I have something to make you see sense. Right into your loudmouths. With that, the thug swung a punch at Richelle. You were truly enraged. It seems you need to be taught manners. I'm more than willing to help. Richelle's spellcasting struck terror into the thug. What just happened? This one is a mage. Wait a moment. Richelle smiled with a hostess's charm and said, that's enough, and I'll make sure you won't die. With just a touch from Richelle, the man fell down. His companion screamed in terror as he collapsed at once. "Hey, let's get out of here." Richelle called to the hiding Lon. "Come out, Lon, it's safe now." You sobbed deeply. So this is how a father feels when his child abandons him, and for a stranger no less. Although Lon isn't my biological child still. Lon stepped up to Terrell and asked, "Hey, what's your name? Why did they beat you?" Terrell replied coldly, "Because I'm weak," and asked a question in return. Rescuing someone and being scrutinized, Lon shot back. "Why should I do that? I have too many questions. You should answer more than one sentence at a time." Terrell glared at her with disgust. "Are you serious?" Lon answered, "Of course I'm serious. Now let's go." She reached out her hand. Terrell, bewildered, asked, "Go where?" Lon smiled brightly to welcome him. "Home, where else?" Richelle immediately interjected. "Roll over. Didn't I tell you not to call the academy home? In any case, you're very welcome here. Let us lead you to a better life elsewhere." Terrell took that warm hand. The three of them stood side by side. Lon expressed herself, and that was the beginning of the strange bond between Terrell and me. As they grew up, Lon would grouse, "Don't you ever listen to me. This is where the dragon claw should go." Terrell would argue back just as fiercely, "Not the dragon tooth." Despite their constant bickering, they became steadfast friends. Terrell provoked her. "Didn't Master ever teach you there's an order to these things? That's why you'll never cook properly." Lon retaliated by tugging his hair. She shot back, "But I can cook you to death if I try." Richelle watched and smiled indulgently. "My goodness, you two argue like an old married couple." They both fought while denying it in unison. "Master, please take that back at once." Later, while confiding together, Lon asked him a question. "Terrell, why is alchemy the only thing you care about? Surely it's not because you need the grades, is it?" Terrell was silent for a moment, then answered, "You don't know how pathetic I was." She was surprised. "What?" Terrell recounted the day I first met you, Lon. "I realized something the moment Master Richelle stepped forward to save me. Mercy, honor, they mean nothing when we're all at the mercy of those stronger than us. I have no talent for swordsmanship or magic. That means alchemy is the only path for me. There was no other way for me to prove myself. We supported each other's dreams as if they were our own." After that, Richelle herself read their fortunes. She cheerfully said, "Ah, for once my foresight was right. I had a hunch you two would one day marry each other." Lon reminisced, "We even promised to give our souls to one another." "Forever." Terrell bashfully scratched his cheek and said, "Enough, Master, please stop teasing. To be honest, we were surprised ourselves." She was almost unbelievable. Vu Pham said, apart from his handsome looks, he had nothing remarkable. He cheerfully added, "I'll take that as a compliment." Lon immediately waved it off. "Cut it out." Richelle suddenly asked them, "In 3 months, right?" "I mean your wedding." But Terrell showed an odd expression. He confessed, "Yes, Master. We are very grateful to have received the Tower's blessing." Richelle awkwardly agreed. "Of course, if you're happy, I'm happy." Terrell left behind a strangely sinister look. Richelle worriedly thought, "Strange goddess. Hopping this time, my instinct is wrong. That our moment of happiness won't be so short-lived." Terrell massacred them. Roll over begged him. "Terrell, please, Terrell, how could you do this? Tragedy struck almost immediately after we exchanged vows." Lon sobbed in despair. "What have you done?" Terrell still smiled cheerfully as if nothing had happened. "You're here. Lon, come here. Let's celebrate together." "You look the power you deserve to have," she shouted. "Stop it. Terrell, don't you see how shattered you are? Hurry and find Master Richelle for help. It's not too late, we can go to him together." And Terrell interjected, "My beloved Lon." Then Terrell sprouted wings. "And horns," he cruelly warned, "but it's too late." Lon sadly recalled that horrific memory. She recounted how in the end Terrell was swallowed by his lust for power, becoming a murderous demon who even turned on his comrades. Needless to say, he had escaped long before I could capture him. And that was the premise that led to the mission I assigned to you. Marbes also confirmed it. I suspected as much. That also explains why the reward is higher than a typical monster hunt. Our quarry is a demon with human-level intelligence and the ability to grow. Lon immediately agreed and confirmed. Sir, that's why I set the bounty higher than usual. Right now, Tail is still growing stronger. If we don't stop him now, there may be no chance left. Leon spoke to comfort her. Do not worry. I've located him. Marbes urged him, then hurry up. The stench of this demon offends my nostrils. Lon, take command quickly. We depart at once. Elsewhere, Karen panicked to herself. How could this be? This can't be. How did they do that? He pondered. This is a magical labyrinth constructed to shield me until I reached full power. A maze so complex it was nearly impossible to penetrate. And yet they found a shortcut so quickly. He punched the wall and shouted, "This is absurd." Terrell heard Leon say, "Ah. Lon, I've found him." What was he panicking about? The mirror lay shattered. He wondered, is this an endless fear finally arriving? What should I do? The three-waisted lord warned from behind. Run, contract holder. The abyss itself approaches. This is not an enemy you can defeat. Terrell thought in horror. Would an opponent that even the three-waisted lord urges me to flee from appear? I have never once chosen the coward's path before countless foes. Terrell, enraged, wanted to prove his strength. You will see I am more than capable. Master, even if it is the woman I once vowed to love, I would not hesitate when the time comes to take a life. The three-waisted lord intervened. Have you misunderstood me? Terrell asked in surprise, what? The three-waisted lord replied, that woman is not important. But what is approaching is an omen of unavoidable death. A hand smashed the glass and caused an explosion before his eyes. Terrell exclaimed in shock. The defensive barrier has collapsed. Leon calmly spoke. I guessed I'd find you here. Allow me to take a guess. Terrell sneered. The alchemist has been corrupted, hasn't he? Terrell knew. At that time I felt deep in my soul that there was no choice but to flee. But he stubbornly said that just moments ago my master said the approaching death was you. I began to understand the cause of his hesitation. A heavy aura of death surrounds you. He pushed his magic to the limit. Terrell pondered, a pure darkness, deep as an abyss. I cannot risk it. The next moment, a magic array shot straight at Leon. Lon immediately rushed to assist. Lord Leon, dodge. I'll cast a defensive spell. The black mist is a mid to high tier magic. A young mage like you likely can't withstand it. Letter 1 EA1 circumflex P-bot struck directly without hesitation. Lord Fu Fang said, silence and get out of my way. The inexperienced alchemist rolled and cried out in astonishment. Lord Marbes replied, staring ahead, my child. She goes from one surprise to the next. The black mist had already enveloped him. Leon's gaze was full of authority. Terrell still stubbornly threatened, you think only your vision is affected. Your arrogance will get you killed horribly. An explosion occurred, and the clouds of mist spread. Leon simply said, I'll ask you once more, are you the alchemist? Are you the demon who has been corrupted? Terrell stammered. Terrell truly felt fear. He weighed his options. Turning and fleeing now would be too late. I have only one choice left, though it's still too early. Terrell replied awkwardly. Yes, I am Terrell, but who are you? Leon introduced himself with vigor. I am Leon von Marbes. I have come to take your life. Terrell frowned with bitter anger. For someone young and inexperienced like you, I truly wonder how you obtained such great power. You and I are similar. We both borrowed strength from a higher being to become who we are now. Do you deny that? Seeing her husband erupt with black energy, Lon urgently shouted to stop him. Terrell. At that moment, one of his eyes was pitch black, and a pair of demonic wings rose from his back. Terrell said awkwardly, Lon, if you had arrived sooner, I'd have become whole one way or another. But Lon, displeased, showed contempt for him. What good is gaining power through corruption? In the end, you'll only become the very monster you once hated. Terrell immediately argued back. What about you, Lon? You brought along these ostentatiously dressed mercenaries to seek the death of the man you once loved. If taking a life defines a monster, and if the thirst for power creates it, then you are a repulsive aberration, no different from me. Lon angrily cut him off. Stop spouting those twisted excuses. Terrell began to recount his horrific past. Twisted? What could be more twisted than a world that abandoned me because of my weakness? Tell me, what is an orphan child to do amid the raging fires of war? Even if I was taken in by one who possessed power, the weak must still endure all humiliation in this world ruled by might. Indeed, there is only one path for people like us to survive, and that is to achieve absolute power at any cost. With that, he swept his arm and launched a sharp spear. The volley of spears aimed straight at Lon. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Fortunately, Leon had just formed a shield to protect her. He revealed the truth. I must oppose your doctrine. It is true I made a pact with a demon like you, but not merely for the naked calculus of power and domination. Terrell, a bit startled, exclaimed, What? Leon summoned his undead troops while explaining. As for me, for the people I want to protect, this pact with a demon is the smallest sacrifice I am willing to make. Marbes watched this with great admiration for Leon's ability, truly fitting for the once glorious Mage's Hall. The number of undead he summoned at once was impressive. Each specimen an excellent example, I cannot help but acknowledge it. His potential was vast to a terrifying degree. Terrell stubbornly retorted, So what difference does that make? After all, what you crave is power. Leon coldly explained in detail. It makes a world of difference. Destroying and defiling everything in your path as you do. Only those who seek to seize from others resort to such despicable means. Terrell kept insisting. When all the otherworldly demons are clawing at your back, I wonder if you can maintain that nobility. You seem not to realize that such lofty sentiments are themselves the privilege of the strong. Leon remained calm in reply. How do you see me, a powerful young master? It was because of my weakness that I personally killed my father. I will not allow myself to regret that, for I had no other choice. Can you say the same? The sorcerer had been corrupted. You betrayed Lon and your former comrades of the Eremita Academy. Are you sure you will not regret anything you've done? Then Leon commanded the undead to surge forward and attack Terrell, startling him at first. But then he regained his composure, stamping his foot to gain momentum as he charged at the Death Wights. These weak Death Wights. You cannot kill me. At that moment, countless question marks flashed through Terrell's mind. Which demon would grant so much of its essence to a brat? He must be sponsored by at least a great duke of the demon realm. But why could someone so young offer anything to such a great devil? Can you stand it? Terrell shouted, interrogating. Impossible. What did you sacrifice to the demon to obtain this absurd power? A pact of that scale couldn't have been forged without a commensurate sacrifice. Answer me, mage. What are you? But Leon answered modestly. There's nothing so grandiose. I simply offered the only thing I had, my entire existence. The sole worthy price I could pay for that bargain. Terrell silently drew out a vial of magical liquid, thinking to himself, just childish recklessness. I will brace and crush him in slow suffocation. Before he could confess the truth, Terrell smashed the vial to pieces. At that moment, someone else began to move. Helen suddenly lunged at his protective barrier, and she struck it hard, causing the shield to crack. Terrell was utterly horrified, a reinforced magic barrier broken by sheer force. How could that be? While he was dazed and off guard, Leon had time to shatter his shield. Then he delivered a knockout punch straight to his gut. That sent Terrell's eyes rolling back, and he spat out a mouthful of strawberry syrup. Terrell decided to renegotiate with Ma Luddy Cross. I can't die like this. I'll sacrifice 100,000 lives, if that's still not enough to grant this power. But he was cut off and insulted. Don't think you have the right to bark in front of me, dog. Terrell froze for a moment, and as he looked into the shadow before him, he realized this was not an ordinary great demon, but one of hell's supreme devils. Marbes asked, a little surprised, "You know me?" A pup, Terrell hurriedly knelt, feigning respect, and asked, "Of course, my lord, you are the great demon Marbes. What could you possibly gain from that arrogant brat?" Marbes explained to him that it was his lack of imagination that set the limit on the favors he received. "Do you think the mere weight of voluntary sacrifice from my contractee alone is enough to grant him such terrible arcane power?" Terrell continued to pry. "Then what else is there?" Marbes then revealed the truth. No matter how much power he granted his contractee, at this very moment the youth was only using his own innate mana. Hearing that, he gave a bitter laugh and then coldly cried out, "Absurd! How unfair is this? Countless lives I sacrificed just to reach the position I hold today, while you were simply lucky to be born with the natural talent you possess, granted all those undeserved favors. Fate is truly cruel." Lon looked at Leon, mind overflowing with panic. Had he really killed his own father? Come to think of it, I had heard that rumor. A young master who bargained with a demon to lead his domain to victory in the territorial war. The Marbes family, the legitimate heir of an abyssal noble line. A youth rumored to have traded his own heart for power. She couldn't help but speak up, "Lord Leon von Marbes, what did you do?" At that moment Marbes appeared behind Lon and remarked, "Observe and enjoy rather than try to force an answer. I'm sure our enemy still has something interesting to show." She frowned. "What do you mean?" Suddenly, a death wight let out a fierce roar. Helen clutched her head and covered her ears. What kind of evil shrieks are those? At that, the black orb pointed skyward and said, "Lord Leon, look up at the ceiling." Terrell continued babbling in his jealousy. "You were born with everything. I had nothing like you. The favors that have always gone to you were denied me. And now you will witness the power I gained by my own path." Then he had summoned a monstrosity. Leon looked up, slightly surprised. A chimera. Lon was puzzled. Where did he get that thing? More importantly, what does he intend to do with the creature? She suddenly noticed something and yelled, "No, don't let Terrell get close to that chimera." But Terrell now replied calmly, "Alas, it's too late." The chimera behind him gaped its huge mouth wide. Leon swiftly launched a volley of spears at them. There was a massive explosion, and through the choking smoke rose only pitiful cries. "Save me, it hurts so much." Faces layered beneath the chimera's skin kept wailing in injustice. Why me? Not like this." Terrell then lectured them. "Silence, you should thank me for granting you power through my body. Isn't that so?" Lon staggered and then sat down in horror. "This is absurd. Terrell, why are you Terrell? This is blasphemy. Forbidden dark magic performed at the cost of a life." Marbes continued, "He is nourishing his power with his own soul, amplifying his might through the pain and despair within him, through countless dark arts. This is the vilest evil." Helen grew a bit worried. This would be a challenge. The black orb warned everyone gravely. This is no ordinary foe. Our young master may struggle. We must all be on high alert. Terrell was supremely confident, as if victory were in his grasp. This battle is, in essence, already decided, even if the Grand Duke ordered me to withdraw. I will persist and prove him wrong. You may beg for your lives, but it will do no good. I will seize your souls, those even the Grand Duke praised, and incorporate them into myself. Suddenly Terrell faltered. He looked at his hands in confusion. My limbs are moving on their own. At that moment, Leon silently stepped forward and ordered the Death Whites. You hear my command, fall back now. Terrell's body emitted a fierce light. He shouted with contempt, truly an arrogant child. As the beam of light hurtled toward Leon, a Death White stepped in front of him and took the blast. Terrell kept fiercely unleashing more beams of light and shouted, What can these little Death Whites do? I have never hidden my desire to gain power. After all, that itself is not a sin, Leon said softly. Leon said softly. Leon said softly. At that moment the eye on the book flared wide. The black orb realized the problem and shouted a warning. He intends to use all his power. All of you stay away from the young master. Helen quickly grabbed Lon and pulled her back, startling her. What, Mistress Helen? Helen ordered, be silent. Either obey your master or die. Leon formed a large magic array behind him and began his judgment. No one in this world has the right to take another's life without just cause. Even we of the Marbas family, guardians of the dead, do not have that right. Leon formed a large magic array behind him and began his judgment. No one in this world has the right to take another's life without just cause. Even we of the Marbas family, guardians of the dead, do not have that right. Why the look of surprise? He's the young master. Who else but him could perform such wonders? Leon's chilling voice rang out, startling Terrell. There was no escape. Immediately, the chimera snapped him up in its jaws. Helen watched and cheered. See how powerful that is. She was extremely proud of Leon. He is the head of the family. Who else could perform such feats? Well, impressed. Suddenly Leon frowned. Then he staggered as he walked. Lon hurried over worriedly to support him. Young master, are you all right? He replied. Thank you very much, thank you. Marbas interjected reprovingly. What do you mean, all right? O contractee of mine, using your mana so recklessly was an unwise decision. Of course you never paid any heed to my warnings, did you? Leon explained. Unlike the lives of the fallen, mana can be restored over time. If anything goes wrong, then I think I should be the one to ask you about it. She was startled and unconsciously recalled the time she had spent beside Terrell, back when he had not yet darkened. But that beautiful image was being torn apart by the present truth. Sensing Lon's thoughts, Leon spoke sincerely. To be honest, my understanding of the emotion of love for someone is very fragile. Joy, sorrow, and every feeling of the heart are almost foreign to me. Still, I understand that right now you must be enduring great suffering. Even I can perceive that. Lon frowned and tried to hold back her tears. She sighed wearily. Terrell, why would I need a genius mage at my side? What drove you into such madness? And even if you are no stronger than anyone else, I still truly love you for who you are. Marbas jumped onto Leon's shoulder and whispered, That's not a bad consolation at all. The contractee, bewildered then composed, said, Consolation, I am simply speaking the truth. The black orb swelled with emotion and sobbed, Young master, you've made a woman cry. You truly are a gentleman. Helen also showed great admiration. He could really say something like that. Seeing Leon lost in thought, Marbas asked, Do you have anything more to say, contractee? He bluntly asked Lon, So does killing the chimera count toward our reward? Lon sounded a bit surprised but laughed in reply. What? Probably, given the terrible destruction it caused. Now I suggest we return before we get carried away talking." A little while later, Leon returned to his castle. Upon seeing him, Poland and Vanter hurriedly stood to salute. "Lord Leon von Marbas has returned. Welcome back." "Young master, are you hurt?" Leon sat at the table and replied, "I'm fine." Vanter then reported, "We received word of your latest mission even before you returned. They said it was a challenge even for a seasoned explorer with a golden badge, and you completed it at 14. No, 15. Poland sighed, uneasy. Still, that mission was too dangerous. Reports say you nearly exhausted all your mana at once. I won't criticize your decision, but I'm truly worried about your condition." Leon calmly reassured him, "Thank you, Poland, but that mission was easier than I expected. If there is anything to worry about, my concern lies elsewhere." He suddenly felt a chill and numbly admitted, "It enjares me, just like the incident when we met Elysia and Helen. I realized I was furious." As soon as Leon finished, an awkward silence filled the room. Poland then pulled a letter from his coat. "Ah, I have another piece of news for you." Indeed, good news. A letter of acceptance to the prestigious Alatin Academy. Who would have thought our young master was old enough to attend? I'm so moved. The Alatin Academy, the leading educational institution across the Empire, where the continent's future heroes gather to train in both swordsmanship and magic. Leon recounted, "My father once told me Alatin would allow me to surpass my current potential. At that time my father, full of hope, said you possess a talent as vast as the stars, Leon, and though that talent will take you far, that does not mean your place among the continent's elite is guaranteed. At Alatin Academy you will meet peers, those who can match or even surpass you. You must become stronger. My son, it pains me that I cannot be there to watch and guide you to the end." Leon held the letter up to the sky, dazed. "A talent vast as the stars, a genius like mine and his." "That must be so." To reassure Leon, Poland advised, "Temporarily set aside the burdens of ruling the domain and live your life fully at the academy. I, Poland, will handle everything, so you needn't worry about anything during that time." Marbas was slightly surprised. "Alatin Academy, it's just a playground for inexperienced noble sons who lack worldly experience. I see no reason my contractee should waste time there. I mean, refuse this opportunity and don't enroll." But Leon thought differently. He said, "I want to accept the invitation," and Marbas then explained further to make him understand. "Enroll in an academy. O contractee, an academy is where learned scholars impart knowledge. And considering you are almost entirely lacking common sense in most situations, I truly don't think you're ready for study and books." But Leon still seemed intent on enrolling. "If you say so, yet I have a feeling that's where I will meet a certain young master again. Moreover, I believe it is what my father would have wanted. I do not intend to disappoint him, nor myself." Poland, pleased, said, "Very good. With the superior education at the continent's leading academy and, hopefully, commensurate academic performance, it won't be long before you begin to restore the Marbas family's reputation." A voice rang out asking Leon once more, "Are you sure about this decision? Our paths will cross again, and I'm certain it will be soon." Seeing Nox staring off into space, the maid beside him asked curiously, "Are you worried? After all, it's the prestigious Alatin Academy you're about to attend." Nox rubbed his head tiredly and said, "Not really, that's not the issue." He thought to himself, "How could I have known I'd become the final reincarnation right from the opening? It seems I have no choice but to try my best to get through everything. Even if this body is only borrowed for a limited time, I still have the name Nox von Lehnhabo to rely on. In other words, fake it until it becomes real. Be the biggest villain among the madmen at the academy. Racing against time, while fully playing the role of Nox von Lehnhabo until the very end."